Me and my niggas trying to get it, you bitch.
Yeah, bitch.
That house they tell me hit you with it, you bitch.
Yeah, bitch.
Home invasion was persuasive.
What's persuasive? What's persuasive?
9 to 5, I know it's fake, you bitch.
Yeah, bitch.
Dreams of living life like rappers do.
Like rappers do.
Back when condom rappers wasn't cool.
They wasn't cool.
I fucked Uranus and went to tell my bro.
Tell my bro. I fucked Uranus and that burn came on. That burn came on.
I saw song at night, I rhyming, you bitch.
Yeah, bitch.
I play cards and we start rhyming, you bitch.
Yeah, bitch.
The only thing we had to free our mind.
Free your mind.
Then reach that verse when we see dollar signs.
See dollar signs. See dollar signs. Come up, yeah, bitch. What's going on, YouTube? What's going on, IG? Y'all see the title? Let's get up and do it. Let's get up into it. What is you finna experience during Taurus season? What is that sun coming into the house that Taurus isn't finna do for you? All right? Y'all hear what's in the background? It's money tree season, y'all. That think it's a game. It ain't no game, man. It ain't no game when it comes to security and stability out this motherfucker these next 30-some days. All right? So I'm really not going to waste no more time. Let's get right into it, y'all. So yesterday, I was hovering over what's been going on in the house you have Taurus in your natal chart, right? I was hovering over what you've been experiencing in that house in the past 2.5 years because Uranus been transiting the house. Uranus been transiting the house. So the house that you have Taurus in your zodiac, it's always going to be an area that is going to need some refinement, dealing with responsibilities, priorities. It's bringing earth influences to that house. There's going to be things to work in that house. Be patient within that house. The house we have Taurus in, we develop a lot of our value system in that house outside of our second house. The second house rules the value system. That's the house that gave birth to Taurus. But outside of Taurus, the house you have Venus in, the house you have Taurus in, you're going to develop a lot of your values in these houses too. All right, and aspects to Venus. Now, so we already been going through a bunch of transformations in that house because Uranus has been transiting there, right? Uranus comes and it may inflict some loss, it may inflict some pain, all right? It may be some unexpected changes where Uranus transits. If you look at the house you have Uranus in your chart, we always go through unexpected changes and transitions in that house, all right? Now, let me throw this instrumental on. Hallelujah. All right. So, you feel me? Uranus causes transformation wherever it's at. So, by default, the house that you have Taurus in your zodiac, in your chart, you've been going through a lot of transformation in that area lately. The transformations you've been going through specifically have been pushing you to be an individual, influence you to go get your power in that area, right? Establish your individuality in that area. And sometimes we got to fight to do that. Happy birthday, 0 degrees Taurian. Happy birthday. So you right there on that cusp. You got that. You on that Aries. Your sun is in that Aries Taurus cusp. So y'all finna go get some shit because that fire Mars influences, that shit makes the sun passionate about building what the sun hitting Taurus likes. Aries be on go. Venus is trying to stabilize. Aries is creative, got the vision, fire, right? Taurus got the plan. So I love that fire earth cusp energy because it gives you a nice medium as far as not staying in your visions or in your head, but being able to support what is it you creatively invested in with your earth energies, with your gift to structure, understand organization, pace, timing, right? Diligence. So this could be for anybody that has fire and earth signs in their big three. Or if you have a fire, sun, earth, moon. Earth, fire, moon and fire, earth, sun. You feel me? So just that by default, this person's going to have a vision. This person's going to have a relationship with their visions and with what they see. They don't dismiss what they could see and what they could envision and the potential of things, but it's just that earth blend to Taurus is like, nah, we finna cement this realistically. What resources, tools, or what help or support do I already have now to make this vision I'm seeing come into fruition? So yeah, y'all earth, fire, cuz I already know y'all get busy. Y'all gets busy. You feel me? Y'all do be needing learn. Y'all do be having frustration though when shit that y'all passionate about ain't happening overnight. That's where your Taurus energy got to get tapped into some more. It's like, all right, I know we passionate about building some shit, but it still do take time. You feel me? That's why fire and earth start disconnecting a little bit. Fire want that shit now. Earth want that. Fire want that shit overnight. Earth don't mind waiting. You know, Earth don't mind paying the standard price, so that shit come in 7 to 10 days. Earth signs, y'all niggas gonna expedite that motherfucker. You feel me? So, yeah, wherever we have Taurus in our chart, you already been experiencing transformation in that area because Uranus been transiting that bitch for the past 2.5 years, and it's been pushing you to go get your power in that area. There's been things you're individually into. You've been influenced to do from an individual perspective in that area. It may have caused some power and control issues. It may have went against the grain with what other people got going on in that area in your life, and you got to deal with balancing shit there, being cooperative. But like I said, with Uranus transit in Taurus, the past 2.5 years, we've been going through a lot of transformation in society with how we deal with taking what we value and making it something we can monetize, build, make money off of it, provide security and stability. That has been changing itself, just being in the age of Aquarius, just dealing with all the advances with technology, the ability to support what it is you value within yourself. Is we at an all-time high in this realm. There's so much access to so many different things, to support these energies, your aspirations or whatnot, or connect things to others. Now, it's important to understand that in the house you have Taurus in, all right, that Uranus has been doing that. So Mercury been in here for about two weeks and change now, about 2.5 weeks now. So Mercury's been in this house, and Mercury has been developing a whole bunch of different analysis, critique, different ways to think about things. You may have manifested a lot of conversation in this house lately, a lot of money conversations in this house lately. May have been a lot of money talks with things involved in this house. It may have been a lot of conversation with loved ones, people in this area, understanding how to stabilize this house some more. Mercury has you thinking about things from different perspectives in this house. This house has been on your mind a lot by default. All of our finances and how we getting our bills and shit in order and structure moving to Taurus, even you naturally in that energy, even if you don't know shit about Australia, you don't know nothing about Taurus energy, none of that. You already in that energy of making sure, like, I want to make sure I experience my spring and summer. So how the fuck do I manage what I got right now so I don't just burn myself out in this? I want to experience the rest of the spring. I want to experience the rest of the summer, this, that, and the third. How do I find that balance, making sure my resources is good to support that? Some people might be in that energy. You want to live this spring and summer, so you making sure you on top of your shit right now, so you don't deal with blockages trying to experience your goddamn life, before we end up all up in fall, winter time again. All right. So when we looking at so that's the influence of Taurus. Uranus transit in there. Like I said, it may be some things you lost in this house the past 2 years. May be some things you lost in this house. You had a sacrifice in this house. You had to detach from because you realized it didn't support your individuality. Relationships in this house. If this is a relationship house, it may have went through transformations. If this is a subconscious house, a water house, it may have went through a lot of transformations or loss that impacted the emotions OD, and you're dealing with healing on your own from an individual perspective. You may have if you have Taurus in a firehouse, you may have went through transformations and unexpected changes when it comes to all forms of self-expression, creative expression, things with you being on a camera or whatnot. These are things you may have went through different transformations. You feel me? To assert your individuality. You may have felt universe pushing you to be more expressive of the shit that you individually into. Uranus transit in the 1st, 5th, 9th house, Taurus in any of them houses, and Uranus, if you got Taurus in the earth houses, when it comes to career stability, you've been going through a lot of changes in this area. You one of the main ones. I was saying this yesterday. You one of the main ones talking about, like, there gotta be a way, these past 2 years, I gotta be a way I can individually support what the fuck I got going on to bring some stability, security, instead of depending on somebody else. All right. Now, let's go ahead and run through these influences. Let's go ahead and run through them, y'all. So, Taurus risings. Okay. So with Taurus in the 1st house, by default, this person's personality gonna be real Earth in the first house, they're gonna have a real reserved personality. All right, they're not gonna really and personally involve themselves with things if it feels like it don't make sense. It's not a stable situation. They want stable relationships in the first house. Taurus in the first house could be very reliable. You know, Taurus in the first house so reliable that sometimes they're the ones that get taken advantage of or drained because you guys give too much in the first house, you know, a little bit too open in the first house at times. And you know, there's going to be a Venus rules here. There's going to be a certain charm this person already has in the first house. You know, you're going to have your personality is going to be able to gravitate towards, you know, money groups, money communities, people that's dealing with things, dealing with stability. You find yourself in these situations personally with Taurus in the first house. The thing is, Taurus is a little hesitant to express because it is like it's slow and steady. Taurus is slow and steady. You feel me? So don't expect a Taurus rising person to just jump up on something immediately. They got to feel it out, process it out. Really, you know, look at it as if is this going to add chaos or more organization and stability to my personal life? That's really just the archetype with Taurus in the first house. You know, real creative individuals too. Remember, it's Venus ruled in the first house. So they may be into fashion. They may be into cosmetics. They may be into, you know, designing. They may be into music. They may be into those things may be heavy in the first house. Taurus risings. All right. But yeah, one of my biggest things about the area, people with Taurus placements, Taurus, Sun, Moon, risings, Venus, and Taurus is finding that balance between giving and understanding when somebody is deserving of what you're giving, right? Somebody is appreciative and thankful for what you're giving and not draining your energy. So that's something Taurus got to learn in the first house a lot of the times. But once again, because Taurus is slow and steady, is patient when it comes to things that the Taurus person wants to initiate in their life, because the first house has a lot to do with how you start things, how you initiate things. So if you got Taurus in the first house, you're going to be real practical and observational before you jump into something, and you're going to connect that to your value system, see how they relate to each other. But at the same time, you could be real hesitant on starting things. You could take a little bit too much time starting in something, right? And then when it comes to personal expression, this is something you may need to work yourself into at times, especially if you got other, like, you don't have air placements, then on communication or fire placements and whatnot. You got earth, you Taurus rising, you got more earth water placements and whatnot. There's going to be times that you got to learn to embrace that self-expression, you know, embrace all forms of self-expression with Taurus in that first house. All right. Now, so Uranus has been transiting this house. You've been going through transformations when it comes to personal issues in your life. All right. Anything you're personally related to, all type of things that govern your personal energy this house been going through transformation the past 2 years. All right. So personal relationships, the environment you're personally familiar with, where you live in, this and the third year where you live is like 4 energies and whatnot. But if you move from where you live at, that's still a personal move, a personal transition in your life. All right. So things may transition from where you live at in the first house. You may have changed your job in the first house, transition from your job. You may have been going through power and control issues, fighting for something that you individually passionate about these past 2 years. And that thing may have affected career. It may have affected your family. It may have affected your relationships. Uranus transiting in this first house this past 2 years. All right. Now, Mercury has been transiting out past 2 weeks. When Mercury gets into the first house, it's highly analytical about all things dealing with personal issues. It becomes very detail oriented when it comes to people, places, and things in your personal life and personal aspirations. So your personal aspirations are things that have been heavy on the mind right now. You feel like every day you're being forced to think about how you about to initiate something with your personal goals or whatnot. Or during Aries season, if you did put some new energies into the air right now, Mercury transit in your first house right now just got you like, yo, we better personally stay on top of all of this shit. Look how other people are personally doing things so we can see how to add it to our regimen. You could just be overthinking things in the first house, but there's definitely a new sense of detail and critique when it comes to how you personally express yourself, your personal aspirations, your personal relationships, and everything going on in the first house. You just got to make sure Mercury doesn't become too much of a bitch when it comes to critiquing, that you can still carry out the things that you personally want to do. It's okay if Mercury is going to see a detail to something, fix a mistake in the first house, or make an observation about something that you're doing with personal expression or your personal aspirations. That's one thing. But when y'all allow Mercury to overthink, when you allow Mercury to just analyze so much shit and let it run free, and you not getting a control of your mind, of your Mercury. Like, all right, hope Mercury, sit your ass down. All right, we see those issues. We're gonna take care of that, but we still got to do what the fuck we got to do. That's the type of energy you in right now, Taurus rising. So you're trying to be very. You may be influenced to be real tedious and really think about the moves and decisions you're making in your first house. This may have been a strong energy during Aries season, but you just got to make sure the things that you already know that it got to get done in the first house, things that you want to experiment and experience with personal expression. Mercury don't allow Mercury to talk you out of these things or bring up so much other shit that doesn't really super influence what you're trying to do. All right. Now, with all that being said, the sun is entering here now, guys. All my Taurus risings, you got the sun entering here. The sun loves to be in the first house. The sun loves to be in the first house. The sun is exalted in the first house. So when the sun is in the first house, this is like motherfucking a crackhead at a crack party. Like, this is this is a rapper in the studio. This is a chef in the kitchen. This is your uncle. This is your older uncle flipping burgers at the cookout. He in his element. He got the din din din. Din, din, din. Whoa, whoa. He got that in the background. He flipping burgers and whatnot. Unc in his element. He doing his thing. So when the sun is in the first house, it's in his element. It's like, oh, bet. I already act. I already express. I like being seen. I like attention. I know how to use that shit. I know how to bask in some attention and some light. So when the sun gets into the first house, this is how spirit feels. This is what the subconscious is picking up on. Oh shit, sun transit in the first house. Shit, we gotta be more personally expressive. This is the time to take some things that we got going on in the first house, express them some more, put them in the light some more, be more action oriented. A lot of the transformations Uranus been putting me through in the first house, and all that wisdom accumulated over the past 2 years, on top of what Mercury has been picking up these past 2 weeks on how I could adjust myself personally, assert myself personally, tweak things with my personal experiments I'm dealing with now, personal aspirations or personal relationships, personal habits. Mercury been on your ass, Taurus rising, when it comes to your personal habits, especially if your money management hasn't been well lately. You've been you mad as hell at yourself the way you've been dealing with money lately, and Mercury coming this bitch be like, yeah, you're wilding right now. Don't worry though, sun coming in the first house. It's stacked grind season. You finna stack. You finna got the sun in the first house. You finna see new ways to add on how you make money. The sun in the first house gonna make you less hesitant to act on the things that Mercury has been brewing up these past 2 weeks. And that's the thing. You feel me? Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know why crackhead was on my mind. I'm sorry. I was trying to think of somebody under the influence. I'm always bringing up drinking and smoking, so I thought this time I mentioned crack. I don't know. But dead ass though. All jokes aside, the house that you have, Taurus and Mercury, already kind of been chilling in here for a minute. So all the sun do is come up here and make us more active. It's just like how I've been saying with all these energies in Pisces, Venus, Neptune, Jupiter, that makes us value and bask and dream and float in our imaginations in the subconscious and get inspired. You get inspired when you see your own potential or whatnot. That motivates you more to start doing the groundwork to manifest that potential. But guess what? When Mars entered that bitch, now we've been way more active. We getting up early in the morning trying to work on our dreams. We getting frustrated being at work, being in other places that's taking us away from putting time or work into things that, we're creatively invested in, or something we're trying to build from an aspiration point of view. Yeah, Mars adds a sense of urgency to your Pisces energies. A sense of urgency, okay? And the sun is doing that for you right now. Taurus rising, your first house. It's bringing a sense of urgency with how you jump into experiences, expressing and taking action on your personal aspirations in this house. Once again, Mercury's a whole bunch of new details about how you've been doing things personally when it comes to personal aspirations, projects you got going on, especially with Mercury coming into the first house. It becomes a real critique of others too. So with Mercury transiting the first house and now the sun entering here, there's going to be things that you're going to be able to do to navigate and readjust your relationships in this first house. People that may be beasting in your first house, overly people draining you, people that's overly dependent on your ass, and you support and help them and whatnot, but they don't be trying to help themselves though. So shit, Taurus rising. The sun is coming up in this house. The sun don't play games in this house. So there's a new sense of vitality. There's a new sense of awareness with yourself personally. You're not going to want to be the same you personally or have the same personal habits by the time you the sun come out this house. You want to evolve with how you conduct yourself with your personal habits or how you deal with personal expression. Once again, if you deal with anything, not just personal expression within relationships and people in your first house, if you deal with anything where you're on camera, you're an artist, you make content, you you on stage doing something in some type of shape or form, you're in a position where people see you express yourself, how you go about doing this, how you tweak things with your expression, how you see the details to how you personally express yourself, and how you pick up on how others view how you do things personally. These are the things that's under the scope. So with the sun here, it gets to shine a light on all that, and you get to make all the adjustments, revisements that you need to make with the sun transit in this house. All right. You just need to understand, just make sure you stay paced, because the sun in the first house is real turned up. It's very excited. All right. And also understand it brings a lot of light to this house. So the things you got going on personally, if you run a business, a brand, a sale, run a sale right now. Do something. Do something right now that brings some more light to your business, to your brand, because you're already in a space where you're getting a lot of attention and sunlight for things you personally invested in or for anything dealing with personal self-creative expression. All right, Taurus risings. We Gucci. All right, then. And another thing to understand, I want to talk about Pisces houses too. Pisces, so Taurus in the first house, Pisces is somewhere in the 11th house. So your 11th house is going to be complementing your first house right now. Be eyes and ears and have an open heart when it comes to people that you don't know, social media influences, people that you just cool with on social media, people at the workplace, people in certain groups or communities you're a part of. Maybe you go to yoga twice a week, somebody from there, or maybe you went to the library on Sunday, maybe you went something. Somebody in the 11th house, your 11th house relationships can support your first house energies right now. So Taurus risings, it may be somebody you don't know from a hole in the wall that's going to be quicker to support what you're working on or what you have in motion coming into Taurus season, way more than your sibling, way more than your friends. Understand that. All right. Boom. Taurus in the second house. Let me I was gonna get my crystal hand and wave it so I could put timestamps, but I'll thug it out. I'll figure it out once we finish this. Taurus in the second house. Taurus in the second house. All right. So you got Taurus in the second house. This is my Aries risings. So off rip, Taurus already resonates in the second house. So you come into this lifetime already understanding you need to develop a value system. You already come into this lifetime understanding the Aries rising that you have an individual way of going about dealing with your value system. You feel me? And then when it comes to planting seeds to develop security, stability, most Aries risings come into this lifetime with that shit already on go, with a strong presence of what they want to build stability with. All right. Or the value system is just established early, right? That's the power of being an Aries rising. You got the natural influences in all these houses. So a lot of Aries rising want to get their money quick. They're going to have career aspirations quick, all the earth houses and whatnot. Now, Taurus in this house as well, you can lose yourself in the physical realm a lot of the time too, Aries rising, because you have a lot of access to experience a lot of the quote unquote nice things from a material point of view, or access to people around it or energies, environments that's around the nicer things in life or whatnot, people around money. So you have all these influences around you that motivate you to really get your stability and security and stay focused on, concentrated on that. Just being an Aries rising by default. Now, Uranus has been transiting in this house for a couple of years. How you gain security and stability has been going through a lot of changes. Even if you work at the same job you work at 2 years ago, you probably in a different department. You probably got a different position. There's probably a whole bunch of different motherfuckers in that job. You probably got transferred to another situation there. You feel me? Or a lot of y'all may have put yourself in a position where y'all started investing into self more. Y'all started feeling like, okay, I've been in this company, this job, this, that, and the third. You feel me? But now let me start investing into something I individually value. I valued gaining security and stability in my life. That's how I ended up at this career, at this job. I paid the bills. Now Uranus is transiting this my second house. It's like, damn, what do I really value within myself that could change or add on to my stability more than what my job is already doing, right? The Uranus starts adding the individual influence into it. So it's like, yeah, the company itself and all that is helping support, my forms of stability. But how do I personally put myself in a position with my talents or traits to feel fulfilled? Career may be getting it done, but it ain't really bringing a fulfilling feeling, right? That's what Uranus starts triggering a little bit in this house. That's why I start going through transformation. That's why you start dealing with certain power and control issues these past 2 years in your second house for no reason. Your boss start acting funny these past 2 years. Just shit, all different type of influences happening in your career that make you kind of uncomfortable there, kind of make you not want to, be content with that environment to gain security and stability. So Uranus going through all these changes here, right? Possible fights with coworkers and managers and bosses. Uranus transit in the Earth houses is real like that. All right. And situations these past 2 years where you might have to fight loved ones over what is it you value. So it could be a form of spirituality you value. It could be a person you was valuing, you was dating. Your whole family don't like this motherfucker. It could be something you were experiencing that you really value. You want to go on this 5-year retreat with spiritual people out in the mountains. Everybody and their mother was like, you're wilding. You have real bugged out individual separate values. You look crazy. So you may have to have dealt with that the past 2 years. Alchemical gland destinations. That's a name right there. Talking about Uranus, that's a unique name right there. I like how you put that together, but I appreciate that. So off rip, Aries risings, career, your value may have been going like this the past 2 years. Even if you value the career that you're in now, the past 2 years, your value may have changed for that bitch. You may have wanted to be a teacher all your life. Now you like, shit, I've been teaching 6 years. I want to do something else before I turn 30. I want to do something else before I turn 35, 40, 45, 50, whatever. With that type of energy, Uranus transit in the 6th house, it starts making you look at your value system. It starts making you look at what you have. And it's like, damn, I ain't really utilizing what I have to support self like that. And I need to use this to shift some shit, to change some shit. So either you was putting in energy doing that, or it was happening to you through the workplace, through things that you value and whatnot, things that you value changing. Now it's forcing you to make certain decisions. So that's what's been going on in the past 2 years with the value system. Uranus here. Now Mercury's been in here the past 2 weeks, developing a bunch of new ideas and perspectives about your value system, about the people, places, and things you've been valuing. The past 2 weeks, it may be certain people, places, and things you've been valuing, and you're looking at them through different perspectives. You're seeing things you ain't see about these people before. You're starting to think about these things more realistically too. It may have been something you valuing from a lust perspective. It may have been something you valuing from a pleasurable perspective. Now Mercury's in Taurus in your second house, and you're looking at that shit like, damn, if I keep going at this pace, I'm going to transform my goddamn self. If I keep going at this pace, if I keep overindulging in this person, place, or thing that I value that makes me feel good, you feel me, in these bad habits, the second house will develop some bad habits like a motherfucker. The second house and the 8th house, yeah, they good for bad habits. They good for bad habits. Y'all got to understand everything is on an axis from an opposite perspective. Every sign is connected to the opposite sign. So when you look at the houses, that's on the axis too. So the houses naturally have things that it's like houses be the same, but they're the opposite houses like are in the same, but just in different ways. The first house deals with you, your personality. The opposite house, 7th house, deals with how you relate your personality. Still dealing with you, but it's how you relate the personality, how you connect the personality. The 4th house deal with emotional stability in the home. The 10th house deal with stability in the physical reality, how you get your bread, your social status, your brand, So if you look at the 8th house that deals with secrets, hidden agendas, transformation, sex, deep desires, all of this shit that we can get that can completely transform us if we lose ourselves into desires or whatnot, right? Or we become too hidden, too secretive. That causes transformation in your life too. But it's a whole nother story. But if you look at that 8th house, it's the same shit on the 2nd house. It's all type of things you could overindulge into in the 2nd house. This rules materialism, all right? All of that. A lot of planets in the 2nd house is easy for y'all to overindulge with your diet overindulge with shopping. Your credit card balance going crazy. You having to organize your finances some more because there's a strong urge to experience in the physical realm, especially if you got like Venus, Sun, or Moon in this house. You got to be on top of those things. So with Mercury transiting this house, these are a lot of the things you're building new perspectives about. Your money management, the people, places, and things you've been valuing. Like I said, you've been liking or loving something or valuing something just because it's been making you feel good, but you ain't really been thinking about the reality of it. Past 2 weeks, you start thinking about the reality of that shit with Mercury and Taurus. You start realizing, damn, my check hasn't been as heavy these past 2 weeks ever since I started dealing with my sneaky link. Ever since I started spending more nights over there. So I'm getting to work late. Calling out. We ain't go to sleep till 5 a.m. I got to leave the house at 5. I called out once this week, called out once last week, all because it's something I'm overindulging that make me feel good. But that shit is affecting security, stability, it's affecting responsibilities, priorities. So yes, the second house, Mercury has been taking a note to all of that shit. Now the sun is in the second house. So what does the sun do? It brings light to what you have that you value. So when it comes to creative talents, things about yourself that you should be valuing, should be appreciating, should be pouring into, should be connecting to the world, should be using to gain security and stability. The sun is gonna be pushing all of that in your face for the next 30 days. The sun is gonna be pushing a lot of influences and past experiences in your life. You didn't utilize these things to help you understand. Today's the time to maximize it now. Today's the time to keep these things in motion now. Today's the time to redefine our value system now. All right. So don't get too stuck in them past experiences here. It's just the sun triggering some shit that triggering past times you didn't get busy in the second house. When the sun falls into this house, when it comes to your finances, this is the time to really be on top of money management. It's really a time to be on top of, don't be watching other people's pockets and what other people got going on, because the sun in the second house will start having you pay attention to what other people, the value system of other people. It'll have you start, once again, the second house does rule the material realm. Sun coming here, you start thinking a little bit too much of the things you want to experience in the physical realm, more than the things that's going to help you to experience these things, right? AKA how you treating yourself, where your spiritual space is at, where your mental health is at, how much concentration focus you putting into the things you're working on. These are the things that get you to experience or whatnot. Experience all the things you may get lost in with the sun in the second house. Sun in the second house, you get lost into all the jewelry and the outfit your certain people have on social media, your favorite rapper had, or you heard your man's just hit a lick scam and this, that, and the third. They got money real quick, this, and that, third. So you got all these things that's influencing you to, if I do this overnight, I may be able to manifest and connect to something in the physical realm, something I like in the physical reality. That's not the perspective you want to look at things right now. You want to keep that sunlight on you, to keep redefining your value system, to keep light and attention on the things that you came into this world with as a gift, as a talent, or something you've developed over time that you value within yourself that can be used to build something. Don't get too lost in what the fuck other people got going on right now. Sun in the second house. Another thing, sun in the second house. You're going to be more action oriented when it comes to a lot of things that you value. So if it's a person you value, now you're more expressive with this individual, right? If it's an environment you really value or appreciate, you're just going to be more active. There's a different sense of vitality with how you deal with people, places, and things that you value. Be careful not to let your ego get in the way of certain things, all right? Sun coming in the second house, ego could start having his little trips here and there. All right? So those are like some of the main things there. The big attention on your value system. When you got the sun in transit in this house, Aries rising, and you're going through Taurus season, and you're constantly seeing things remind you like, damn, I need to pour into myself. Damn, I'm talented with that too. I just haven't put that much time into it, or I need to learn to value and appreciate this within myself some more. Yeah, that's what the sun is trying to do in that second. That's what the sun is trying to make sure you're aware of by the time you get out of here. Every planet got a purpose coming into a house. So there's a certain result that planet wants by the time it gets into the next house. So with the sun getting in the second house, it wants you to have a more of a vivid, clear awareness on what you talented with, what you creative with, and how these things can actually be used to build some security and stability in your life. Mercury already been thinking about these things. The sun just makes it a little bit more clear to see you acting on these things and help you develop the blueprint to act on these things overall. Now, Pisces is somewhere in the 12th house, Aries rising, right? Pisces somewhere in the 12th house. So when it comes to your subconscious, when it comes to your on one note, the limitations for your dreams and aspirations, you know, these shits may be real low. You feel like you can accomplish anything in that 12th house right now. So it's a beautiful time, Aries rising. You got your 12th house harmonizing with the second house. This is what I was just talking about in the video I posted earlier today. All right, talking about the connection Pisces is making with the Pisces stellium is making with the Taurus stellium right now. A lot of people are going to be able to see their reality shift this next month and a half just by simply keeping concentration on their dreams and following that regiment, that plan, that the best plan that they were able to develop. And that's the thing about manifesting. That's the thing about bringing things into fruition, bringing your dreams down into this realm. That first plan don't got to be the perfect plan. It's the intention behind your shit. It's your intention behind your shit. All right. So I say that to say there's no rapper, singer, entertainer, author, content creator. I don't give a fuck what profession you bring up. If they was in a profession for some time, a year, 3 years, 5 years, 9 months, if they've developed some experience, there's no way they're doing things exactly the same way from the first year. It's no way possible. It's no way possible. Your process, we call it the process because the processes are full of changes, transformations. So don't stress yourself on how perfect this first idea, this first plan got to work. That first plan is just leading you. That's your path. The plan is just helping you starting to walk the path. On the midst of walking the path, there's going to be certain influences to redirect you here, redirect you there. I just met this person. You fruitful relationship here. Don't even know how much this person is gonna help you in your path. New situation here. Setback here. Not really a setback. Just minor setback for a big comeback, but you thinking it's a setback. Boom, that happens here. Little doubt here. Little fight with your loved ones about you walking the path here. Look at all these different things in the motherfucking path, and you think that first idea gonna be the concrete thing? No, it's going to be a whole bunch of different changes, influences, things you got to work with, things you got to be open with from universe to understand how to redirect yourself, understand what certain things mean. You just got to make sure you like, as of right now, this is the most smartest, efficient way I know how to build this plan. Like from everything I've accumulated up until this point in my life, this seems like the wisest way to start this dream, this thing that I value or this project. But if you stay so fixed onto your plan working, then how can you get, godly results? You just depending on you. You're not working with universe. You're not working with your spiritual family. You're not working with higher forces to, you're not being sensitive enough to feel and hear these things. You just so fixed on how you want something to work your way. You're going to deal with so much resistance and friction in that. And when you do that with anything, relationships, personal aspirations, everything in life. You want this relationship to work so bad, but the person you're dealing with can't stand your ass, but you want this relationship to work so bad. Does it really matter does it really matter at that point how fixed you are, how you see things? Does it really matter if they don't want to be with you? It don't matter. It don't matter. Either gonna stay in a miserable ass relationship and block a whole bunch of opportunities with somebody that you like, you're going to like, love, value even more and have way more of a better experience with. Or I don't want to say better experience, but more of a reciprocal experience. You feel me? So you got to be careful being fixed to your own ways of doing shit. All right. Now, so sun, that was all sun in the second house, man. That was all sun in the second house. But yeah, the 12th house, like I said, Pisces in the 12th house, there's a lot of energies resonating there. It may be some insecurities coming up from that house, though. It may be some things right now you set in more of an initiative to take action on with your sun in the second house when it comes to your value and your creativity. But it may be some energy from the 12th house. 12th house like to play on us a little bit, like to play on our insecurities, like to play on our fears and our dreams and shit, right? So it may be sometimes you try to do what you're trying to do now in the past and then go your way. Now them experiences coming up. Listen, you laugh at that shit. Like that was an old experience that happened. It's a whole new day and time right now. Feel me? The sun is in a whole new cycle. All right. Use those past experiences to understand how you may be able to adjust yourself now. But other than that, there's a lot of 12th house energies that's fueling you to value yourself. It's damn near hard to go to sleep, not like you're daydreaming everywhere. You can't get your aspirations off your mind. We're dealing with a Pisces stellium, so this is damn near everybody, but you got this shit in the 12th house, Aries rising. So you may be so disassociated from reality because you that invested in what you're trying to cultivate, to the point when you're at work, when you're around other people, you damn near, you kind of out of whack right now because you that invested into that. You that invested into your 12th and second house right now. All right. So we want to make sure these houses complement each other. And that's how they complement each other. All right. The belief factors from the 12th house, the experience and wisdom from the 12th house, all of that supports the plan of what you value within yourself that's being cultivated in the second house, which you've been developing new ideas for. Since Mercury been here for 2 weeks, and now the sun is going to come in here and bring a whole new awareness in here and motivate you to get active. All right. Now, third house, Taurus in the third house. This is my Pisces rising. So when you got Taurus in the third house, there's going to be a lot of things that you observe in your familiar surroundings from a realistic point of view. You may get into a lot of things dealing with cooperating with other individuals in the second house. You may be third house. You may be a bit reserved with relationships and dealing with people in your early environment, in your adolescent stages with Taurus here. You may be way more observational, dealing with people, connecting to people. Y'all know Pisces rising being a little bubble. You know Pisces rising being a, you feel me? Pisces rising being a little bubble for real, for real. You gotta hold some sacred energy, start connecting with their ass. But you know, when you got what's the name? Taurus in the third house, yes. There's going to be a lot of things you observe in your third house as to what to value and appreciate. You understand this. You start developing the significance of understanding how to appreciate your relationships and what type of people to value with Taurus in the third house early in life, Pisces rising. So by the time a Pisces rising is 18, 19, 20, 21, they already got stories about how motherfuckers did them dirty, this, that, and the third early in life. They already got stories about who to trust, who not to trust. They already got stories about motherfucking me and my cousin, me and my sibling, we used to go back and forth, this, that, and the third. I can't trust they ass, they be lying. You already got them stories with your third house, Pisces rising. You already got experience as to understanding how to value relationships, what relationships to work on. You understand that by default, Taurus in the third house. So Uranus been transiting here for 2 years. Your surroundings have been going through a lot of change. You may have moved. You may have moved like 3 motherfucking times. You may have moved like twice the past 2.5 years. You probably at the same place you was 2 years ago. You just moved somewhere for a year. Now your ass moved back. So Uranus is causing a lot of movement in the third house, a lot of transformation amongst your relationships, right? When it comes to familiar relationships, close relationships, even relationships with your siblings, these things may have been going through changes in their own, and positive and negative changes, all type of transformation. Once again, Uranus is influenced individuality. So if you got Uranus transit in an air house, you're going to start seeing what friends don't complement your individual ideals, passions, goals. So a lot of y'all are disconnecting, detaching from friends that y'all still cool with. They could still call you, boom, boom, that can still do things. You're going to invite them to your marriage. You're going to invite them to your motherfucking anniversary party, your child's graduation, all that shit. You're going to invite them because they third house friends. You grew up with them. You're familiar with them. Y'all went to high school with each other, graduated, went to college with each other, whatever. But you're realizing at this point in your life, the individual ideals, what you're trying to cultivate individually, how you're trying to gain power in your life with the things you're trying to build and work on. You may have noticed these past 2 years, there's somewhat of a transformation going on with these individuals to the point you may have built more tribe. A lot of people with Taurus in their air houses have been building more tribe, soul tribe these past 2 years because your individuality is resonating more amongst other people. And that alone is changing your relationships. You're being more close to the people you fuck with and bringing you away from people you don't fuck with. You feel me? So where the fuck my shit at? We talking about Taurus? I got Taurus in the 4th house. Yeah, so my shit changes in the home environment, all type of motherfucking changes. But anyways, so yeah, the third house. So when it comes into the third house, but now that I think about it, I got Aries in the third house. Shit, when I got out of college, that is when I pretty much started teaching spirituality and astrology and shit. So my whole social circle has did a whole transformation, you feel me, over the past couple of years, you know, simply because I just expressed my individuality more. So this is what what I experienced years ago is what you're experiencing now. Who's this? Pisces rising. No. Wait, Pisces first. Excuse me, Aquarius rising. Aquarius rising. Taurus in the third house. This is what you're experiencing in your life now. These years right now, you know, your relationships are going through a lot of change because there's just certain things you probably was always into individually, but maybe you didn't express these things like that. Maybe you didn't communicate these things like that. And now a part of you is just relating them more. A part of you is communicating them more. Now a lot of your friends and people that are familiar with you, they know more about what you be individually into, whatnot. So now you're seeing the disconnect. Some of your relationships is transforming because of this. A lot of things in your surroundings are transforming because of this, right? So that's the third house. Everything that's in your familiar surroundings, relationships, people, places, and things that's familiar to you, and the influences on how you communicate. That's another thing. Once again, Uranus adds individuality in the third house. So the way you communicate and deal with people is way more unapologetic these past 2 years. You kind of don't be caring who's in and out your life. Uranus, Taurus in any air house. You got Taurus in any air house. You really don't give a fuck about who's coming in and out your life because Uranus got you understanding like, yo, it's for a reason. These people align with my individuality. These people align with what's different about me, right? The things that's different about me and everybody else to the world, I'm actually connecting to the people that's into that different shit. If you got Taurus in the air houses. Now, motherfucking, so yeah, Taurus has just been changing that bitch up like OD. Then you got Mercury in here the past 2 weeks. So Mercury loves to be here, it's home. So now this has been a mental reset for you. You get to reanalyze things with your relationships. There's people, places, and things that's in your surroundings you wasn't thinking about from a certain perspective until Mercury came in this house, right? So when Mercury's in the third house, you ain't missing a detail when it comes to your surroundings, when it comes to people you spend time with all the time. When it comes to some of your familiar habits, it may be something you've been doing for months that's been a negative habit. Mercury's in your third house. You just now realizing like, damn, I ain't pick up this habit until I started chilling with this motherfucker. I ain't start picking up this habit till I was around these people. Like you start getting to the root of certain things that your relationships have influenced you with. Especially when it comes to your bread, stability, Taurus in the third house. All right. So Mercury has been picking up ideas, details about all of that. Now we got the sun entering this house, Aquarius rising. So what does it mean when the sun comes into your third house? It makes you more action oriented when it comes to expressing your motherfucking knowledge, your information. It makes you want to claim position and the throne for the knowledge you have. All right, so let's not get it confused. Third house is dealing with knowledge and information. We can say experience too. We could say experience too. We really use that word with the ninth house because it's dealing with wisdom and whatnot. But the third house is dealing with your experience with people, individuals, communicating, relating. The things that you experience with people in your third house, a lot of that shit, you take a lot of that shit into your seventh house. If you find out that you're a good flirt early in middle school, in fifth grade, if you find out you know how to flirt with girls or some shit, you feel me, in middle school, you know you got a way with talking, communicating with women, that shit gonna trickle into your seventh house. You realize it in your third house, you feel me? It's gonna trickle into your 7th and 11th house. If you realize, you know, you more of an isolated individual with the way you communicate with people, you don't really like people like that, you will reserve with people, take a lot of time for people to get into your third house. Scorpio, water third housers, earth third housers, you feel me? People with earth in the third house, this is my fire rising. They damn near don't want to be your friends unless there's some shit to build with and shit. So it's like the third house always going to influence how you start communicating, what you take into the seventh house, your other relationships when you start dealing with people. So that's a very important house to look at, y'all, when y'all looking at y'all relationship habits or things that you've developed. See, people don't really like learning about themselves in relationships. People really don't be having humility in their relationships for real. Some people don't gain humility or understanding about their life experiences, relationships to like 40, to like 50. Some people don't start understanding they was in their way with relationships and shit. Like for some reason, I don't know why. I don't know if it's this generation. Or I don't know if it's just some influences we're dealing with in the age of Aquarius where people get out of relationships now and it's like, oh, well, on to the next experience. Ain't nothing for me to dissect and learn about what the fuck I was just experiencing. Let me find somebody else to replace that shit, or let me pay attention to all the other social media influences that got certain posts to make me feel better about myself, to make me feel like I wasn't the problem in my relationship, this, that, and the third, whether I'm a nigga saying fuck bitches, whether I'm a woman saying fuck niggas. So if you ain't finna take no humility, embrace any humility, accountability within your relationships, anticipate being in a very unhealthy relationship situation later in life. Period. Like, you feel me? And I say that with no remorse, because nobody has to force you to learn from your own experiences. You feel me? And especially with relationships, there's no way you could be in 5 relationships and think and you're not in none of them, all of them finished, all of them transformed, all of them expired, and you think you have no input on why they expired, why you're not still with partner 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5. If you got the sun, if you got the sun transiting this motherfucking 3rd house right now, you're gonna start picking up on these things. To be honest with you, Aquarius risings, you're gonna start picking up but from a childhood perspective, you starting to pick up like, damn, I ain't gonna lie. Ever since when I was young and motherfucking I was in middle school and I was real closed off with others, I'm seeing how that's getting into my relationships now. And it's like, I barely know how to communicate, relate, and that should be fucking up shit in my relationships. I be thinking a date. I be thinking a good old date, a good old Ruth Chris date really patching shit up. Y'all know Taurus like to give, so it is in their air house, and sometimes that's their form of connecting. That's their form of balance. That's their form of relating. And they might have, Aquarius rising might have ended up giving a little too, giving to an unappreciative ass motherfucker in the 3rd house at an early age, and that shit end up staying with them for life. They're like, everybody unappreciative. I remember that one time I did this, that, in the 3rd, you feel me? I bought my prom date some Dior's or whatnot, and they cheated on me the same night. I ain't never doing shit for nobody, like shit like that and shit. I don't know. So you gotta be careful how you take your 3rd house energies into the 7th house, whether it's 3rd house traumas, things you experience in your neighborhood, things you experience with your siblings, with your relatives. That shit trickles into your motherfucking other relationship houses. It starts in the 3rd house. Now, so the sun there, a whole bunch of new awareness about all of that. A whole new awareness about all of that energy. Yo, soulful connection. I'm dead ass. Listen. I use myself for example. Like I said, I'm a whole Libra stellium, so I'm some happy-go-lucky ass motherfucker. Everybody, let's do everything together. Everybody, la 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 la. I got Aries in my 3rd house, so I used to get bullied. I used to get teased and picked on by girls. Like, it's not just bullies, not just boys bullying me. I used to get teased by girls. All of that energy over time, by the time I got to like my teenage years, I was real impulsive dealing with people. I always felt like I had to be defensive dealing with people. I always felt I was attacked by certain people, and I had to be the one to attack first. I'd start something I'm dealing with now. Sometimes I take a lot of things like disrespect. Shit don't be disrespect, because it's so much experiences. My Libra energy been passive, you feel me? And then I get into the 3rd house, motherfuckers is roughing me up. You feel me? I'm getting into fights. Girls got funny shit to say. So I'm like, damn, that Aries in the 3rd house started having me thinking like, damn, motherfuckers is really individual in the world. Motherfuckers is inconsiderate like shit in elementary school. The fuck I'm gonna do when this nigga steal my pizza and my milk tomorrow? Bitch ass nigga. Tomorrow, Pizza Friday. I can't go down like that. Been waiting all week for that Friday pizza. I know I'm the first person on that nigga list. You feel me? He think he got a free slice tomorrow. He think he getting 3 slices tomorrow. Nah, I ain't going down like that. So you in all them type situations. It's just been more intense for me because I'm a whole Libra. If I wasn't a Libra, if I was a sun in Cap with my moon, if I was a sun in actually, that's bad too. That's a square. If I had other energies elsewhere, it probably wouldn't make such a friction with my 3rd house. But I got the sun and Libra in my 9th house, so it makes the 3rd house more intense. It makes me deal with idiots in my 3rd house. It make me get into potential confrontation here. It make me have friction with siblings at times. You know, it make me so that you got to be aware of how your 3rd house energies go into your relationships. That's where we developing our communication method. If y'all want to go more in depth, go on my YouTube. Look at my signs through the 3rd house series, Aries through Pisces in the 3rd house. This gives you a clear indication as to things you may have experienced dealing with friendships, siblings, relatives, your neighborhood, your environment at an early age, and how these things affect how you deal with relationships and communication now. All right. So that's what's going on. 3rd house, Aquarius risings. Wait, am I right? Aquarius risings, Pisces. Excuse me. Not Aquarius risings. Still Pisces risings. So with Pisces in the 1st house, with Pisces in the first house, a lot of you feel personally. Listen, that first house got Neptune in that bitch, Jupiter in that bitch, Venus transit in there, Mars is entering there, which Mars loves to be in the first house. Mars is home here. So it brings that self-motivation to everything you've been daydreaming about, everything that's on the subconscious personally. It helps you to move past insecurities that you may have been dawning on. Pisces rising, because I know with Neptune and Jupiter transit in the first house, I already know y'all like to be in your spiritual, your own little personal bubble, but I know with those energies transiting here, it puts you into real nostalgic energies. It takes you to the past a lot. You really have been disassociated lately, but the inspiration to get shit manifested in your personal life is the shit is up to here. The shit, hold on. The shit is sky high. Okay. So, what time is it? 8:20? Okay, let's not spend too much time, y'all. So, real Aries in the third. I see how evil people can be. I got Aquarius in my third house. Always the unique one. Always the new kid in school. Yup. You're always the individual one. You always the trendsetter in your third house. You're always the trendsetter. But you're the one that stick out, though. And you're probably the one that do things different from the rest of your siblings. Like, your parents look at you like you're the one like, yeah, all of them communicate like this. But this one right here always had a special way of communicating since young. All right. So, yeah, man, that's some of the things you're gonna experience with Sun and Change in the third house. Your Pisces in the first house energies, they on fire. They on fire right now. Pisces rising. You're going through a personal evolution right now. I don't know how you're seeing limits of what you could do in the first house right now with Neptune, with your rulers back home. These are your chart rulers. This is a real pivotal time in your whole experience. We ain't just talking about your 20s or your 30s. This whole life experience, Pisces rising. This moment in your life is very pivotal. Your rulers are here, and they ain't making this alignment anytime soon again. That conjunction we experienced a week ago, Neptune and Jupiter, is gonna be, you may not be here next time that happens. Well, shit, let me see. Yeah, it's gonna be a minute till that shit happen again. It's gonna be like the next, actually, it's going to be like in the next 12, 13 years. It's just that Neptune, I don't think Neptune's going to be in Pisces next 12, 13 years. So this is the only time to experience some shit like that in your life. You know, with your rulers being home right there. So right now, it's like the first house is bringing so much understanding from everything you've been personally experiencing, with emotional breakthroughs, with people that you're connected to in your first house, personal relationships, and all personal aspirations, creative endeavors, things, the ups and downs you went through these things in the past couple of years. Neptune and Jupiter is soaking so much wisdom from all them experiences. And now that the Mars is in this house, the Sun is in the third house, it makes you way more action-oriented with how your ability to connect and relate your gifts right now. You feel me? So that's what we got going on in the third house. Let me go ahead and end this. All right. So, this. Rose. It's raining until that burn came on. Okay, so I'm gonna go back on live on IG. Give me 1 second, YouTube. Give me 1 second. I want to start the fourth house until I get on. Chechi's in the building. I see you, Chechi. All right. Now we're gonna move now. We're gonna move through these now. Once I see our only did 3 houses, I'm like, damn, all right, we gotta move now. Damn, time really be, I don't know. We in a different dimension. We really in different, this is really going through different shifts right now, y'all. We really going through different shifts because the shit do not be feeling like an hour. I swear to God. The shit do not be feeling like an hour. I'm like, damn, we on the third house. A whole hour went by. You mean the second house got 30 minutes? Damn. All right. So my bad, y'all. Time just be flying. This is why this is why I encourage y'all to exercise focus and concentration in your life, because shit, we're living in the space we're in right now. A lot of things can happen fast in a short time right now. So if a lot of y'all just look at y'all, what y'all got going on in y'all lives. Like anybody that's been focusing, concentrating on something heavy the past year or two or whatnot, just think about all the times in the past couple of years you done surprised yourself with something coming into fruition kind of quick, or you seeing certain results for something kind of quick. It's like, damn, thought that was going to be a year thing. That should happen in 5 months. That was going to be a 2-year thing. Happened in a year, So I didn't think I was going to start seeing sales and results in the first month. Shit, I just made this much, that, and the first month in my business. So like, guys, time be like this when you staying on top of what you're putting time into. All right. Now, where we at? 4th house Aquarius risings. Taurus in the 4th house Aquarius risings. All right. So we got Taurus in the 4th house. What type of influence does that bring to Aquarius risings? That brings an influence from what I pick up on. I see Aquarius risings have some form of stability in the 4th house. Right, soulful connections. Try a couple days. Try a week. Listen, y'all. It's kind of obvious. Like y'all been paying attention to me. Like I've gained some weight the past couple of months. Like I know, yeah, I've been eating good and shit. I understand. I get it. I know. Y'all didn't tell my ass. These past couple weeks, I ain't fucking around. I ain't been fucking around with my diet, anything. Well, 13 pounds in a week last week. So I didn't even expect them type of results in the beginning of the week, because in the beginning of the week, I was struggling to do push-ups. I almost passed out running in my neighborhood. I thought I was finna run this mile. We finna run a quarter mile out this bitch today. We finna run. They say a mile's 20 blocks. Shit, what's 20 divided by 4? We finna run these good old 5 blocks hard as a bitch, and we going back home. You feel me? So it's like, look. But by the end of the week, all the water I've been drinking, all the nights I was hungry as shit, 2 a.m., 1:30 a.m., and I'm like, nah, I can't eat right now. I can't eat. This is why I'm here. I can't eat. Drink some water. Drink some motherfucking water and take your ass to sleep and wake up early so we could get to this early morning run without mad food in your system. Now you're running light. We need to shed this bitch. So I impressed myself with what the fuck I did in week 1. So I already know this next month, a nigga about to be. You feel me? So that's what we got going on, y'all. You need to know what you're coming into Taurus season with in motion, because you don't know what type of shift you can make in your reality in that sense. All right, y'all. So listen, man. That's some motivation to anybody out there on the weight loss plan, man. Anybody out there on the diet. All you need to do is really up the water. A lot of that shit be water. Stop the late night eating. That's the problem. Y'all be munching too much of that late night. You feel me? You be pulling up my live streams 2 a.m. Let me see what the fuck the energies is this week. You feel me? Let me pass me the motherfucker king size Reese's cup over there. Uber Eats. Listen, I got a time past Uber Eats. I don't fuck with Uber Eats past a certain time no more. I was on them niggas 3, 4 a.m. So like, guys, you feel me? This is just some inspiration for y'all. Now, Aquarius risings. So we got Taurus in the 4th house. We got Taurus in the. I didn't even think about it like that. 4LMB just said Taurus in the 4th house. Facts. Yeah, we some snacking, keeping snacks around the crib. Head ass niggas. We some walk in your house. Do we gotta order food, or you got something to cook in here already? Head ass niggas. Taurus in the 4th house. Aquarius risings. But we gonna have the vibe set though. You feel me? You're not finna come to my crib. You're not finna come to my crib, my spot, and the vibe is always set. It's always lit. You feel me? It's always the smell good, the candles, but that's the sensual side of Taurus in the fourth house. You feel me? Taurus in the fourth house gonna have a clean bathroom. You feel me? That little dirty part that y'all don't be cleaning on in the bottom of the bathroom, we clean that bitch. We clean that part. You feel me? Taurus, Cancer, Moon energy in the fourth house. We're gonna take care of that. All right, let's get all right. Let's get back. Let's get. And that's another thing. I started smoking weed too. It's only been 48 hours, but shit. It's only been 48 hours. But y'all understand, to me, that's a month. 2 days not smoking for me is a month. All right. And you know, it makes it even harder dealing with controlling your diet with smoking. So sometimes you gotta make certain sacrifices with what the fuck you for the results you're trying to see. But let's get through these houses. Now, fourth house, yeah, I know I said 10 times. Taurus in the fourth house, there's going to be a sense of stability in the home. There's going to be a sense of support in the home. All right? It's going to be a sense of stability and support in the home, or you may manifest you being the person, you being, right, you being the person that is dependent on in the home a lot of the time. You know? And it may not even be from a financial point of view. You may have came into a life where your parents is really dependent on you to go to college and do this, that, and the third. They really, the sense of dependence on what you do with your life, for some reason, has the way you cultivate your values in life. That shit is a huge influence in the house. You feel me? You may have parents with strong values and they try to throw these values on you at a certain age. You feel me? So the thing about Taurus, though, it does have moon energy. It is dealing with nurture. It is dealing with understanding. It is dealing with cooperation. So there's going to be a sense of that in the home. Bora has to have this. Damn, Church. Now I got to hit you up after this, Church. We got to talk. I need a pep talk, yo. I need a pep talk, son. That's mad motivation. That's mad motivation right there. I swear to God, it's easier for me to do everything else, but stopping smoking, that's always an uphill battle for me. So once I'm a day in, 2 days in, I'll be giving God all the thanks, dead ass. I stop my diet like a motherfucker. I could jump into celibacy, abstain from my sexual desires like a motherfucker. But once we start talking about smoking weed and shit, it's like, damn. When we gonna stop? This today, tomorrow, this weekend? What about next week? You want to try next week? All right, man. Let's do that shit next week. Not today. Not tomorrow. You feel me? Dead ass. Dead ass. Now that's what's up, Church. That's what I like to hear. That's dope. That is what's up. You know, so we're in a time right now. I don't want to say right now, but even though we are with all these Pisces energy deal with sacrifice. This is why they're real sacrificial, they damn selves. This is why, you know, in their relationship, they could be real sacrificial. But anyways, you got to make sure that you understand the results that come from your sacrifices, y'all. You know, a lot of people don't manifest what they want to manifest or get into certain positions in life or move themselves into certain spaces in life because they don't have the ability to sacrifice. Sacrifice is not easy, but it's needed when you got a bigger picture for something, y'all. It's needed, you know. And it's okay to understand. It's okay to understand you ain't the best with limiting something. And it's okay to acknowledge you have an attachment with something. You do overindulge something. It's when you're not acknowledging that. You feel me? So you could be able to stop doing something this month, but your ability to not acknowledge it is going to make that trickle into next year. You know? So that's what I don't know why my nose is so running right now. So let me hurry up and get into this because I literally ain't eat all day. So I'm gonna get my little my little 2 pieces of spinach head ass on the plate. 2 pieces of spinach. My fucking meals be bland as shit lately. But listen, so when we look at Taurus in the 4th house, man, the 4th house got moon energy. Taurus is moon energy. A lot of these people have a strong value system developed out the home. Family members, parents may have influenced the value system from a young age. A lot of your values are very private. Things that you believe in yourself, that you're creative with, talented. You may keep a lot of these things private or whatnot, or you overall just may, when it comes to the home and family environment, these are things you find yourself trying to establish foundation in. You always a main part of your family to establish some foundation in the home. Once again, you may be put in positions where your parents, they start depending on you. It's like as soon as you get your first income, as soon as you get your first job, it's like, yo, I ain't gonna lie, like how much they getting you? 1,100. You think you could just take care of the phone, just take care of the cable bill. That's all. Just take care of the cable. Throw me like $100 a month for the groceries. That's all. Until you get your own spot, you good. You straight. You like, damn. Off the rip, I couldn't even stack a couple paychecks from my first job. Family need me already. Need my stability already. Like, should we put you through school? Shit, it's our time to receive. So, Taurus in the 4th house, Aquarius rising. I already be knowing Aquarius rising. It's like, damn, I would have never asked for all that allowance if that was the case. I really would have never asked for that raising allowance senior year if I knew this shit was gonna backfire like this. Can't wait till I get up out this motherfucking house. Niggas is raping me in here. You don't even buy groceries. How you want $150 a week for groceries? You don't even buy groceries. You don't even make food in the house. So anyways, you just run into certain circumstances like that with Taurus in the 4th house. You feel me? You may have stability to access, but in some type of shape or form, you start developing priorities, responsibilities, and possibly being the dependent upon one in the house. Now, Uranus has been transiting this house for the past couple of years, so you've been going through some transformations with the relationship with your parents, but specifically your mother, your home environment. That may have changed. You may have moved. You may have transformed. Certain people is in your house now that wasn't in your house before. You may have been way more secluded in your 4th house early. I mean, you may have been more secluded. I just read your comment while I was trying to think. Soulful connection. You said yes, get out early to run. I said you may have been secluded early. You may have turned into more of a secluded, isolated individual when it comes to your 4th house lately, with Uranus transit in the 4th house. So it's like you more sensitive to people being close to you. You more sensitive. You more discerning about building emotional rapport with people. You more understanding of how your individuality reflects in the home. You may have allowed yourself to be more individual in the home lately, these past 2 years, Aquarius rising. So there may have been certain things that you compromised with in the home with your parents, with your loved ones. These past 2 years, you're like, nah, nope. Uranus brought that motherfucking individuality to the 4th house. It brought that unapologetic ass energy into the 4th house. And now when it comes to you having to pay this, that, and the third, pay your parents this much a month to live here, or when it comes to this situation with your parents, or situation with your loved ones, or the situation with your children, these past 2 years, shit has been changing. And a lot of the changes is because you found more stronger individual ideals dealing with the home. You start developing more individual perspectives dealing with your children from your baby father or your baby mother. You started developing different ideals, a new, stronger individual influence about what your family got going on and how much they kind of drain your ass. It's like, I don't even live there no more. How the fuck y'all still managed to stress me out and frustrate me and drain some of my energy? How is this possible? I provide for myself. I live in my own crib. How do y'all stress me out even more? I'm not even there no more. Y'all just miss me. That's what it is. Y'all miss my dependence, huh? Y'all miss my reliability, huh? It wasn't all about the money. It was about the comfort. It was about the Taurus energy, the stability my aura brought in the home. That's missed now, huh? You feel me? So when we talk about Uranus transiting here, there's all those transformations you may have experienced. I don't live there no more for real. Everybody's saying that in the comments. Wow, but you're spot on. Yeah, man. Listen, and that's what y'all gotta understand. Uranus has not. This ain't no sun transit 30 days. This ain't no Mercury 30-day transit. This ain't no Mars 2-month transit. It's Uranus, y'all. It's a generational planet. These energies stay somewhere for a while. And with something there for a while is inevitable. The houses you have Capricorn in, is inevitable that you went through changes, crazy transformations here in the past couple of years. The house you have Taurus here is inevitable. The house that you have Pisces in, Neptune, is bringing some changes there, but Neptune don't have that much of a transformation influence as like Pluto and Uranus. Those are the actual things those planets are trying to do. Neptune, things might transform in the house that you have Pisces in, but it ain't really transforming from the sense of, just you fighting for your power and your individuality and influencing change and transformation. It ain't from that perspective. It may just be from the things you're doing to connect to your dreams, your aspirations, and you're going through changes in your life. But it's still Neptune, still been there, been in that house for a minute. So you're still going through changes in that house. I like to say an evolution. And what's the other generation? Yeah, you could throw Saturn in there too. That's why Saturn returns are so important. All right. I'm experiencing my first Saturn return right now. It's been all right. You feel me? I got this motherfucker right here. Hold on. Somebody got me a bunch of books for my birthday last year. I appreciate that shit. I ain't gonna throw their name out there on that one. But because I feel like if they see this, like, yeah, who got you them bitches? This is a good book, y'all. Saturn returns, thick and astrologically, Tom Jacobs, So for all my 27, 20, you about to turn 27? You about to hit your late 20s? Might want to do a little bit extra studying, y'all. You're going to need the spiritual support during these years. You're going to need the spiritual support around this time. All right? Because there's going to be a lot of things that's influencing you to restrict, limit, stop giving time to relationship changes. You might not be your kid's baby, your parents' baby no more. You just that nigga now. Just that nigga in the house. So yeah, man, the Saturn return ain't no motherfucking game. Okay. But for those that's spiritually inclined, or for those that's just serious about bringing change into their life, when they start feeling that energy around 27, 28, you step into your 30s in a different energy because you embrace that cycle. People that don't embrace the cycle step into their 30s like, what the fuck going on? Like you bewildered. You ain't take Saturn return serious at all. You saw all your friends turning 27, 28, 29. You see people starting families. You see people get more cemented into their career. You see people make more adult decisions. You still think it's playtime. You still think you in your early 20s. You don't understand the significance of discipline. You don't understand the significance of time management. You don't understand how this realm moves at all. And you in your late 20s. I ain't saying you're supposed to be perfect, but goddamn. You feel me? So, anyways, I'm a Taurus sun in the 4th house. Yes, this super applies to you. Not only is it your solar return season, the ruler's coming back to the 4th house. So I didn't even really jump into what the sun in the 4th house doing yet. I'm just breaking down Uranus, bringing this shit whole because you need to understand this shit. So when we look at Uranus in the 4th house, once again, all type of family transformations and whatnot, right? Now, Mercury's been in the house the past 2 weeks. Mercury has been in this house the past 2 weeks. So you've been analyzing things in the home a little bit differently. You've been analyzing your space a little bit differently. So maybe you don't live with your family. You live on your own. You feel me? You got your own shit. Things about your home, your sanctuary, things about taking care of the 4th house. It may be things dealing with things dealing with property responsibilities. Make sure you're on top of all of that shit this month. All right, you got shit to take care of your crib, certain responsibilities prior to you own your crib and this and that. Feel me? Your home ownership. Make sure you take care of what you got to take care of. You got shit to take care of with your tenants. Take care of that shit right now. All right, Mercury probably had you on top of that already these past 2 weeks though. So Mercury's like detail oriented. Once again, it just wants to see what do we need to fix, what do we need to tweak. So you got a lot of that shit going on in the 4th house, and just simply things that you feel like you need to specifically communicate to loved ones and family members or people in the home, maybe your child, maybe your roommate. Mercury starts to build that influence like, hey, I know you had this issue going on. This will be the real mature, practical, cooperative, and compromised way of relating this information. That's what Mercury has been doing in this house in Taurus. You feel me? You already have Taurus in the 4th house, so you're already naturally influenced to. Damn, I hope my phone don't start doing that stupid shit. Can y'all still hear me on Instagram? Because the light that mic shit blinking, man. I hate when I do this shit. Y'all can still hear me? Okay. Oh, bet. So, Mercury has definitely helped you to see all these. Helped you develop more cooperative communication methods within the home here. You know, even though you got Taurus in the 4th house, I don't know what your sun, moon, rising in it is. You feel me? You got Taurus in the 4th house, but you might be a whole Scorpio sun, Aries moon, Venus and Mars in Cap, Venus and Mars in Scorpio. So when it comes to you cooperating and relating, that's a tall task. But if you have, you know, Taurus in the 4th house, there's going to be some sense of harmony here. You know, you also got to look at the house lords too. House lords play a huge factor too. So, you know, I may be saying this shit about cooperation, stability in the home, but you know, these things may be able to be able to point to, but you may have a house lord, your 4th house lord somewhere else, and you really experience some other shit in the 4th house. You feel me? But the influence is still kind of going to be there regardless of the sign, you know. So like for me, I got the 4th house lord in the 8th house. My home environment, my family home environment goes through a whole bunch of transformation. I dealt with all type of trauma just by what I was looking at my family go through at a young age, and I had to realize that shit influenced me as I get older. You feel me? So I started dealing with transformations in that area. You know, so you got to understand the house lords of your 4th house. This is how you really tap into shadow work, understand the things that you are prone to deal with when it comes to emotional stability in this lifetime. You feel me? Now, the sun is in here. So when the sun comes into the 4th house, it puts a flashlight on your heart, puts a flashlight on the heart chakra and everything that affects the heart chakra, right? This is the most private house in the chart. So when the sun comes in here, you have potential for a lot of your shit that's private to be exposed. Understand that. You're going to feel attention. You already may feel a little bit of this with Mercury in transit in this house the past 2 weeks. It may already feel like people are a little bit nosier with your private issues and your private matters. Your parents probably nosier about it. So what's going on with your relationship? Have you spoke about marriage yet? Yo, mom, get your breath stink. First of all, it's early as hell your breath stink. Back up, mom. Damn. Been dating this girl for 2 years. I've been dating this girl for a year. You already pressing me about marriage and shit? Relax. You nosy, curious as hell. Brush teeth. Damn. Motherfuckers be thinking because they family, they could be in your face in the morning. Just because I know what your stink smell like don't mean I'm comfortable with your stankness. Bringing issues to me early in the morning. Got to go do your face routine first, start talking to me and shit. So yeah, the Aquarius rising, y'all probably already experienced people a little bit more curious about what's going on in there. Your parents, your mom more curious about your private matters, private issues. People be asking you, what you be doing when you not at work? You don't be coming to the club with us, nothing, this, that, third. Is that what you be doing? You're like, I be in my crib. And don't worry about that. The fuck is you talking about? So you dealing with a lot of that shit right now. But overall, though, the sun is coming in here, so it starts making everything that affects all people, places, and things, bad habits, ways of thinking, right? Experiences, traumas, wounds, everything that affects your emotional stability, you get right to the core because the sun is like, we see it now. We see that shit now. There's going to always be things when the sun comes into the house you ain't seen before. So with the sun entering the 4th house, things that affect your emotional stability, you're going to understand. Things that make you feel uncomfortable in probably your own home environment is more vivid now, you know? Could be the people in the home environment. Could be certain things about you. Maybe your home environment a little bit too goddamn cluttered, and you got all this unused. You got a bunch of shit in your home you don't use. It's in the way of everything, and you just gonna keep this shit here. This shit got dust. This shit collecting dust. Your ancestors in the crib sneezing and shit. Get that shit out the house. Filter the house. You feel me? Mercury's in the house. All the shit that you don't need in your crib. All the influences you let into your crib, that aka people you let into the home, people you started connecting with close, people you started developing an emotional rapport with, people, places, and things you start caring about, you've been starting to develop care for. The sun is going to get right to the core, helping you understand, should we be connected to this energy? Is this something that is healthy to leave into our private space or allowed to be in our home? Person, place, or thing, or things dealing with your physical home, right? So your emotional stability, all of that is huge light here. Because it's Taurus energy, it brings new solutions and resolve to work in the home. And now you have a stronger sense of your value system within the home right now. So once again, This is not the month that your parents or loved ones want to be on your ass about something you value, because this is the month you got Mercury and the Sun in the 4th house. They don't really want to hear how you really feel about shit, because it's just like you're gonna put them in a position where it's like, I don't care, let him do whatever they want to do with their life. They pretty strong on that thing that they value. So if you run into that situation with your loved ones, with your partner, with your children, with your parents, like let their ass know you got the Sun and Mercury in the 4th house. Be careful how you deliver it, but they're gonna just feel you a little differently right now. They're gonna feel your energy a little differently right now. If you already have Mercury, you already got Mercury transit in the house, so you already may have manifested that in the past 2 weeks, having to express or communicate some shit to your loved ones, parents, children in a certain way. You didn't communicate that shit before, but you knew after you communicate shit, you went to sleep like they felt that shit. They felt that shit. That shit came out the 4th house. That shit came out the 4th house. So Mercury has no, all it can do is communicate the emotions. All it can do is communicate how it feels, or things dealing with the home, or things dealing with the heart. So people with Mercury in Cancer and Mercury in the 4th house understand they may not be the biggest communicators, but when they speak, you gonna feel their shit. You gonna feel their shit though. You feel me? You know, there's some meaning in every motherfucking word. So that's like the huge influence going on there. Sun in that house. We got Pisces in the 2nd house, Aquarius rising. So you're going to be getting a lot of the things dealing with your value system. You got Venus transit in the 2nd house right now. Ooh, you got Venus transit in the 2nd house right now. Self-esteem is up here. All right. Self-esteem is up here. We got Neptune and Jupiter transit in the 2nd house. There's been a lot of new wisdom and opportunities to help expand the 2nd house of the things that you value within yourself. But yeah, Venus transit in the 2nd house and Mars is up in this house now. So it's like you turned up, you've been in a space valuing what is, when Venus comes in the 2nd house, when it comes to your value system, Venus ain't taking no shorts here. Like, it's like, nigga, this is what we good at. This is what you have to learn how to value and appreciate within yourself. How many circumstances do I got to manifest for people externally to confirm it? So when Venus gets into the 2nd house, it ain't no running from what you're good at. It ain't no running from what you value, especially when you have negative values. Venus comes in this house, and she could lose herself even more with this value, with what you're already valuing, because it's only going to bring more access to it. All right. But overall, when it comes to creative aspirations, business endeavors, business projects, or whatnot, like Venus is bringing a lot of support here. So this is a beautiful time for you to make sure you stay concentrated, keep that house, work in that house diligently. When it comes to, the things you want to connect to the world, things dealing with career, making money, be patient with these things right now, because Mars could make you a little too amped in this house, because Mars struggle in this house. Mars have a hard time slowing down in this house. All right. So it may seem like there's a lot going on with career and making money right now. Your emphasis during Taurus season is your emotional well-being, your mental health, making sure your home is a home you're comfortable in, making sure you're filtering and detoxing and taking care of all people, places, and things and influences that affect your home, affect your emotional well-being, period. All right. And just know your 2nd house active as shit. So you may manifest situations where you walk into a position where people realize your value off the rip before you even got to expressing doing anything, with just having Venus and all them energies lighting up the 2nd house. Okay. Now, Aquarius rising, Capricorn rising, Taurus in the 5th house. All right. Now, with Cap risings, with Taurus transiting with Uranus, and I'm word to everything. I love family. I'm about to speed this up. With Uranus transiting in the 5th house, we're going through a lot of transformation when it comes to your ability to deal with expression and being on a camera and being seen and conducting yourself on stage. You've been going through a lot of transformation with this in the past 2 years. All right. If you already deal with forms of self-expression, you're an artist, you content creator, you be on camera, you do this, that, and the third, you a model, whatever it is, you have went through a lot of transformations and power and control issues doing that. You may have had other people trying to influence you to express yourself like this, and then you realize you want to express yourself like that, but these energies holding you back. So you're going through a lot of different power control issues when it comes to self-creative expression. Now, at the same time, Uranus also influences strong individual expression here too. It may have been something in the past 2 years, especially if you're an artist. You know, you may have been more comfortable making content that you know gonna rub people wrong, rub people a certain way, trigger certain things. But hey, this is how I strongly individually feel about some shit. You know, when I teach or when I give my or when I make my music, you know, you're way more unapologetic when it comes into forms of self-expression, way more individual, way more influence to connect with people who feel your message through your art. You know, really don't give a fuck about being a people pleaser with your art. You want that shit to come from source, and Uranus is pushing you to allow your reality and your relationships to transform based off of how you project your realness, how you project who the fuck you really are. Uranus, your individuality, what makes you different from everybody else. So you've been going through power and control issues, trying to embrace that. All right. Now, you may have went through certain transformations with your children. If you have children, I would say these transformations with Uranus is more so you being able to understand what your children are individually into. And you have to be able to understand that maybe what you wanted for them or what you individually want for them ain't what the fuck they want for themselves. And you really got to understand that, or you just going to be in the way of what that spirit came to do. All right. So, you know, with Uranus transit in the 5th house, yes, if you have children, or maybe you are of motherly, fatherly guidance to somebody in your life, they're not your child. You know, they look at you as an older figure or somebody like that. You got to understand there may be a time right now you start seeing the shift in their values or something they want to do individually, and you got to understand that's their path to walk. If they ain't doing nothing negative or anything, then you got to understand like that's their path to walk, you know? So that's some of the changes Uranus brings into the 5th house. Now, Mercury transit in the 5th house. A bunch of new ideas these past couple of weeks dealing with how you deal with your creative artistic expression. Once again, say you're an artist, you deal with some type of content, you on the camera, you do something where you're seeing, where you deal with expression. These past 2 weeks, you've been seeing a lot of new ways to tweak your shit. You've been looking at your shit on YouTube like, damn, maybe if I get a new camera and position my shit like this, my display will look way better. Mercury start adding the tweaks, the details of things. I was just doing the reading today. The person I was doing the reading for had Mercury in the 5th house. When Mercury's in the 5th house in your natal chart, by default, to me, this is like Simon Powell energy. This is like motherfucking you a judge at a talent show energy. You're the one that gets to critique the art. You the fashion judge, you know. You the one judging the music at the end, Simon and them judging the music, judging the art, judging the expression, critiquing, seeing the detail to the expression. Or you the art coach, you working with somebody with their art creativity, like, no, you need to act like this and that. You could help people see themselves within their art. You can help be a coach in dealing with things with expression. You know, you may develop a reputation with Mercury in the 5th house where your critique or your opinion on things dealing with expression is really valued, or you're able to develop a valued critique for things dealing with entertainment. So a lot of people that have like reaction channels, or people that like to have podcasts or react to situations going on in society in the entertainment world with celebrities, a lot of them have Mercury in the 5th house, or like Mercury and Leo energies be tapping people into that type of energy too. So that's what's going on with Mercury transiting that 5th house. I'm literally playing Simon Cowell. So that's what's happening with next level shadow leading. Yep. That's what's happening with Mercury transit in the 5th house. You're seeing a lot of new details, developing new ideas, and tweaking things when it comes to how you deal with creative artistic expression. You're developing more conversation with other people, potentially gaining more information and insight or detail on how to do something with creative expression, right? Now, the sun is entering this house. One of the sun's favorite places to be in the zodiac, all right? The 5th house, home. So when it comes to expression, this is the time for you to feel comfortable with that, because the sun is comfortable at home right now. So the things that you've been going through transformations with Uranus when it deals with expression in this house, the new realizations, details, new things to tweak with Mercury in this house, especially with people, places, and things and external forces that affect how you express yourself. That's another thing Mercury's picking up here. It's picking up how other people in your life, other influences or factors in your life play too much of an influence on how you need to be individually coming up with how you express yourself, right? Let's say you used to be in a group collaborative effort. Now you going solo with your music or something. You depending too much on your opinion of them when you're about to drop your new individual mixtape. Everybody about to love this shit from you. They're like, oh shit, this person going solo, this, and that, third. But you asking the people you used to make the music with, like, what y'all think? You can't really be too trustworthy of their energy around this time. You doing your solo thing. You gotta embrace doing your solo thing right now with expression. You gotta embrace that shit. With the sun coming in the fifth house, you can't be too much in the air thinking about what they gonna think about my expression. Don't put yourself too much with the sun during the transit in the fifth house. You can't put yourself so much in a space trying to figure out how other people see you. There's transit to help you understand that. All right. But right now, the sun is more so helping you see how you deal with expression. Mercury in this house helping you see how you could increase or make different changes with how you deal with your expression or creative endeavors, or connecting to that inner child, dealing with relationships with children in your life. If you have children or whatnot, you feel me? Mercury in the fifth house, your child may start communicating some things that have been pent up, and you got to be able to be open to that. Understand that may have been something that's pent up, even if it's something that's wrong that they say negatively, what they were supposed to do now to express themselves. That shit was pent up. They just find that you got Mercury transit fifth house. They just, in some type of shape form, it manifested that they start communicating that shit. You feel me? So that's something to take heed to. Now you got Pisces in. If we got Pisces in the third house, so there's a lot going on with your friends that's stimulating your creative energies, your aspirations. Right now, you're definitely seeing the connection and the disconnect between familiar friends, siblings, relatives, people that's in your social circle when it comes to your dreams and aspirations. You definitely seeing that motherfucking disconnect. Please deal with reality in that house, because it's easy to be among illusions with Pisces and water houses right now. And for you, these illusions would take place dealing with situations with siblings, close friends, or just familiar friends, right? Or people in your surroundings, your roommate. Please be realistic dealing with their ass right now, because you'll be caught up in a whole illusion or some shit, or having to snap out some shit in the next couple of weeks dealing with their ass. So, but there's a lot of support that's going to be coming from the third house to help that fifth house. So there may be some disconnects, but there may be some real connections, or with a certain friend that's like, yo, I see you doing that, this, that, and the third in the fifth house, dealing with your expression, this, that, and the third. They got this studio down here. Oh, I got a camera, bro. I could have been recording you, or this, that. That you may get support from the third house in some type of shape or form. Maybe somebody in your environment, a sibling, relative, friend, wants to pour into what you're dealing with from an expression level. You know, from the things you're dealing with, what's happening to your the relationship with your inner child. Once again, all the sun in the fifth house is gonna have to get into some things dealing with the inner child. So it's either some fun we're gonna have to dive into. If we've been neglecting fun in our life a little bit too much, you may manifest that friend that drags you out the motherfucking house. If your ass just been a couch potato and you just been worrying about work or your schedule, or just like, get your ass up out the house. You got the sun in the fifth house. Come on, go get some drinks, motherfucker. Or the sun gonna be influenced, pushing you to deal with creative endeavors, deal with creative expression, deal with that anything with you being getting the spotlight, getting attention, or people seeing your awareness for something that you're expressing or putting out into the air. All right, so that's what that energy is gonna deal with. Yeah, you missed the second house. You can go on IG and check my first live to check out the second house though before I end this one. So that's what we got going on in the fifth house for my cat risings. All right. Taurus in the sixth house. All right, Taurus in the sixth house. This is my Sag risings. So with Taurus in the sixth house, this is already Earth, fire rising, Earth in the Earth house. With Taurus in the sixth house, you're going to be influenced to take a lot of what you have in your value system and make sure it's a part of your schedule or regimen or routine. This is why a lot of Sag risings, the personality already doesn't like being limited, doesn't like being restricted. Is Jupiter energy, is fire. It likes to spread its wings, experience new things, spread its fire. But when it gets into Earth houses, then they start having to learn with some type of stability, right? And when we get into Taurus in the sixth house, this is why Sag risings, they gotta be in some type of career that they value, like because once they get into the workplace, it ain't nothing that they value in the workplace, or at least the job they're in now, it doesn't help them to support what they do value. You know, maybe there's a thing they're building on the side that they do value. A Sagittarius could rise and go lose his mind in the workplace. Sagittarius gonna lose his mind in the workplace. You feel me? Now the thing is, the influence to gain stability zone is gonna be there for the fire risings. They got Earth in the Earth houses. It's gonna be there. They may deal with some frustrations there. They may deal with they may have impatient ways in that house, especially if they sun moon Mars, Venus is anywhere in a fire sign. But when it comes into the Earth house, they have Earth influences here. So they're going to see other people getting money. They're going to see their friends getting money. They're going to see their family members getting money, you know. They're going to come out the house in 5th grade, drug dealers out. Listen, the influence is going to be out there for the fire risings, all right? They're going to get influenced to do some things to get money overnight, too. And that's what burns y'all fire risings. That's what really be burning y'all. But when we get to Taurus in the 6th house, shit, a lot of times y'all value system develop out this motherfucker. You start working out a job and you're like, nah, this can't be life. Hell no. Like, matter of fact, I do got to invest into my value. Like, this ain't it. I do got to invest into my ability to sing. I do need to invest in my ability to teach my experiences about this, that, and the third. So that's what that Taurus in the 6th house starts making that Sagittarius rising do. In some type of shape or form, they start looking at their schedule, routine in life, and they're like, nah, I want to change this up, and it's going to have to start by me cultivating some type of routine or regimen for something that I truly value. And that's what Taurus is consistently doing in this house. That's why it's a strong influence. That's why these things can be developed from a young age. That's why Sag rising may find themselves in certain careers, aspirations from a young age or whatnot. You know, it could be some certain subtle influences with Earth through fire houses and whatnot. I mean, yeah, Earth through the Earth houses. And so, yeah, Taurus going to have a strong self-esteem. You also develop a strong self-esteem behind scheduling routine. So you start feeling like ain't nothing I can't manifest if I don't work for the bitch. If I develop a certain schedule routine for that motherfucker, I'm going to manifest that. It's going to come into fruition. You feel me? Period. With Taurus in there. So Uranus been transiting in this house. You're going through a lot of transformation when it comes to the workplace, when it comes to regimen, schedule, routine, when it comes to possibly where you work at past 2 years. You probably don't work at where you work at 2 years ago. You feel me? Once again, everybody that got Taurus in the Earth houses, y'all all going through transformation past 2.5 years in career. And all that, once again, all the transformations are stemming from the same place. Uranus is all trying to get y'all to do what y'all doing now for yourselves, or to take what y'all value within yourselves and make that support self. One or the other. So you might be a teacher, but you teach you're a fucking college professor, or you teach in high school, but that's still your passion, teaching. Right now, you got Taurus in the Earth house. A lot of that influence these past 2.5 years is to develop some type of platform or something where you could teach with more authority. You could teach with less restriction. You could teach more of the things you could customize your own curriculum. And when we're talking about teaching, like, I think Big Empress Energy was a teacher, if I'm not mistaken. I think I seen her post something last year, like, hey, I remember when I invested in my LLC to teach spirituality, this and the third. I used to be a teacher. So some people already naturally, their career influences lead them to a certain energy. Some of y'all already got teaching energies, or that y'all supposed to be dealing with in career. Some of y'all already got creative energies y'all supposed to be dealing with in career. You're supposed to be here making money off your music, your art. But it got condensed to making money from your music and art in this company, right? Or at this establishment, when it was really supposed to be for you to govern everything from that talent and creativity in the first place. You're supposed to eat everything from that, you know, instead of sharing your talents for another company or establishment. You know, once again, I did a reading today, and then when I spoke about career influences, they asked me, is this something I'm supposed to be applying from an entrepreneur level? I said, I don't never teach. I never in my life teach anything from a career, get money perspective, stability perspective, in spirituality and astrology from a working for somebody else perspective. Never in my life. Because spirit don't perceive that when you're designing your chart, when you're designing these influences, when you're picking your son to be here, this house lord to be there, your spirit don't vibe like that, don't have that understanding that I'm coming down to condense my energies to feed a company, another entity, so they could eat off my energy, and I only get this PC, and now I got to maintain that till 60 retirement. Spirit don't function like that. Spirit is like, motherfucker, these my gifts. We're going to do this to make some stability. All right. Matter of fact, this lifetime, I'm going to put my second house lord in the 11th house. So I know when I turn 15, 16, 17, I'm going to meet that friend that we're going to start doing that thing, and that's going to turn into this, that, and the third. So this is what you're doing before you come here. You know you signed contracts, right? We all know we signed the contracts to be here. So don't think you ain't designed your chart. So when you come down here, you feel and think certain things that lead you to certain places. So this is why motherfucking This is why, what's the name? Like I said, y'all may be in certain careers already. You may get a reading from an astrologer, like, yeah, you're supposed to be an astrologer, shit. You're supposed to be a teacher, shit. You're like, well, damn, I do teach, but I feel like there's a limit at where I teach at. I feel like there's a cap. I love what I do, though. I love enlightening the children. Like, you feel me? So always put yourself in a do for self position, y'all. Spirit don't got no balls. Spirit don't got no motherfucking manager. That's how y'all gotta look at it. Spirit ain't got no boss and manager. Your boss as spirit is the motherfucker who created you. And that's you. You just that. So if you're gonna say God and other gods and entities is your boss because you spirit and your spirit derived from different spiritual families, if anybody gonna be a boss or a god of you, it's gonna be your spiritual family. And they ain't trying to do that neither. They not trying to be authority of your ass neither. They want you to do your own thing and represent the spiritual family as divinely as possible. They ain't trying to be your boss, though. They ain't trying to be your manager. Shit, there's times we be wanting our spiritual family to manage a little bit more in our life, and they be like, no, you gotta learn. You gotta learn on your own. We can't just give you everything. We're gonna help out, you feel me? Especially for some of y'all that's in tune, that be talking to y'all spiritual family or y'all channel spiritual ancestors for other people. Y'all know that's how it rolls. Y'all know that there's a cap sometimes when you're trying to understand certain things, because it's like, if I lead you this, that, and the third in that way, what's the point of you experiencing in the first place? We can't help you with every motherfucking thing. The place where your spiritual family is at right now, where your ancestors is at right now, this is the same shit going on with them. They just in a most likely in a higher place than you. They have more experience than you spiritually. So that's how it plays out. They're able to look out for you. You don't even know what you're doing for some of you're an ancestor to somebody. You got to know that. You're an ancestor to somebody. So best believe you have a descendant of you picking up on your energies. You have a descendant of you picking up on your energies in the first, second realm and shit, in the dimension. Your future child is picking up on your energies right now. You know, you don't know that. You're going to have this child in the next 5, 7 years, 8 years, but they starting to resonate with you right now. So this is why we'll give birth to a kid. We'll give birth to a spirit that does some shit exactly like us. How the fuck do niggas go to the NBA and then both of their children go to the NBA when the percentage is that small? Because that spirit was resonating with you when the father made it to the NBA, and they were in a spiritual vibration where that's where their heart, blood, sacrifices, their mental energy, all of their spirit was being pushed to manifest in that. Before you got in the body, you picked up on that shit like, oh shit, that shit resonate with some shit I like to fuck with. Let me try to get in that body. Let me try to make them motherfuckers my parents, because they already vibrate with my energy. So this is me speaking it out, but this is what's happening. It ain't no talking. It happens. It's just energy. Your frequency just resonates with your parents' frequency. Now, when you're born, why you think you have some of the tendencies they have? Why you think, that's how it is. That's what it is, or you manifest, you have a child and people are saying like, damn, like that's just how my grandfather used to say this, that, and the third, or that's just how, you feel me, your dad, you feel me, you be telling your son like, yo, you just like your pops and this, that, and the third, you just like your mom and this. Now you know who spirit was resonating with who. Your child do everything like your motherfucking like your partner. You know who that spirit was resonating with a little bit more. You just was a part of the puzzle to help things come into fruition, so you need it in the process too. But that child was resonating with somebody in that and with the parents to the point it just grabs so many of the tendencies and it just plays out like that. So that's what's really going on. So with all that being said, I don't even know how we got there, but when we get into where we even at, sixth house, we're in the sixth house. No, yeah, we in the 6th house. I did the 5th house. So the transformations. Wait, are we in the 6th house? Did I make it into the 6th house? How far did I get into the 6th house, y'all? How far did I get into the 6th house? Yeah. I've been saying y'all been going through transformations in career. Facts. Uranus got y'all going through a whole bunch of transformations in career. Your boss manages all type of transformations in the past 2 years within the workplace schedule routine. And Uranus is influencing you to take your individuality and put that into the 6th house. So start working on something we're individually invested in and whatnot. Let that turn into schedule and routine here. Now, Mercury's been in that house past 2 weeks. Mercury loves this house. Mercury loves the 6th house. This is home for Mercury. You can say this is an exalted place for Mercury too. So we could really say Mercury's exalted in Virgo. It rules Virgo, but it's exalted in that bitch too. See, Gemini and Virgo and Sag, they don't have no exaltations. This is why they exaggerate their energy. You feel me? So you can look at your exaltation as a secondary ruler. So Aries, you rule by Mars, but like you could say the sun is like your second ruler. Taurus, you rule by Venus, but you could say the moon is like your second ruler, your exaltation planet, right? But when we get into like Gemini, Sagittarius, Virgo, these energies, this is why Geminis and Virgo are some of the smartest people on the earth. Because their Mercury is exaggerated. Their ruler is exaggerated. There's no exaltation place. So this is why you have Geminis that'll talk a whole lot. That's why you have Gemini that is just too many thoughts. So it's like they're going to have a bunch of thoughts for the collective, a bunch of new ideas how to do what they do. So it's like they just learn how to control their gift and power. You know, same thing with Virgo. So when we look at Virgo energy or Sagittarius, that's why you got Sagittarius ruled by Jupiter, but there's no exaltation here. So this is why Sagittarius, you got Sagittarius that out the womb they preaching. Out the womb. They see spirituality and everything out the womb. We got them Sagittarius. Highly philosophical, highly into the spirit. It don't matter if they are Christian pastor or it don't matter if they are astrology. They're into astrology. They got some spiritual influences running through them. They got some religious spiritual influences running through them or philosophical. Or you got them Sagittarius that's just super, super philosophical. Everything. There's a meaning lesson in everything, my brother. No. Listen, my brother. That's how the system wants you to think, my brother. Why you think they call us black, my brother? We ain't really black. That ain't really our skin tone. See, my brother, we're really the hue of brown. But when you look at the etymology of the word black. See, so you got them motherfuckers right there. You got them Sagittarius right there. Everything got some meaning to it. There's a reason for everything. So they'll exaggerate Jupiter. You know, be real dramatic about things or gas things up. Sagittarius gas things up a lot. So if they're excited, they could be in a super excited mood. They're happy. They're super happy. But if you see a Sagittarius down, sad, or mad, they'll exaggerate that too. You feel me? But that's how you know they're really in a fucked up state because they don't like passing that energy on. So Sagittarius know how to fake their funk. They'll be going through some shit and they'll know how to fake their funk so people don't feel their negative energy. But if you got a Sag that's dragging the negative energy, go hug that Sag. Go hug that Sag. You feel me? Tell that Sag everything will be okay. You don't know that they've been faking the funk all this time. It's just that this week is like I can't fake the funk. Now this shit caught up to me. I'm feeling it. It caught up to me. I can't fake the smiles and shit. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm gonna just stay by myself. That's why you won't really see it though, because they don't want to throw that on other people. It's they're the sign of enlightenment. They want to lift other people's vibes. Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, rises. To a degree, if you got Jupiter in Sag, you part of Jupiter and Sag generation. So when we look at that 6th house, man, Mercury loves to be in this house. It's chancing here past 2 weeks, man. It's been all type of frustrations and issues you may have been dealing with or changes you may have been dealing with at the workplace. But now that Mercury's in here, man, you putting people, places, and things in order like a motherfucker in the 6th house. You telling your coworker about themselves. You expressing certain things in the workplace. You starting to put your foot down a little bit when it comes to your schedule and routine. Mercury's like, now we seeing the details of things. We're seeing how Mercury helps you to put things together mentally so you can act on them efficiently. So, you know, Mercury seeing all of that shit in the 6th house. You may be even critiqued a little bit more in the 6th house. You know, when it comes to how you schedule work, routine, work on things, you're being more of a harsher critic on yourself because you want to build that much right now. You want to get more, you want to get the stability in your own hands in the sixth house right now, feeling that sun coming in there and whatnot. So it's like the Mercury in there is just making sure, yo, like, these are the best plans. These are the best plans I could come up with in this motherfucker. You feel me? Your Mercury is trying to develop all the right routines, regimens, things to take out, people, places, and things to take out your schedule and regimen, people, places, and things to put in your schedule and regimen to help support the goals that you have in your Earth houses. But Mercury's beast in the sixth house is a beast here. It's a beast here. So if there's something that needs to be out your schedule and regimen and you're ignoring Mercury, that can manifest into something. That can manifest into some friction you may not want to deal with. So get on top of it when Mercury gets on top of it, because it's going to make sure it lets you know. It's going to make sure it lets you know in this house. Now, the sun is coming in here. All right. So with the sun entering the sixth house, when it comes to priorities and responsibilities in your life, these things are highlighted. When it comes to keeping a certain schedule and routine, to trying your best to exercise, maintaining a certain schedule and routine, the sun and Mercury in here together, this is a great time to get settled and grounded. Who is this? This is my Sag rising. Yeah. No. Yes. It's my Sag rising. So Sag risings, and I know how easy it is for you specifically to feel reckless or unstable or unorganized, or when you try to concentrate and focus on some shit, other people, places, and things, external energies, Jupiter always bringing constant episodes, spontaneous energies. So it's hard to get stability at times with strong Sag placements. This is a season to get all the way back in order, Sag rising. This is a season to get all the way back in order, back grounded. It starts with you acknowledging all the things Mercury been trying to get in and out the sixth house these past 2 weeks. It starts there. It starts there. Mercury has been loud. Mercury has been letting you know, like, all right, we stayed content with this job long enough. Let's start developing a new idea to get about this month. It don't have to be overnight, but Mercury's in your sixth house talking about, let me help you, help me to help you. All right. While I'm in here, I'm going to develop the best ideas and plans. I'm going to look at your second house, because me being in the sixth house right now as Mercury transit here, I have an easy view of your second house. So I could easily see things in your second house that you should be valuing and appreciating within yourself to make you think about, to help support what we should probably start working on and scheduling. And then since I'm in the sixth house, I also could see your 10th house clearly, the other Earth house. So I could develop all these ideas and influences and potential in your head to keep you inspired and motivated, to let you know, if we work on these second house things in the sixth house, if we actually put these things that we value, or these creative abilities, or these talents, or things people say we good at, into our sixth house, into our routine and regiment, do you know how much we could shift by the end of Taurus season? Now, this is what Mercury been saying in here for 2 weeks now. This is the influences you've been picking up for about 2 weeks, depending on what degree Taurus starts in your sixth house, So just know that the sun is finna come in here and be like, yo, Mercury, what you been up to? I'm finna act. This is why, if you didn't realize, Mercury's only in the sign of your sun sign, the sign before and the sign after. Mercury's the closest planet to the sun. So it's not going to be 2 signs away from your sun, 3 signs away. It's only going to be in the sign of your sun, the sign before, or the sign after. It's really, Mercury really supposed to be in the sign of your sun, but over time a lot of shit changes. But it's like your sun is supposed to favor the mind. The thoughts and your actions are supposed to be on the same page. So that's why Mercury and the sun is like this. So if you got Mercury, transit in that sixth house, when the sun come up, it's like the sun is catching up to Mercury right now. It's like, yo, what you been picking up on? What details you been seeing in this house? What people, places, and things have you been noticing these past couple of weeks about the workplace? How you could shift your reality through schedule and routine? What have you noticed about your diet and regimen? What have you noticed about your diet and regimen? Because now I'm here. I'm finna act on all of that shit. I'm finna help to see more too. I'm finna bring more of a light to everything you already thinking about, Mercury, but we finna act on this shit now. We finna keep, and then we talking about Taurus season deals with what? Consistency, keeping things in motion. So when we look at the sixth house, this is a great time to come into the Taurus season with a certain regiment, routine, schedule in motion, because this is what's gonna, these next 30 days, I promise y'all, Sag risings, I promise y'all, very, very critical time for y'all with these energies transiting the motherfucking sixth house Taurus in there. You already got Taurus in the Earth houses. All right. Stay focused on y'all shit. All right, IG. They finna end me on this John too. A dollar night. This you came with. That's just how. Yeah. A dollar night. And fuck the niggas that you came with. Yeah. Yeah. Make this plane switch. That's just how. Yeah. Dollar night. Just fuck the niggas that you came with. All right. So, yeah, man. Yeah, my Sag risings is a beautiful time for y'all, especially because when we look at the sixth house, we have if we look 2 houses back, the 4th house is where Pisces at, right? Pisces should be somewhere in the 4th house. So this is where a lot of inspiration and support is coming from. But it can manifest. Listen, the support can manifest in a through a friction way. I don't really want to say a friction because it's harmonious, but it may be an influence in the home environment that actually motivates you and inspires you to actually build your 6th house up. It may be because you want to. It may be because you want to change your 4th house scenario. You want to change who you live with or your comfort zone. So you want to put so much time into the 6th house. So you put yourself in a position to have resources or be in a position to shift things with your comfort zone. All right. Cosmic Academy, what's going on, Queen? All right. So Uranus has been transiting my 6th house these past 2 years. I had no idea, but everything just explains very on point. I was all over the place. Yep. And Uranus is going to bring. Understand, Uranus is going to bring some chaos before it bring the. It's going to bring chaos before some stability. It's going to bring some chaos before, what you individually were pursuing is established. Just look at the house you have Uranus in. Tell me that house is not chaotic. All right. Or I don't want to say chaotic, but tell me you haven't experienced chaotic things in that house, unstable things in that house, unexpected changes and transformations in that house. I got Uranus in the 12th house. You feel me? So to even get to the point I'm at with spirituality and astrology, I've went through so much different realizations and transformations with spirituality and this, that, and the third. When I was young, you feel me? I used to try to force myself to be a Christian. Dead ass. There was a time I used to force myself to be a Christian because my belief system was predicated around my family, and my family was heavy Christians. You feel me? Y'all think y'all know Christians. Y'all don't know Nigerian Christians. Y'all think y'all know Christians until you meet a Nigerian Christian. You feel me? They wake up praying for real, for real. Intense prayer early to start the day. Anybody seen that TikTok? Has anybody seen that TikTok with the Nigerian dude? I damn didn't want to bring it up on StreamYard. Hold on, let me see if I can find this shit, y'all. Y'all seen the TikTok with the Nigerian dude? And it said, when your Nigerian parents drop you off at the university. That's the funny part. He even say college. That's how African people talk. At the university. Yes, my son is going to a prestigious university in the states of New York. So I know y'all seen that TikTok and the parents is just throwing holy water all over the place. Yo, nah. Nigerian Christians, African Christians is something different. Don't tell me I can't find. Oh, they hating on YouTube. They hating. I know it's up here. I'm probably not typing in the right thing, but that shit is hilarious. Let me see IG. Yep. Yeah, man. Yeah. So, all right, back to the motherfucking thing. Wait, hold on. Let me just see. When Nigerian parents oh, they hating. How's this not on YouTube? They hate it. I didn't see mad people repost that shit. I think I got it in my TikTok likes, but that's just too much time. I don't wanna. But yeah, man. You think you Christian. You think you religious. You think God coming. You think Jesus coming back. You don't believe Jesus coming back for real until you meet a Nigerian. Them niggas got that shit marked on their calendar. Yes. November 2022. It will be somewhere around the holiday season. You know, the prophecies. has been said in the prophecy in the Bible. You know, I don't even like doing my Nigerian accent because they be getting on me saying I'm mad Americanized. They be saying my accent bad, so I don't even like doing the accent. But damn, I don't even got in my life. Then we fucked y'all. But hopefully, just because I put it in the air, watch y'all gonna end up seeing this shit. Just because I said that, just because y'all thinking about it now, I bet it come up in y'all explore. I bet if y'all go on TikTok, the shit gonna come up now. Watch, just because it's on your, I threw it on y'all subconscious. But so, all right, yeah, let's finish strong. So the 6th house, I know my 7 through the 12 houses. Y'all waiting for me right now. So, yeah, man, the sun in the 6th house, man. The sun is just here to add vitality, and you feel me? It's gonna be new awareness and new action predicated towards all the things Uranus has transformed in this house in the past couple years, and all the things that Mercury been picking up the past couple weeks. You feel me? You finna feel like you gotta take action on all of that shit. You going through certain things at the workplace, and you want to transition and transform your situation in the workplace. There's gonna be a certain idea. There's gonna be a certain form of schedule and routine your intuition is telling you to lock into to help support your 6th house. Now, besides work stability, your diet regimen, how you take care of yourself, you have an active ass 6th house. So, you know, if you had any issues with the body or whatnot, this ain't the time to neglect that. If that shit is resonating loud right now, like let's say you had some shit wrong with you and you just thought it was like, oh, it's just a rash or it's just this, that, and the third. If that bitch is going crazy right now, the sun and Mercury is like, yo, what the fuck we gotta have you do? You want your skin to burn off? Take your ass to the doctor so you can realize your ass got motherfucking eczema. Shit. How much motherfucking rashes your ass gonna have until you talking about like, damn, is this just the weather change or something? The sun I ate? No, it's you have a skin condition. You just never been diagnosed. Take your ass to the doctor. All right, that's that sun and Mercury in the 6th house. All right, we gonna make sure health insurance is being utilized in this bit. So make sure y'all taking care of yourself. And it ain't no way Mercury and the sun going through the 6th house not putting a highlight on things dealing with y'all diet and regimen. So make sure y'all taking care of that. You feel me? I got eczema. Yeah, so I know how that shit go. You feel me? You start thinking, I was diagnosed later shit in my life. So I used to just think I was going through some things here and there. I'm like, yo, why do I be having funny ass shit happen with my skin, son? How y'all niggas gonna tell me I got eczema in my 20s? What type of shit is that? How the fuck? How many physicals I done had? Y'all could have told me this shit before. Damn. So that's what you guys stay on top of in the 6th house now. Now, like I said, the 4th house is resonating hard, right? 4th house is resonating hard. All them Pisces energies in the 4th house. There may be some resolve, understanding coming to the 4th house. There may be some understanding right now, Sag risings, y'all developing to y'all parents right now. You know, you're starting to understand your parents, even though y'all clash or have friction or disconnection, but you're understanding their mindset a bit more. Not Pluto. I'm more so emphasizing Uranus because the sun is entering a house that Uranus has been in for a while. And I just want to, put a highlight on this stellium that we're experiencing, right? On these 3 planets being in there all together. So I want y'all to understand what the sun is coming to do to help compound on top of what Uranus been doing in the past couple of years and what Mercury been doing in the past couple of weeks. All right. As far as Pluto and the Pluto return energy and whatnot, like, I don't want to dive too deep into this country's energies because it's like this country is like a whole corporation. Like we're really just studying a business doing that. Like we're just gonna be studying a business, and it's like it's a little deep when we look at the Pluto return in America. Like if you talk about if you go back to the time that motherfucking America was established and shit, who gives a fuck about natives being conquered and shit? This, that, and the third. That shit was all. You feel me? That was all. negative ass shit being established. This corporation was established on some negative ass energy. So if you're going in a Pluto return energy, a lot of that shit is just emphasizing how motherfuckers going through transformation like shit around that time. And how the society we in right now going through transformation like shit. So you gotta make sure you ain't like the natives. You don't end up like the natives. They can't just motherfucking do what they want to do with you physically like they was doing back then now. But they can take this from you. They can try to work your rights away. So that's the transformation we gotta stay on top of as a people. But yeah, that Pluto return. I'll speak about Pluto once Pluto go direct or something. Then we understand. That's a time to understand Pluto energy in your Capricorn house. You know. Right now, Pluto retrograde, so you got to understand everything going on. You got to understand everything going on in your well, when it goes retrograde, you got to understand. Then that's when we could talk about what's to experience in the house, what things to experience with the retrograde influence. I'm not gonna dive deep onto America though. I'm not gonna dive deep into that. Now, seventh house. Now let's get into the second half now. Now the seventh house. We got Taurus in the seventh house, so this is my Scorpio risings. So right now Uranus has been transiting in the seventh house. You may have went through a lot of transformations in your relationships the past couple of years. These transformations may have been new relationship ideals. You may have thought you was a monogamous motherfucker, but now you realize you into polygamy. All right. You may have went through certain transformations with a toxic individual, and now you got whole new strong individual ideals about relationships. You may have had a child. That may have been a transformation you had with somebody else. You may have went through an up and down situation with one motherfucker the past couple of years. So yeah, Uranus get in the seventh house and shit start changing. Shit get a little chaotic. But once again, what do we know? That Uranus is influencing individuality. So when it comes into the seventh house, this is a house where you start to be able to, these past couple of years, you start to filter how you connect with individuals based off your the things you individually have in common. Uranus don't like getting in the seventh house and having to deal with so many people that don't have shit in common with what it's unique with or what it's individual about. So a lot of these changes in your relationship past couple of years, especially if you was like in a long-term relationship or some shit coming into Uranus in the seventh house, that shit might have ended because you might have started realizing like, yo, you feel me? Like there's some things that I want to pursue more individually in my life, or some things that I realized that I've had dormant about myself individually, and then I just ended up in this relationship, but this relationship ain't gonna help me to thrive with some of them things, and now your relationship transformed in the past couple of years because you felt like your individuality meant more, or you feel like you extracted what you need to extract from that experience, and now it's time to invest in yourself individually. Vice versa, you may have been the one that dealt with an unexpected transformation in that sense with Uranus transit in this house past couple of years, Scorpio rising. You may have been in a position that you was connecting, building with somebody, right? You was connecting, building with somebody. You was probably in an on and off situation with somebody trying to make some shit work, because we don't do relationships no more. Everything's just today is either you motherfucking married or you in a situationship. Like that's what it is. And it's funny how when I talk to everybody, everybody's celibate. Like everybody's celibate. Everybody in their mother. I like we need to start defining these things. Like we need to start defining these things. The motherfucker get out of a relationship this week, next week, like, yeah, I'll celibate like this shit. Like shit. I ain't had sex like in a couple of weeks. No, you don't say you celibate because you just got out of something. Don't say you how long you been celibate? How long you been abstaining? Motherfuckers just be saying that shit. You feel me? No. Everybody's in a situationship. I'm not jacking that. It's not that many people just being to themselves for real. It's not that many people being to themselves. For the people that are in that journey, people that's learning self and dealing with solitude, this and that third, more power to you is a powerful thing. You feel me? Not to say you got to deal with solitude your whole life, but there's going to be times in your life you got to tap into some solitude, build relationship with self to even open up more fruitful relationships that resonate with you. You know? So I'm not jacking that. None of y'all is single. Y'all lying. If you're not married, you dealing with somebody. If I approach a woman right now in the streets, you feel me? And she not married, and she tell me she's single, I'm not thinking she's single. I know what's up. I know what's up. You feel me? I know I got the power to change your rotation up, so you don't really know me. I might be number one on the list in the next couple of months, but I know you ain't single. All right, so I don't want to hear it. And if you got Uranus in the 7th house, that situation shit was going through all type of shit these past couple of years. That situation may have been going through all type of shit the past couple of years. You may have been in a situation where you was trying to put your heart into something. You was trying to put your heart and compromise into a situation. And then you just realized, like, damn, that was my first time trying to actually do that. That was my first time actually trying to. Glam TV, you saying it's not true. I ain't say everybody. I'm just saying the majority. And I'm saying this just because when I talk about sex or whatnot, I realize I hear that too much. Like, I'm celibate. I'm just like, all right, whatever, man. Everybody's celibate now. Everybody fucking celibate now. It's the age of Aquarius, y'all. It's the age of Aquarius, y'all. It's too much access to relate and connect. All right. I don't know. It's so much new shit that done came into relationships in this third dimension since the age of Aquarius, since like 2012 and shit. It's so much new dimensions to relationships to the point it's like single got its new definition. Like, it's different singles now. It's different singles. Are you single trying to repair something with somebody? Are you single and not looking? Are you single and having fun? Are you single in a situationship? That motherfucker didn't commit. Y'all didn't put a label on it yet, but you in a relationship, but you're not in one, but you're in one. So you that single. There's 1,000 singles. You ain't lying, Belle. Dwan. So we just gotta make sure we're wise with what we're doing, how we exchange our energy, y'all. We just gotta be wise, man. And Scorpio rising, I already know. It may have been a whole lot of shit you had to deal with these past couple of years in the 7th house. You may have been real individual up until these last couple of years, and then now somebody came out of nowhere. You probably wasn't even Scorpio rising dealing with this individual. You probably wasn't so invested on something long-term or serious, and it turned into that. It turned into a situationship, and that may be a reason it caused a lot of transformation, because it started off on grounds where you had an intention for this and it turned into that. Now you're going through transformations within yourself with how you deal with relationship ideals. Now you're learning your emotions are set up like this in relationships. Now you're learning you like these type of qualities and you don't like these type of qualities in a woman or a man in a relationship, Uranus in the 7th house. So yes, you're making a lot of new realizations and transformations in the past couple of years here. May have been some chaotic moments, may have been some toxic moments, may have been some intense moments, even in a positive way. Some real intense, damn near I might want to kill this motherfucker if they ever deal with somebody else other than me type of moments with Uranus in the 7th house. You know, when you look at the influence of relationships and Uranus and sex, and then we throw Uranus influences in there, there's a whole lot of turnout energy. You feel me? People that got influences with like Venus and Mars hitting Uranus, or you deal with, if you look at synastry and people got their Uranus falling into your 8th house, falling into your 5th house, falling into your 7th house, this motherfucker will turn you out. They will make that house intense. You feel me? Some people got Uranus placements and they be changing people's a girl be having Uranus conjunction Venus, Uranus conjunction Mars, Uranus sextile trine the sun and moon, and they'll deal with another girl and be like, you never messed with a girl before? A girl be like, no. They're like, I get you to mess with a girl. I get you to mess with me. You cute. You feel me? No, I never did. Couple months later, you got it. Uranus done changed that motherfucker up. Uranus done influenced. Man, when we talk about transformation and intensity and power, y'all think it's a game with Uranus. Y'all think it's a game. It ain't no game with Uranus. Where's Uranus exalted at? 8th house, Scorpio. So why y'all think? So when you look at Scorpio's ruled by Mars, co-ruled by Pluto, but then they got a Uranus influence. The exaltations for the generational planets is not spoke about that much, and a lot of astrologers be like fucking that shit up. But real talk, Uranus is exalted in Scorpio. You could say Pluto is exalted in Aries, and you could say Neptune is exalted. You could say Neptune is exalted in the 5th house in Leo. Some influences say it triggers a little bit into the 4th house in Cancer. So it says like Neptune embodies like Cancer and Leo energy, but I'm gonna go ahead and say the 5th house in Leo. All right. But if you look at Uranus energy, Uranus individual, transformative. So Scorpios, Scorpios will transform the fuck out of somebody. You know, if a Scorpio dealing with you and they got a intention to change something about you, most people be thinking they could change things about other individuals. And some motherfuckers got a way of, some people got some ways, and them extra Scorpio energies, them strong Uranus alignments, those strong ass Uranus alignments, Scorpio vibes or whatnot, Aquarius energies and shit. Aquarius is motherfuckers be changing motherfucking sex changes, or be Aquarius and Scorpios be having people do shit sexually they ain't never did before. Yo, these signs will gas you, yo. That shit is crazy. Yeah, listen, all y'all Scorpio Aquarius placements, y'all better chill. I ran no sex and oh damn, Scorpio rise have never been heartbroken before, so it's a first time for everything. It's definitely a first time, for everything. But so yeah, man, Uranus been transforming the shit out the 7th house. Then we got Mercury transiting in the 7th house, so it's a bunch of it brings you information, new details. Your partner is expressing more shit to you more than often, probably some shit they kept pent up or whatnot. They're more expressive about things. You feel the need to be more communicative in your relationships. So that's Mercury transiting here, 7th house past couple of weeks. But bringing up a whole bunch of new information, ideas the past couple of weeks in the 7th house. And then we got the sun entering here. So with the sun entering here, the sun don't really like the 7th house because it's opposite. So it's like all its action got to be predicated towards others and relationships and whatnot, you know. And it really is, it like being in the 1st house, the 5th house, dealing with individuality, expression, being seen individually, not putting on the light on his relationship and other people and want to get shit done by itself. So right now you need to use that sun energy in the 7th house to find stability within your relationships, guys, especially with Uranus having, maybe you probably been in such an unstable situation with Uranus transiting your 7th house these past couple of years. If you let's say you've been it don't even matter for real. It may not even matter if you're married, you're single, in a situationship, none of that shit. If you have Uranus transiting in 7th house, there may be some unstable ass experiences you dealt with the past couple of years in your relationship, period. It may be unstableness with 2 people, maybe unstableness with 1 person. So Uranus brings that here, but it's just eventually trying to push you closer to deal with people who will complement your individuality better, and relationships that don't more so suppress your individuality, right? And you know, when we got the sun entering here, you know, with all the details Mercury been picking up on, this makes you more action oriented in your relationship. So you got to be able to be you want to stay cooperative and patient in this house, you know. Now Mercury has been picking up some ideas of some details about your partner and your relationship for a little minute now, a couple of weeks now. So it's not like your sun is going to necessarily be impulsive taking actions on things in your relationship, because you already kind of been gathering energy, a rapport about certain things. But be careful how you conduct yourself here with the sun here, right? Okay, and remember the sun is only going to bring more awareness. So it's only going to be more understanding to gain about your partner, your relationship experiences, the person you're dating, things about yourself in relationships, which sometimes we really fail to look at. All right, things like that. Those are all the things that you're experiencing with that stellium. And where's the Pisces energies at? In your 5th house. So it's a whole lot going on with romance with you right now. Scorpio risings. You may get invited out a lot right now. You know, get invited out by coworkers and shit right now. Meet you, be able to. You probably already been going to a new spot, like a new spot to have fun at, or deal with entertainment, or an invitation from others or coworkers or whatnot. With all these energies in your fifth house, especially with Venus up in there. Venus love having fun in the fifth house. You know, Jupiter, Neptune. Oh yeah. Matter of fact, your fifth house is who's this? Scorpio rising. Yeah, Scorpio rising, you turned up. So you got to make sure you stay concentrating on what the fuck you're working on, because Pisces in the fifth house kind of going crazy right now. All right. There's a lot of access to having fun, this, that, and the third. But that Uranus, Mercury, Sun in the seventh house is relationships need stability right now to help other areas of your life. You know, you got these 3 planets transiting your seventh house right now. So it's important to make sure that the things that you set intentions on or set new goals on when it comes to Aries season, you got to make sure that, you know, your seventh house ain't doing too much to fuck that up. Your seventh house is going to be under the highlight right now to see if your relationships, and we just got out of full moon in Libra energy, y'all. So it's like we got out that energy, and now you're moving with the Sun and Mercury right into your seventh house. So relationship energy ain't letting up for y'all no time soon. Okay, but the more stability we could bring in this area, shit, it could be opportunities for the first house that open up. It could be opportunities for your personal aspirations to open up. Best believe Mercury and the Sun together transiting this house can open up opportunities for you to meet new people in this house. It doesn't have to be from an intimate perspective. The seventh house deal with business energies. Saturn is an influence here. We all dealing with business partnerships in the seventh house. We're dealing with relationships of all sorts. It's just that there's a huge emphasis on intimate relationships. All right. So that's what you want to pay attention to, Scorpio rising, making sure that the lack of stability of your relationships ain't trickling into other shit in your life, and you're allowing yourself to be more realistic with how you deal with people, so you don't block no opportunities to create more fruitful relationships, especially around this time, real fruitful time. All them active fifth house energies, active seventh house energies. You know, fifth house is a real social house. And you got Venus and Jupiter transiting here, so you're only gonna, a lot of the people that you're gonna be around are gonna be people that encourage your fifth house, gonna be encouraging your personal aspirations, creative endeavors, you dealing with anything, dealing with creativity, your art, your talents, what you're good at. These are things that you can manifest people being more encouraging about, with the fifth and seventh house making alignments with each other. You know, you start developing new relationships around people that's into the things that you're creatively into. But that may start from you. That may have to start from you. Yeah, I did Gemini rising already. That may have to start from you. What you call it? Oh shit, excuse me. I didn't do Gemini rising. That's the last rising sign. That's actually the last one. We started with Taurus rising, and then we went to Aries rising. Yeah, Gemini is the last one. So when we got into the Sun transit in the seventh house, understand there's gonna be new opportunities to connect things you got going on creatively and new aspirations to others. With relationships, emphasis is one thing from your intimate relationship, but when it comes to your ability to meet new people in your life right now, connect with people who's on your type time, you open that portal up more by your focus and concentration, what you're building with all these energies in Taurus. The thing that you have in your mind to keep in motion, to keep in place during Taurus season, you doing that opens up new opportunities for people to connect with in the seventh house and your fifth house. And this may be a time to meet people from an intimate level, right? You may get another option, and if you got 3-4 options right now, it may be 6 by the end of this. By the time the Sun get out the seventh house. All right. The Sun, remember, wherever house the Sun is in, it helps you to be seen more. So anytime you're in an interactive environment, you may stand out a bit right now, Sun in the seventh house. So that's only going to lead to what type of conversation, who you may get approached by, what could be developed with the Sun and Mercury, especially Mercury in here too. Mercury deal with talking, communicating, conversing. So yeah, your social energies are real loud right now. Make sure you find a balance between that and personal aspirations. Because what house Aries just came out? Your sixth house. So there's been a whole new influence, Scorpio rises, on refining your schedule, routine, and things at work. So we did not just do all that refining, new schedule, organization within our schedule, tidying things up in the workplace, making new plans and routines to work on certain things, right? We ain't do all of that to just get into this fifth and heavy, to get into Taurus season, have heavy energies in your fifth and seventh house, and now your relationships is mad unstable, or you didn't look at this relationship like priority, and this relationship was ended up taking up a lot of your time during Taurus season, and now you got to make certain switches and readjustments during Taurus season instead of coming into Taurus season, understanding where your schedule and the priority in your schedule and routine, and letting certain individuals come into that naturally, right? So that's what's going on there. Now, I was thinking about stopping before the seventh house and going through and this is already a 2.5 hour live. I was thinking about stopping and going through the other houses in the morning tomorrow. But we're gonna get through this. I don't give a fuck. So that's the seventh house. All right. Scorpio risings, eighth house, Taurus in the eighth house. All right. Taurus in the eighth house. Virgo risings. All right. No, not my Virgo risings. Libra risings. What am I talking about? Taurus in the eighth house. Okay. With Taurus in the eighth house. All right. Libra risings off rip. We know opposite signs in every house. So we got Taurus in the eighth house. So a lot of the times you can build a lot of deep passions, deep desires, right? Around things dealing with finance, money, stability, security. All right. You know, Taurus got that Venus influence. So when you bring Venus influences into the eighth house, it get a little intense because the thing that you like or love can have heavy influence and karma for you dealing with transformation in your life. All right. And you can manifest support here. You can manifest support with certain deep desires that you have that aren't healthy, you know. So we can have a desire to get rich, and then you could be doing very negative ass things to get rich. All right. You can have a desire for lust. You can have a lusty ass desire, but how you control and deal with that shit is on you, because you not having no control of your lust or your sexual desires. We all know all type of transformations that could lead to that. So when you got Taurus in the eighth house, Libra risings, yeah, it gets sticky there. That's why it ain't no cliche shit when we say Libra risings. This life is really you understanding how to build self-identity amongst relationships. You have signs in certain houses that'll push you to build self-identity. You feel me? So Aries in the seventh house will manifest hothead, single-minded, selfish people to make you more individual. You get Taurus in the eighth house. So now you got mad opportunities to deal with lust and your sexual desires, and that shit to be supported, or just build bad negative habits with certain substances or habits, and you go deep with that shit. That shit gets transformative in the eighth house. So yeah, the Libra, I know it get Libra rising, it get tough in that eighth house with Taurus in that bitch. It get a little tough in there, you know, and shit with Uranus being in this house. All right, I did highlight the pros of Taurus in this. So Taurus in this house, Libra rising, they is going to be able to look at things that have transformed them in life, look at the occult, look at their deep passions and the things that they're motivated about, even possibly shared values. You know, the eighth house deal with value, the resources of others. These are all things that can be used to build some stability and security. You feel me? These are all the things that is used to build some stability and security with Taurus in the eighth house, you know. And then a lot of the things that this person Libra risings value at times could be hidden. Just having Taurus in the eighth house, a lot of the things that they value or how they make money, that shit could be hidden. You feel me? But a lot of air risings for real. It's OD with the Libra rising though. Libra rising is really Tommy from Martin, dead ass. Dead ass. You got Scorpio. Got Scorpio in the second house. So we don't know your values. Your values mysterious as shit. Then you got Taurus in the eighth house. So what you do value and what you appreciate, how you possibly make money, seeds you planted in your life to make money, build stability, all that shit in the eighth house is hidden. Remember, the sign and planets in your eighth house, we don't see none of that shit. That should be hidden. That should be in the dark. All right. So Uranus been transiting this house the past couple of years. Now, what I said about Uranus in the eighth house, they love the eighth house. So Uranus transiting the eighth house. The eighth house deal with transformation. The eighth house deal with motherfucking your passions, your goals. You know, the eighth house deals with your deep intentions. So when you got Uranus coming in here, it's like, oh yeah, well shit, we dealing with transformation in this house. We got some goals and some intentions in this house. Oh yeah, we finna gain some power. We finna transform shit. We finna shift shit. So these past couple of years, and this shit, once again, this may have been hidden for you. People may not have even been able to see this from you. It may have been a whole bunch of transformations going on with you, Libra rising, when it comes to how you gain stability. There may be a lot of things you experience behind the scenes or transformations of the emotions, right? Or power and control issues you may have dealt with connecting your emotions to others, that these past couple of years you've gained more of a strong individual ideal about these things to help yourself support self and not be taking advantage of others, and also to look at your past circumstances like, man, I needed that shit hurt. That shit hurt. It hit my subconscious, but it helped build my character though. Uranus is definitely doing that in the 8th house. Uranus is giving you Uranus in the 8th house has been pushing you into a lot of intense situations for you to take one of your passions and goals and invest into that shit to make you feel like, you know, I've kept this hidden a lot, or I haven't put that much light into it, nurture into it, even though it's still a deep passion, a deep goal. I feel this bitch by the root and sacral chakra is that deep, but I need to raise it up. I need to put some light on it. I need to act on it. I need to start putting energy into it to possibly see if I could change or transform, you know, my circumstances. And Uranus has been heavy with that in the 8th house. You know, it's just that Uranus got big transmutation energy in this house. So when it comes to, did I do Cancer rising? Where's Taurus at for Cancer rising? No, I didn't do Cancer rising either. So, when you got Uranus in this house, it's big transmutation energy. So it takes a lot of the things you've experienced, you know, that have transformed in your life, changed in your life, and it helps you to embrace change. It helps you to embrace transformation. It helps you to see the significance and lesson in wisdom in transformation when Uranus transits this motherfucker from what you already been experiencing, on top of what it's about to influence change on some more. All right. A lot of things with the ways you deal with the occult and spirituality have transformed. You probably made some evolution in that area. You know, 2 years ago, you wasn't doing moon rituals. 2 years ago, you wasn't lighting the altar. 2 years ago, you ain't know shit about communicating with your spiritual family. You know, 2 years ago, you had a lot of information and knowledge about spirituality, and Uranus came in here and started saying, hey, we need to use the occult to bring transformation to our life. We need to connect more to the occult spirituality or the knowledge and wisdom we have about spirituality. So now you're more hands-on. You lighting that altar. You leaving some goodies for your spiritual family and whatnot, you know. So you look at the occult and energies behind the scenes as things to be used to change your life or help you connect to the things you're passionate about. Now, Mercury's been in this house, been transiting here for the past couple of weeks. So there's been a lot of new ideas and details you've been picking up about your habits, about things that you're passionate about things you may have overindulged into, so your desires, things that you desire, a person, place, or thing that you desire. You're picking up new details on how to obtain it or how to look at your desires. So it may have been something that you're desiring, all right? A karmic site gal, what's going on? It might be something with Mercury in transiting your 8th house that you already desired, and now Mercury's transiting this house. You're looking at your desires a little bit differently. Like, damn, I be ODing. I'm overdoing it for this shit, for this desire. You know, Mercury got you thinking about your desires and the things you're passionate about from a, have I been overindulging into it, or how do we obtain this? How do we actually get closer to this energy, build a plan, be more strategic about how we connect to these desires, or use some shared resources, or bring some transformation into our life, right? So it's like you just got a master plan, but you're in the cut. You're probably not intrigued to communicate with others right now about what you're trying to do with Mercury in the 8th house in the first place. Now, when we get into the sun, now the sun is coming into the 8th house, all right? When you got the sun coming into the 8th house, the sun lights up everywhere it goes. So the 8th house deals with the occult transformation, hidden energy, secrets of others, secrets of your partner, shared resources. Yeah, the sun's going to put a highlight on all of this, and it's Taurus energy too. So you might develop a whole new awareness on how to make money with somebody else. You might develop new opportunities or ideas that Mercury been picking up these past couple of weeks in the 8th house. The sun starts shining more light on how to put action on that plan to join resources with somebody else. There's going to be a lot of new light shed on what action needs for you to take transformation in your life. So yeah, Mercury may have been transiting this house, picking up ideas on things that getting to the root of shadow work. Mercury being in this house, analyzing your traumas, analyzing your insecurities, analyzing the things you're passionate about, your intentions. Now the sun come in this house and they know how to take action on all that shit. It know that it needs to take action on this to heal. You know, it knows that its actions and awareness, it needs to pay attention to this to take care of traumas, wounds, or its passions, right? That's what the sun come and do in this house. It may be certain things that you kept buried. It may be certain things you kept buried, you know, past situations, unexpected situations that transform in your life. Once again, traumas and wounds, the sun lifts that up to the surface when it comes into the 8th house. Okay. In a way, we can say the sun it falls here too. Technically, the sun falls in the 7th house, but the sun is really falling the whole fall season. So it's not like the sun starts disappearing at 5:30 just in Libra season. It'd be like that in Sagittarius and Capricorn season too. This motherfucker didn't just pop back out until Aries season. So technically, when we get into the fall season, that's Libra, Scorpio, Sag, and shit. You can even look at the winter time to a degree. That the fall and winter time, the sun is resting that whole time. Damn near. It's probably getting the best sleep in Libra though. It get the best sleep in Libra in the 7th house. But you know, it's pretty much it's in this fall state the whole fall. Is why we call it the fall. They ain't just come up with these names for nothing. And the spring, the sun springs. The sun is springing to its highest point. Okay. So when we look at the sun transiting the 8th house, understand this is like strong shadow work energy, y'all. This is going to be a time. There's going to a lot of your insecurities and incapabilities. They're going to be in your awareness, but they're going to be in your awareness for you to understand this is some shit we got to conquer. This ain't no shit that's finna hold us back. Like, yeah, we experienced this trauma, this, that, and the third. Doesn't mean my current relationship can't thrive. Don't mean the current relationship I'm passionate about can't thrive right now. It's just that the sun is transiting my 8th house, letting me know, be aware of these wounds, of these traumas. Be aware of, you know, tapping into what you need to tap into to bring understanding about self so they don't fuck up this current situation you're passionate about. Be aware of these insecurities or these fears, because these are the same things that have been holding you back from taking action on certain goals and passions. So that's why I'm putting it in your awareness. These have been the culprits, you know, these have been the enemies. So the sun does that shit. It's like a reverse psychology type energy when the sun comes into the 8th house type shit. You feel me? It's almost like you start using all negative energy, a lot of negative experiences and energies to motivate you in a positive way. If you got a lot of Scorpio energy, a lot of Aries energy, a lot of 8th house energy, you may be pessimistic naturally, but it's like you're not an asshole. It's just that you perceive things pessimistically or negatively to take care of that, to filter that, all potential possibilities. Virgos can be like this a little bit too. You basically pessimistic to filter negative things to get to the positive. Other signs just want to get to the positive energy. Like that's what it is, you know. Virgo energy, Scorpio energy, 8th house energy. Be like, hold on. Let's look at everything that could go wrong in this motherfucker before we go. Why you think the Scorpios be so reluctant to do things with the group environment at times? That's that process right there. They trying to read shit. Oh, which I want me to come to a party tonight? Word? With who? Oh, with them dudes over there? Okay. Where them niggas from again? All right, okay. All right. Who gonna be at the party? Scorpio is that's the process. Is trying to read, like it's trying to read that shit. It's trying to that when Scorpio interviewing you, when you trying to get Scorpio sun moon rising to do some shit, and they like interviewing the fuck out of you, asking you everything, this, that, and the third. They're trying to read the process to weed all negative potential so they can be comfortable and actually they could be in a party and party. You know, they don't have to be on guard about these things in the party. Virgo, same shit. Virgo could be hype as hell about taking this road trip to this, that, and the third for the weekend, but it's gonna be bringing up. It might be a pest on the way there. Like, yo, do we got this, that, and the third? Should we stop at Kmart to get this before we leave? Do everybody got this, that, and the third? It's like, yo, Virgo, drive, please, drive the car. Drive the motherfucking car, Virgo. I'm just making sure we got everything. Like, gas high. Do we got enough? This how much gallons this van hold? Let me check the dash. Virgo started doing all type of shit in my car that I don't even know how to do in my car. Virgo started, you guys, this is the dashboard right here. You see the menu button? But you don't got the instructions? All the instruction pamphlets come in the. You don't read your car instruction pamphlet when you bought the car? It's in the it's in everybody's glove compartment. Who don't read that? Who don't read? Virgos read instructions like them bitches is novels. Virgos be in a motherfucking train reading the instruction book. Virgos be reading shit that is not even like, that's not a novel, that's not a non-fantasy, that's, you reading an encyclopedia? What's that, an atlas? Smart head ass. Y'all is annoying, Virgos. Because y'all be doing mad smart shit and make it seem like everybody's just supposed to know that shit. Ain't nobody reading no motherfucking car instruction. Ain't nobody reading that shit when we pull this motherfucker out the lot. We just cop the whip. I don't give a fuck about no instructions, nothing. This is drive. The fuck is you talking about? This is window down, door locked. So that's all I need to know. This the aux. This the Bluetooth. All that other shit you talking about is irrelevant, y'all. All that other shit you talking about, Virgo, is irrelevant. Drive the motherfucking car. And let's get to the beach before it get dark out this motherfucker. So that's Virgo. They pessimistic. To you, it's pessimistic. When you look at the Scorpio, to you, it's pessimistic. When you look at that person with a lot of 8th house energies, to you, it's pessimistic. When you look at somebody that got that Mars on top of their sun or moon, to you, it's pessimistic. When you look at that Scorpio rising, Virgo sun, Virgo moon, Scorpio moon, to you, it's pessimistic. To them, it's cautious. They're being cautious. That's what's really going on. That's their way of being cautious. All right. But listen, if that Virgo don't come in the trip, I bet you y'all will forget some shit. I bet you Saturday morning y'all leave Friday evening, Saturday morning y'all wake up, somebody's like, yo, who got the what's the name? No, everybody like, oh shit, we forgot that shit. Yo, who brought the bug spray? Who was in charge of bringing the mosquito repellent? Virgo gonna be in the back like this. So who was rushing me again? Because I knew y'all niggas was gonna forget something. I shouldn't even say I got the mosquito repellent. I should not even say no. I should just keep this bitch to myself and let these motherfuckers just bite y'all asses. You feel me? I shouldn't even say nothing. The way y'all was making me feel crazy yesterday. I know I'm not crazy. I just think a lot. I see a lot of details. I just see things, think about things y'all niggas don't be thinking about. Cause I ain't trying to be in no mother. I'm already naturally nervous a little bit. I damn sure ain't trying to be in the woods with no mosquito repellent. That should have me. You gonna really see a nervous Virgo. So yeah, Virgo be back there looking like y'all know that meme. Y'all know that meme with the little white kid with smiling with the mug, and everybody be using that meme during Christmas. Like this, how your mom look when you open up the gifts. That'd be Virgo when somebody brought up the mosquito repellent. Virgo just be in the back like. Yep, I got some right there in the bag right there. Oh, and on the left pocket right there, the zipper. Yep, it's enough for everybody. Yep, enough for everybody. Y'all ain't hear me though when I was asking y'all like y'all brought this shit, right? Y'all didn't know I had it though. Y'all didn't know I had it. You feel me? So that's that Virgo shit. It's that Virgo shit. All right. Now, Virgos bring shit to the road trip that we don't even need. You feel me? You be bringing shit to the road trip you didn't even know you could use in the woods. It's like you brought a frying pan to it's a hiking trip. Yeah, I know, but you just make the fire. It's the same shit. What's the difference? Firewood, stove. Like, damn, I ain't really see nobody fry chicken in the woods, but fuck it. Go ahead and put that one. Go ahead, go get them 2 skillets. I'm sorry, y'all. We going on 3 hours in the live, y'all. I'm sorry. I can't just talk about energy straight. We gotta have our little branch offs and get a little comedy relief, a little comedy timeout, y'all. All right. I got my ways of recharging when I'm teaching too. People be complaining heavy about how my bag be. Don't ask a Virgo to spend the night. Just book a trip for all of that. Just book if you dealing with a Virgo chick and you want her to spend the night, just wait till you got money to book a trip. Y'all see what Mindful Me just said? People be complaining about how heavy my bag be. That overnight bag gonna be crazy from Virgo. Don't ask Virgo to spend the night. You gotta go to Virgo crib. Don't ask Virgo to spend the night when y'all first linking and whatnot. You feel me? You go to Virgo crib. All right. You go to Virgo crib. And I'm saying this because you're already gonna deal with a hassle with them interviewing your ass about what's in your house. You got a water filter? All right, shit, I gotta get that too. When's the last time you got a bed bug inspection in your house? No bed bugs? You ain't never get bed bug inspection? All right, let me just pack my extermination bag. You clean your bathroom? You live by yourself. You a boy. Boys don't be cleaning your bathroom. You don't clean your bathroom? I'm gonna clean your bathroom over the weekend. Let me pack that too. Let me bring that mop. You got a mop in your house? You feel me? Motherfucking Virgo come in your house and just start doing construction and this shit. They can't step on they can't lay in the bed until they done. Like, come on, Virgo. That's why you gotta go to Virgo crib, because they should already exterminated, clean as hell. You come to my crib once we already build a rapport. Like, once we already like cuffing and like we all in love and shit, then you could come to my crib, because now I'll let you be a crazy ass Virgo woman and just redecorate my home. We ain't built that rapport yet. All right. We still in the honeymoon phase. I'm about to have you just redecorating my bedroom and shit, redecorating my couch, my shower curtains. I come home, my shit folded. Who told you I like folded clothes? How you know I don't like just throwing my shit in my shit like that? That's the problem. Virgos come in your house, start changing everything up. So you gotta wait till they cuffed up. You gotta wait till you cuff that Virgo. Then you can let them in the crib. But until then, go to their crib. I promise you, their crib is an experience. They know how to cook too. Virgo risings OD too. But Virgo Sun Moon risings, I throw them in. I throw Virgo energy top 5 cookers. I definitely throw it up there. I would definitely throw it up there. It's between. All right, this is the last thing I'm gonna say. Then we're gonna get back into the energies. These placements. I'm not even gonna say top 5. These are like placements you need to look out for with cooking. Virgo Sun Moon rising. Water moons. Ooh, water moons is something different. Water moons will keep you in that relationship over a meal. I swear to God. That's that moon in water, baby. It's about connection. And what better connection there is dealing with a meal? What better appreciation I got for you than you coming home and I got this fresh meal for you? So water moons get busy. Virgo Sun Moon rising. But for some reason, it's the Virgo risings I be seeing like they be having culinary school pursuits and all that. They love watching like Virgo. I don't know. I don't even know what it is about Virgo energy for real. At least with the other alignments, I could break it down how it manifests into them cooking well. I don't even know why Virgos is such. I guess it's okay. Virgos like putting things together. They like the detail of things. So they're gonna be a beast with the seasonings. Like, okay, that's a little bit right there. All right. Perfect. So that's dumb and shit. They gonna like putting shit together. If you cook for them, they're gonna have they're gonna be critical as hell of your food and shit. You feel me? I ain't cooking shit for no Virgo. I cook for another gluttonous ass sign or something. Cook for a Libra like me or some shit. Or for a Taurus. Taurus a little picky too, but Taurus picky too. Taurus energy, they next. They gonna cook some shit. So we got Taurus sun moon risings, Virgo sun moon risings. Big emphasis on the Virgo rising. Big emphasis on the Taurus moon. Cancer, the water moons, but Cancer moon. Taurus moon and Cancer moon might be the one fighting for the number one spot. Now, Gemini suns. I want to say Gemini suns, along with people that have Mercury conjunct the sun. Something about Mercury energies and cooking. I don't know. Gemini suns get busy. Gemini suns get busy in the kitchen. And if you got strong air influences and you grew up around cooking, if you a Gemini sun, you finna be different, because you gonna take what you see and you learned from your moms, your pops that was cooking, and you finna, as a kid, you be looking at that shit like, you be eating your mom's fried chicken. You watch how your mom fried the chicken. And you know, Gemini curious as fuck, so they want to just be doing everything, especially when at an early child Gemini, when it comes to the people they look up to, they'll follow the fuck out their steps. This is really all air signs for real. More Geminis and Libras than Aquarius. Geminis and Libra will really follow the footsteps of loved ones, siblings, and parents, and influences in their neighborhood and shit. Like Geminis and Libras will really become a product of their neighborhood. Aquarius know how to have what's around them and have more discernment than Gemini and Libra. Gemini and Libra want to be way more a part of the community and the party and what's going on and what's trendy around them. The Aquarius be the one looking at Gemini and Libra like, oh, y'all niggas go ahead in there, tell me how it was, and y'all get out. After y'all tell me how it was, I'll fuck around with it. I'll see what's up. Gemini's way too curious. Libra's way too Venetian. So it's way too open and wants to feel good and just don't be having limit. Don't know how to, you have discipline at times and shit. All right, y'all. All right, good segue. So, shout out to all my Virgo, Sun, Moon, Rise on my Cancer, Sun, Moon, Rise on my Water Moons, on my Gemini, Suns, on my everybody, Venus, Mercury, conjunct Sun, Moon. If anybody's a good cook in here, put some placements down there. Let me see some big threes. Now, if you can't cook, don't you better not be typing a goddamn thing right now. If you burn cereal, don't leave a comment. All right? Please. Obviously, heavy energies in the fourth house. Heavy energies in the fourth house, second house. They gets busy. Water houses get busy. Some fourth house stelliums, eighth house stelliums, 12th house stelliums. Libra, Sun, Sag, Moon, Cancer. Okay, we got the Cancer thrown in there. Sagittarius, Sun, Capricorn, Moon, Cancer rising. Got more Cancer energy. Chef for almost 15 years. Taurus, Sun, and Moon, Virgo, right? Khadijah, who that? Khadijah? Shit. Taurus, Sun, and Moon, Virgo rising? You live in New York? You live in New York? I'm finna pull up this weekend for a plate. What is you talking about? This weekend, I'm finna pull up for a plate. Virgo, Sun, Taurus, Moon, Libra rising. Gemini, Sun, Virgo rising. Gemini, Sun. I knew I wasn't tripping about Gemini. It was something I was thinking about for a minute, too. I was thinking about that shit for a while with Gemini. I just started realizing, I'm like, I guess it's Mercury. They know how to put things together. They know how to look at what other people make and remix the fuck out that shit. The mind just be stimulating them like, yo, it can't be that hard to cook. If they're curious about cooking, they're going to just go and experiment. Gemini, Virgos, they just be experimenting. And then over time, experimenting. If they cooking at a young age, that motherfucker going to be world-renowned chef by 25. Bel Papi Dawn in the building. Virgo rising, Libra energies, air energies. Got Saturn in the moon and that moon in the fourth, man. I'm telling you, moon in the fourth gonna keep the home feeling like a home. Aquarius, sun, rising, and moon. You know, Kim, you might be the only one in the community. Aquarius is already rare by default. Y'all already the most rarest zodiac sign. So just being Aquarius, sun, moon, and rising, yeah, you in your own lane. You saying trans, Cancer, rising, Aquarius, sun, Cap, moon, and always got people at my house whether I'm cooking. 8th house, Aquarius, stellium. Okay, look like Cancer rising and the Virgo placements are winning right now. I've seen a lot of Gemini suns though. Taurus and Virgo, a lot of Libra placements too. Taurus and Virgo placements, that is a caterer. They aim to feed you and serve you like a king. They love you. Yes. 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 Man, listen, my mother and her mother are Taurus women that taught me to cook. Look at that. Look at that. Hold on, y'all. Look at that, y'all. So look at that, y'all. Look at that. Look at that. Okay. Look at that. So energies never lie, y'all. Energies never lie, man. Wow, that live didn't even save, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. All right, y'all. Just give me 1 minute. I just need to use the restroom, and we're gonna really we're gonna lock in on these last houses, y'all. And shout out, let me see something real quick. Happy Taurus season, y'all. The sun just entered. You good, KK? All right, guys. Happy Taurus season. Happy Taurus season, everybody. Happy Taurus season. All right. Okay. All right. So we pretty much wrapping up the 8th house. Everybody on YouTube, everybody on IG, y'all real ones. I didn't even see what y'all was saying on YouTube. I think the skincare. No, we don't like people. Gotta be prepared. No, that better be clean. Okay, that's the Virgo energies. Virgo food bland. Taurus moon food crazy. Taurus moon food crazy. Taurus and Cancer food, yes, something different. Promise you. Earth sign women too. So like, but women, I don't know. Capricorn that's all I'm just speaking personally. Guys, just Capricorn, Taurus, Virgo women, Virgo sun women, like you kind of got to throw Capricorn in there. It's just, I guess it's something dealing with structure and stability and bringing stableness through a meal. I don't know, but some Capricorn women, they get it together. Lies, Virgo moon and rising, I get busy in that kitchen. We said the Virgo moon and rising get busy. We said that. Yep, Taurus moon, Yolanda, Taurus moon, crazy. Air sign, good bakers. Okay, pay attention to that. Leo, Leo, you throw them in there with cooking too. I ain't gonna lie. Leos could get busy in there. Anything dealing with creation, you gotta kind of throw them in there, man. But I know one of my close homies is a double Leo. He could cook. You feel me? And I could fake cook. So if I look at one of my bros and they could cook, I'm like, all right, bro. Because men, we cook some shit and think we fucked it up. We make we make macaroni cheese for the first time. It's like, oh, it's over. Ain't nobody fuck with me. Like, I'm different. My mac and cheese is different. Nigga make grilled cheese for the first time. Think he on Hell's Kitchen. You think he a Hell's Kitchen finalist or something? Nigga fried chicken for the first time. Think he on Chopped season finale. And if you don't sit your simple toaster using ass down. So I could cook. Like I'm a salmon bacon. You feel me? Now I'm gonna lie to you, I don't got that many dishes, but I get busy with the shit I do cook. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay, so yeah, it look like Cancers. A lot of Gemini suns, man. And Cancers can't always cook well, but they are gonna try because that's true though. That's true. You can't expect every Cancer to get busy, but their heart is going to be somewhere in there. So they're going to try. They may get a relationship that starts pushing them to try. They start calling their mom a little bit more like, Mom, you think you could like text me? Like, think you could like make a little notepad or something like and text it to me about like how you make all your favorite dishes, like 5 dishes. Yeah, I started dating this guy. I told him he don't have to spend his money that much cooking, but I said that shit a little too quick. I need to add some more shit to my repertoire. They expect me to make some shit tomorrow. They already ate my other 2 dishes. They already ate my fried chicken and my lasagna. I ran out. That's it. Those are my go-tos. I need something to pass me that jambalaya recipe. Pass me something different. All right. Somebody said, but it'd be Stouffer's. Nah, because my brother swear his mac and cheese is like no other. Yeah, guys, we be doing the most when we find out how to cook some shit. Nigga make a hamburger in the house for the first time. Nigga be like, I can't believe I spent all this money buying chopped cheese. All these years I've been buying chopped cheese, bacon, egg, and cheese. I could be making this shit by myself. My shit tastes way better. My shit tastes way better, bro. You know how much money in my lifetime I spent on bacon, egg, and cheese? I could have been making these bitches by myself. I didn't know it was that easy. It's really just bacon, egg, and cheese. Like, the cheese part is easy. The bacon, you got to fry the bacon. Then you just got to scramble the eggs type shit. When you make it on your own, you could put more bacon and shit. Like, I'm bugging, bro. 2022 is quiet. I'm making my own chopped cheese, my own bacon, egg, and cheese, bro. My shit's fire. Spend mad money on that shit, bro. I eat a bacon, egg, and cheese for breakfast, and I eat a chopped cheese for dinner every day. You know how much money that is, bro? You bugging, bro. All right, y'all. Virgo can't cook. I know Virgo burned a pot of water. Best believe that Virgo was killing himself after you left. Like, damn, I just fuck everything up. I fuck everything up. Virgo makes some food for somebody they don't like that shit. Don't tell them you don't like that shit. Just keep this. No, this shit all right. No, this shit good. Now, yeah, the white rice. Yeah, how you flavor white rice like this, girl? Mm-hmm. That shit getting stuck by in your teeth. Like, damn, she didn't even like marinate the meat. The meat rough as hell. You got shreds of meat in your shit. No, this shit all right, babe. It's all right. That's it. I'm gonna just floss. I'm just get some extra floss in tonight. That's all. I got half a pound of meatloaf in between my canine teeth right now, but it's all right. Just ain't nothing but some floss. Don't tell the Virgo. Don't tell Virgo Sun Moon Risings that they shit ain't. Don't do that to them. I know we gotta be straight up with people in life, you know, if we really care about them. But that's one little white lie you could keep away from them. Just this what you do though. Just start buying cookbooks. Just leave cookbooks in her crib. Go to a channel that make food and shit. Send her a video like, yo, look, this shit look fire right here. Damn, this video is crazy. That's how you do. That's reverse psychology. Now she a Virgo. It's her mind. She gonna start thinking, damn, my shit gotta be up to par with this shit. Maybe my food ain't fucking with this shit. They baking some shit on this channel. You know what? If I just learn how to do this shit, maybe he'll appreciate that. That's that's what you do. Because this Mercury is curious. So your Virgo girl can't cook. But you ain't tell her that and you want to break her little heart. You just slide some cookbooks in there. Throw a cookbook on top of her stack of books in the living room. You feel me? Share a couple cooking videos with her from this channel. Act like it's some entertainment shit you watching. No, you want her to browse that account and learn some new recipes. That Mercury mind is too curious to watch that video and not watch another video. That Mercury mind is too curious to see a cookbook in the house and be like, where did this shit come from? Matter of fact, let me see what's in this bitch. Mercury mind too curious. Virgo woman gonna learn some new recipes. Y'all gotta know, man. See, I'm giving y'all this. See what I'm right now. Y'all gotta pay for this. Y'all gotta pay for this. How to run some reverse psychology on your partner to make the relationship more healthy. Y'all gotta pay for that. That's too much game. That's too much game. You feel me? Because there's ways you could just based off knowing somebody's sign, you can make a motherfucker hate you and love you. But that's too much. I might be putting blood in my hands just giving that one out for free. Because I got to be able to sign some disclaimers with you and shit. Like, listen, how you use this knowledge, just know I already did my ritual. This don't come back to me if you manipulate with this knowledge. I don't got blood in my hands for this. So I got to sign disclaimers and shit if I give y'all some of that. Tell her and she will start getting DoorDash. Dead ass. A Virgo ain't never cooking for your ass again. They not trying to face that defeat again. They're not. My last girlfriend was a Virgo. She used to cook for my ass. This is when I was in college. You feel me? So there was a time in college I was trying to like lose weight one season for my junior season. It's when I went vegan. No, I went vegetarian. So I stopped eating meals, trying to lose weight. And this and that. I had big goals for that year basketball. And, you know, I'd be working out. I was sleeping in the gym. That's how much I was trying to get better that year. I was sleeping in the gym so I could just have more access to the gym, this, that, and the third. You feel me? And I would go to her house for like 2 meals a day. So I'll probably go to her house for like lunch and dinner. I used to come in that crib and like, I'm annoying because I'm a little gluttonous ass nigga. So my portions be big as shit. I'm just fucking up the portions in that bitch. But I knew subconsciously, she's like, in her heart is like, he loves it. Oh my God, he loves it. You feel me? But she'd be getting mad at the same time, like, damn, can you leave something for somebody? I'm like, shit, who you cooking for? It's just me and you. You don't eat that much. Shit. Make this good ass food. Expect me to like leave portions for who? For who? For who? I'm a big ass nigga. You better make that. You better. All right. Anyways, Taurus in the 9th house, y'all. Taurus in the 9th house. Taurus in the 9th house. The sun is in Taurus, everybody. The sun is in Taurus, everybody. Happy Taurus season, everybody. Happy Taurus season. All right. Sun is officially 0 degrees. And Taurus in the 9th house. Who is this? This is my every time you go to the house, just leave it on the food channel. Catch on to this shit like, hold on, this nigga got I see a new food cookbook popping up in my kitchen every week. He used to watch basketball all the time. He'd come over. Now the nigga just be watching Chopped and Hell's Kitchen. Like, what's that about? They too much of an investigator not to catch on. So they're gonna end up addressing you like, I'm sorry, babe. I'm sorry, babe. Your shit bland as a motherfucker. I almost had to go to the dentist the other day. You got a half a pound of meatloaf stuck between my motherfucking canine teeth. Damn, woman. You don't know how to marinate some red meat? You don't know how to let shit thaw out? Damn. You feel me? Taurus in the 9th house. All right, Taurus in the 9th house. So when we get into who's rising, this is my Virgo risings? Yes. No. I'm sorry, I'm a little burnt out right now. Taurus in the 9th house? Yes. This is my Virgo rising. I'm bugging out. This is my Virgo rising. Yes. Taurus in the 9th. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. So what happens here? What is the 9th house? Any sign in the 9th house, this is something we're going to experience. A lot of this energy is going to be in our experiences a lot of the time. These are going to be things that influence our belief system, spirituality, our religious our spiritual, religious, philosophical outlooks in the world. And this may start to be an energy. Planets and signs in the 9th house may start to be an energy you start to develop amongst what you teach to others. So the 9th house is not just what you're learning and experiencing and things that influence your sense of education and higher learning and spirituality. It also, and your sense of adventure in life, it also influences your ability to teach what you've been learning. So I always say, like, the house that you have Jupiter in, the house you have Jupiter in, the house that you have the planets or planets or signs you have in your 9th house, you should be able to teach me somewhat a lot about that sign. You should be able to. You feel me? I got Libra in my 9th house. I got Venus in my I got the sun in my 9th house, Jupiter in my 9th house. If you want to talk, if you want to talk about some spiritual shit, I can talk about that shit all day. Shit, that's regular shit. Sun and Jupiter night. Got Libra in my 9th house. You want to talk about what's to learn from relationships? What I've personally learned from relationships? What I think we're here to spiritually learn from relationships? We could talk about that shit all day. I could teach about that shit all day. So look at the house you have Jupiter in it. You should have some knowledge in that house. There should be some wisdom you're able to give to another individual in that house. So when we get into the 9th house, you got Taurus in here. It's going to be a lot of Virgo rising. It's going to be a lot of experiences. You learning how to have more of a healthier value system. Learning how to value positive people, places, and things. Understanding how your value system affects your ability to experience and adventure more in your life. Right? Earth risings, Earth in the fire houses. A lot of the time, you're going to want to make sure you're going to be influenced to be real organized and practical when it deals with things dealing with expression. So you got to make sure Taurus in the 9th house and your 9th house deal with experiences that you're not always in. Because remember, Taurus moves slow. So that's why when it gets into like fire houses, or deal with fire energies, it could feel like the fire energy is speeding it up too much, especially when Taurus get around Leos sometimes. When Taurus get around Leos, they feel like sometimes it's hard to connect with this Leo because they move on how they see and feel way too much. And like that should make me feel unstable. It made me feel unstable. So when with Taurus and 9th house, yes, you're gonna be experiencing a lot with your value system, a lot of experiences pushing you to gain knowledge on how to build stability. If you got Taurus in this house, Virgo rising, you are by default already real studious on how to get money. So yeah, you want to build stability, but you will pay for a course to learn how to do this real estate thing. You will invest your bread or you will show your value or appreciation to somebody else that's able to teach how to make money or something. You will put yourself in a position to learn. You will have certain influencers, or you will pick the minds of other people that make money. Yeah, Taurus in that 9th house is going to be studious. Anything you, once again, in your 9th house, these are also things you're studious about learning by default. These start to influence things that your Jupiter in the 6th house, the amount of knowledge I have on holistic medicine and healing. Kimmy, I already know what you be posting too, Kim. So it's like that shit flows through you naturally. Like you're literally not even trying to be super enlightened. Like you just trying to drop gems on the people, this, that, and the third. But that shit light for you. That's light knowledge. Like you feel me? So the house you got Jupiter in, you could teach about that shit all day. Y'all might as well make y'all shit. Shit, y'all might as well, Y'all know what's on my mind. I don't got to finish the sentence, man. That's a whole nother income right there. It's a whole nother income with Jupiter. You talk about Jupiter blessings, expansion. But anyways, so when we look at Uranus in the ninth house, you've been going through a lot of transformation when it comes to your belief system the past couple of years. When it comes to your outlook on adventure and experiencing new things, you may have changed your outlook on that. So 2 years ago, you may have felt like, you know what, one day I'm gonna be rich, or I'm gonna just work to gain stability and take timely vacations. Now you might be in a state where, like, nah, fuck that. I deserve, remember, Uranus, intense, want power and controlling. Uranus came in his ninth house, is like, nah, fuck that. I deserve to be experiencing this type of lifestyle. I deserve to be having these many trips or vacations in a year. Why not? See, so Uranus comes in the house and start breaking barriers. Uranus comes in the house and starts having you want to influence you to attack obstacles. So if you are a Virgo rising, these past couple of years, you may have been a little humble spirit when it comes into what is it you want to experience in this realm, what you feel like you deserve, or how you got to work to get the things you want to experience, which is all true. As an Earth rising, you understand you got to build shit up. It should take time. You understand that as an Earth rising, especially if you're a Virgo rising with other Earth placements, if you have planets in Taurus or Cap. But when we look at what's the name, the Uranus in here, not only is your belief system changing, your belief about what you can experience is changing. And maybe some things 2 years ago you didn't think you could experience, that it was out of your experience, something that was not obtainable, or something that wasn't something that you could start experiencing in this chapter of your life or whatnot. Uranus done broke all those barriers the past couple of years to get you to understand, if you have an intention of what you want to experience and what type of lifestyle and adventures you want to have in your life, that's solely up to us. That shit ain't written. That shit ain't fate. It's about how we shift things and cultivate things. Stop thinking this shit destined, Virgo rising. Stop thinking you gotta be content with this lifestyle or what you experiencing now or what you get to, when we look at experiences and learning, most of that should come from, like, seeing different parts of the world. You don't really, I just seen this little advertisement for I think for Expedia or some shit. It's like, you don't really, how many things are you gonna be mad that you didn't buy when you die, instead of how many places you didn't experience? And I'm like, damn, ooh, I like that one. You feel me? I like that one. So, and that's real nigga shit. And I don't think you're gonna be on your deathbed like, oh man, should have got that Dior suit when I was 28. Yeah, they ain't thinking that. You're like, damn. When I was young, I could have experienced a little bit more. I could have adventured a little bit more. I used to think that job was holding me back. I just ain't focused on trying to experience something else. I ain't managed my money right, or I didn't have my focus and attention in a place where I could open up a lifestyle to experience new things and shit. I put too much limitations in that ninth house. I was too slow and steady in that ninth house. I didn't allow myself to just, and that's what happens with Earth in the ninth house. You be a little too slow and steady with things that you should just jump into experiences. Certain adventures you should just jump into. How much times in your life you did things and it wasn't the most practical thing? It wasn't the most organized thing. It was probably reckless, chaotic, spontaneous. But over time in your life, you're like, I'm glad I had those experiences as a kid. I'm kind of glad I did all that, some of that reckless shit as a child or whatnot, to have them experiences, just so this, that, and the third. You feel me? It's little shit like that. Little shit like that. You feel me? So when we get into Uranus in there, yes, those are transformations you may have been going through. Mercury's been in here the past couple of weeks. Now, Mercury don't really like the ninth house because it gets distorted here. This Mercury likes to think, deal with the details, right? Instructions, like it likes to be like Virgo, read the instruction book for the car, the whole car, in the motherfucking glove compartment. Virgo gonna know everything about that car before they pull off on the lot. They gonna know everything about that whip. But when you get into Mercury in here, it's like, damn, everything dealing with philosophy, spirituality. It's hard for me to technically think about these things. It's hard to think about these things from a linear perspective. None of this shit is linear. All this shit is philosophy, expansion, abstract, spiritual, esoteric. So the mind pushes, Mercury transiting this house pushes you towards keeping the mind on things dealing with your spiritual development, what you have been experiencing, how to open up certain experiences, how people, places, and things in your life block certain experiences or things you want to adventure. You start to dissect more wisdom from past experiences you've been going through. So may have experienced something and really understand what it means. Mercury coming there, you actually spending some time breaking that, dissecting that situation down mentally, and you start to understand why you may have experienced something. So you got some of that energy there. Then it's just that with Mercury in the 9th house, at times you can just be a little misunderstood with the way you communicating right now. The way you communicate from more of a philosophical space, from more of a spiritual space, when it's time to be a little bit more practical or realistic with your forms of communication. So it could be a little energy dealing with misunderstandings. And the one thing about the 9th house, the 9th house deals with adventures, experiences, is we call it the house of higher learning. So, ain't no ceilings here. We going up. We enlightened. We just came out the 8th house. It was dark and shit. We was struggling and persevering. Now we in the 8th house, we enlightened, So when you put, when you got Taurus in here, you just got to be careful that you not seeing how you're being a culprit of what there is to experience. And that's a lot of what Mercury's picking up in this house, how you get in your own way of experiencing certain things at times, how we could develop new ideas to stabilize, to shift our reality, our lifestyle, our circumstances, our bread, to possibly experience some more things we want to experience with Mercury transiting Taurus in this house. Because once again, Virgo rising, Taurus in the 9th house, you're already learning a lot about your value system here. Now Mercury's coming in here like, look, yeah, you developing a value system around this, that, and the third, but if we do this, that, and the third, if we think about things this way, if we look at this way of working on something, then we could possibly manifest, some more opportunity to experience in this house. So that's what the sun is coming into the house, Virgo rising, to capitalize upon. The sun is coming into the 9th house. There may be a time these next 30 days that you say, to hell with this responsibility and priority this weekend. I want to go bowling with my friends. I want to go do this, that, and the third. So there may be some energies around this time that you choose to jump into something dealing with an experience, because you're probably placing more value on it. You're probably looking at it as something that spirit needs to feel fulfilled right now, besides what you're working on, what you're making money from, this, that, and the third. It starts to feel like certain things that you just want to experience, you need to jump into. Sun in the 9th, sun transit in the 9th house. All right. There's definitely going to be a huge emphasis on you might feel compelled to start expressing your knowledge and wisdom some more around this time. You might manifest position for others to want to receive your knowledge and wisdom, because remember, the sun lights up whatever house is in. So when the sun's transiting your 9th house, the things that you may have credentials with, you're educated about, you're experienced with, this and that, this, that, and the third, you may manifest some type of position in your life to be seen for that sense, that amount of knowledge or whatnot, or experience. If you manifest these type of situations, guys, Virgo risings, I got to know how to keep that train going. If you do around this time, Mercury actually might have already been developing ideas for you to be in, because it's still Mercury in Taurus, even though Mercury is a little confused in the 9th house, because it's dealing with spirituality and is more technical. You still may have been developing a lot of ideas about things that you can teach others, because Mercury's still dealing with communication. So like I said, you may be communicating from a more philosophical, spiritual point of view, but it's also going to be thinking about the knowledge and experience it has, that it could circulate to others, that it could connect to others, or ideas about how to build stability to support or ideas how your knowledge or wisdom and experience could open up opportunities for stability. So when the sun comes in this house, it just pushes you to take action on all of this. It pushes you to, you're probably gonna be more expressive of these things. You're probably gonna feel inclined to just go live one day, maybe just make a video saying this, that, and the third, seeing how that shit play out. You're like, oh shit, they like that shit. Oh shit, they DMing me. They want to know more about that shit, this, that, and the third. Like, all right, okay, sun in the 9th house. I fuck with this shit. I'm being seen for my knowledge and shit. I fucks with this shit right there. Motherfucker, I'm gonna watch my shit tomorrow. You gonna feel that shit, sun in the 9th house. Remember, this is the Sagittarius house. Look at a Sagittarius when they teaching, or they enlightening somebody about something, or they storytelling. Look how the Sagittarius react when the Sagittarius realizes everybody's intrigued about the story. Everybody wants the Sagittarius to keep going with the story. Everybody wants the Sagittarius to keep teaching. They want the Sagittarius to come back tomorrow to teach. Look at the Sagittarius. Motherfucker be Sagittarius feel like they really walk in their purpose. They walk in their call. They're like, yo, shit, they want to learn from me. They excited and happy and feel more positive about the knowledge I have, about my experiences. Oh, yeah, I knew I was the chosen one. There you go, Sagittarius being hella philosophical and spiritual. I knew I was the chosen one. I knew I was from the Anunnaki family. I knew I was Heru himself. I always knew it. So that's really the vibe that's going on this Taurus season. Virgo rises. You can manifest a lot of positions, right? Sagittarius be hype as fuck. That should make a Sagittarius day. That should make a Sagittarius. I got sun in the 9th house. This is what I do for a living. So I know how good it make a Sagittarius feel. I know how good make a Sagittarius feel. So, just by default, you're gonna manifest some of that sunlight. Things that you're experienced with, you have knowledge and wisdom with. This could be in a career, this could be within your relationships. The 9th house is very broad as far as the location of where something can take place. So these experiences can pop up in so many ways. It could be you right now. You can manifest a situation right now where, like, no bullshit. You manifest a situation like, let's say your friend invites you to a home party, like somebody throwing in their house. Then it's the end of the party. Some people left. Now it's just like more of a cozier setting. People drinking, smoking. Then your friend that invited you, like, yeah, my homegirl, she's into astrology and shit. She be knowing all that shit. And they're like, word, tell me about, I know my moon sign is Taurus. What does that mean? Now you start saying a little, when it comes to the emotions, like you're more grounded and practical and, you a real patient individual, especially when it comes to connecting to people and whatnot. And, you might be into this. You're going to have motherfuckers in that shit like, no, keep going. You know me. You start looking like black motherfucker. You got people looking like black youngster in the shit. You the FBI. You going to have everybody intrigued in that bitch. Just because you allowed yourself to express what you got, what you educated about, to express what you experienced about. Now next week, your friend that invited you to the party talking about like, hey, 2 people from that party asking if they could pay you for you to they look at their natal chart and shit, or they could pay you to tell you more about that shit. Now you like, but this is where you gonna fuck up being like, I'm not an astrologer. I'll send them to another astrologer. No, fuck me, fuck Border Lucky Libra, fuck everybody else, Big Empress Energy, Dolo, Zodi. No, you the astrologer this month. You the one with the knowledge and wisdom this month. Don't be doing that extra recommendation shit. If God just landed that opportunity, you have enough information, experience, knowledge, and wisdom to you just enlighten them there. You have to be able to see opportunity. You have to be able to see what that just opened up. How God not using that experience to get you to use this as the start for your astrology career or your spirituality career, or whatever you was teaching, whatever you ended up being in a position to teach somebody else. All right. You can't send them to my page. Send them to my page when you're done, though. All right. Send them to my page when you're done. But I'm just saying. All right. But that's what's going on, Virgo risings. So it's a lot of this. That situation can manifest, or this can simply be thoughts, ideas. And if they're resonating hard, you in alignment. Like, damn, I got this form of knowledge and wisdom. Maybe I should assert it this way. Can that help build some stability and security? Is there something I'm experienced with that I could put a price on? They're like shit. Like those thoughts that those are the thoughts right there that those are the thoughts right there that y'all can't, the Virgo rising, you can't have come in one ear and out the other. Most people dealing with things with spirituality, a lot of them didn't even start with an intention doing it. It was something they was probably doing or known for, or teaching, and then maybe somebody around them, or they started doing it for somebody, and then eventually, maybe that person influenced them. Like, hey, you doing all this shit for me? You pulling cards for me and shit? You might as well do this shit. Everybody do that shit on YouTube. What's so hard about pulling the card, recording that shit for 15 minutes? Do that shit for me 5 times a week. Bora, I definitely started explaining someone's chart to them, and they direct them to your page. I'd be like, yeah, I learned everything from it. Yo, I appreciate you, Church. I definitely recommended you and Astro Finesse to study that. Oh, Astro Finesse, man, I haven't communicated with him or anything, but man, he's thorough with his shit. I fuck with Astro Finesse, man. Definitely fuck with Astro Finesse. And You know, them Aquarius is consistent. When I be watching fixed signs, that's the fixed signs in the conscious community. I be having to watch them. I'm like, damn, it don't matter. They every day they up with they shit, you know. You got all these cardinal energies, so I be trying to do new shit all the fucking time, and it's hard to keep consistency with certain shit. You got a new idea for how to do. You know what? This week I'm gonna do my live like this. This week I'm gonna do the nah, my nigga. No, keep some shit in motion, bro. But anyways, Virgo risings. That's what y'all got going on in the 9th house. If we go 2 houses back, 7th house, 8th house, 7th house. When we look at the 7th house, we got Pisces energies resonating around here, most likely Virgo risings. All right. So you got a lot of things going on with your relationships that are influencing what you should be experiencing and adventuring. So it may be certain people, certain relationships that you deal with that be heavy on your conscious, take up a lot of your mental capacity, even if you don't fucking be seeing them all the time. They take up so much they live rent free in your head and in your heart. So to the point for you to even have concentration and focus for something else, that's how much a distraction that relationship is. Anyways, you may be right now, Virgo rising, in a situation. You got to learn how to lighten some energies with relationships right now. You got to learn how let people be more reciprocal and appreciative of your time, and focus more so on that sun transit in 9th house and how you could build more of a stable lifestyle reality for the things you want to experience, and possibly how your knowledge and wisdom can help support those things. A lot of energies in the 7th house right now. You got all them Pisces energies in the 7th house. You got Venus in the 7th house right now. Got Venus, Neptune, and Jupiter in your 7th house right now. Mars just came in your 7th house. So regardless of what been in your 7th house, who been in your 7th house making you feel good, now Mars is in there. So it just makes it more intense. Makes it way more intense now, right? So you gotta make sure you're not in no illusions with nobody right now, Virgo risings. You're one of the main ones right now. You're one of the main ones that could be caught up in a whole situation with your emotions and your mind really not functioning well because somebody got a different influence on you right now. All right, please keep that in mind. Okay, Taurus in the 10th house. Okay, Taurus in the 10th house. This is my Leo risings. Now, Leo risings, you've been having Uranus transit in your 10th house for the past 2 years. So when it comes to how people perceive you, your social status, how you're known, career area of life, that's been going through a lot of transformation, Leo rising. And once again, what do we know? Uranus is doing? Uranus is influencing individuality. So if it's in the 10th house, a lot of them transformations you've been going through, Leo rising, in the past 2.5 years were pushing you to take more of an individual step towards owning your own shit, being an authority, being more of a leader over your own shit within the career space these past couple of years, Leo rising. Now, this is the thing for Leo rising. You know, you got a lot going on in the 1st house with the sun being your ruler, your ability to have a strong personal expression, a very felt personal appearance. Your appearance alone can be real loud and vivid, you know, and it doesn't even have to be anything distinctively about how you dress, your hair, anything. Your presence, having the sun rule your 1st house, that's just the energy y'all bring. You know, it makes your 1st house more charged up, more seen, more felt, more heard. It got sun energy. So when you get into Taurus in the 10th house, we all know we got that square, right? So the 1st house square the 10th house. So we got to learn how to make our 1st house our personality, which you got Leo in. You know, we need to learn how to make that complement Taurus, which is the square, the other fixed sign in that house. So how do we do that? Taurus in the 10th house. Taurus is about getting grounded and stable in your value system. So it gets to a point in a Leo rising life, regardless of the attention they get, regardless of how people see them, regardless of their ego, how they see themselves, it comes to a point in their life where Taurus in the 10th house says, yo, we got to get into the business aspect of shit. Yeah, people give us attention for our music, this, that, and the third, but we got to learn how to copyright our music and make money from our streams now. Instead of just looking at the notifications and living off the attention of it, we got to get more practical about how we brand ourselves more than just the creative expression. We got to get into the branding. That's what Taurus is doing for Leo risings in the 10th house. So there's a lot of times when it comes into things you're personally talented with, you're seen for personally, awareness that you may have, maybe something that you're real knowledgeable about comes out your first house. Once again, fire signs deal with awareness, they light up. So a lot of them could be very, a lot of them could be great teachers, charismatic teachers on top of that, especially if you got like the sun in fire houses and shit. You feel me? So I don't have a lick of fire energy as far as my signs. But my sun and moon both in fire houses. So, I'm straight air, water, earth, but just having my sun in fire houses, that's going to make my motherfucking reaction and expression a little bit more giddy, a little bit more, you feel me, amped up a bit, And when you got that Taurus in the 10th house, that's what it's doing. It's going to be a lot of things you attract in your life within the career field that influences you to be more practical, more strategical about how you brand or monetize your talents, your personal awareness, how you use that shit in the 10th house to build stability. Okay. This is another reason why a lot of y'all like Leo risings is you got deal with materialism. Excuse me. I meant to say Taurus in the 10th, Taurus deal with materialism. So Taurus in the 10th house, that's why Leo risings, you feel me? Leo risings will they'll pop out with some gadgets. They like gadgets, new phones, new cars. They kind of use things to attach to their social status, and it really ain't a conscious thing. It's real subconscious here. You feel me? The car they drive, the clothes they wear, how they dress, these things start to become a huge part of their aura, or their reputation, or what they're known for, And first of all, we got Uranus here. So once again, Uranus has been transforming things in the past. Now I'm listening to Leo because I'm 8 degrees. Okay, yeah. First of all, Uranus in this house been transforming things for you to be more intentional about how you gain authority in career. So yeah, you may be the best attorney in New York City. It's time to start your own law firm. You feel me? That type of shit. It don't matter how successful you is. It's time to go get your own. It's time to go be an authority of your shit. That's the type of transformation Uranus is causing. So it's like situations, even if you've been content in career, you like how much money you've been making, you like your social status, everything good, this, that, and the third. If you've been content in certain areas and there's another level to scale up, there's another level to experience, there's another level to expand in this lifetime when it comes to stability and whatnot, when it comes to authority, ownership, Uranus may have been causing a lot of situations to go on in the 10th house by default. So situations that should have been smooth sailing, they turn left and right because Uranus is like, no, I'm going to make this house a little chaotic. So you could say, you know what? Fuck this. If I just ran my own law firm and this, that, and the third, I still wouldn't be able to take certain orders from other individuals. I would have more of a control over my domain, how I do things, how I conduct myself, how I run my schedule, what clients I deal with. Like, so that's the mentality with Uranus in the 10th house. Uranus coming in here like, listen, I'm finna shift a lot of shit, but I'm doing that so when I get out of here, you unapologetically go for what you need. You unapologetically gain your ownership and authority over what your social status is, what you're doing in career, right? I need to have that influence on you before I get this house. That's what Uranus is trying to get you to understand right now, Leo rising. So everything should be thinking ownership right now. Everything in career should be thinking, how can I do this for self? How can I maximize doing this for self, even if I'm a part of this association, company, whatever. Mercury been in this house the past couple of weeks. So Mercury in this house has been putting you through a lot of mental frustrations a little bit in this. I have this place. I have Mercury in the 10th house. So when you got Mercury in the 10th house, you could overthink like a bitch when it comes to things dealing with career, stability, and all that. These things is on the mind heavy. So Mercury got you developing a whole bunch of new ideas towards these things, a whole bunch of new efficient ideas towards these things, probably manifesting new conversations and gaining new information and awareness and guidance and direction when it comes to certain things you could do in career. Mercury's in this 10th house, making sure you capitalize on previous mistakes. So you still working, you still trying to make the same career aspiration come through from the same last year, 2 years, 3 years. But shit, Mercury in this house, like, all right, we've been working on this shit for a couple of years now, or for a few now. How the fuck do we capitalize off of the mistakes and the things I didn't see before? You know, I want to make sure I fix all that up before I get out this house. I want to help you to analyze all the details about ways to capitalize from previous mistakes and tweaks and changes we can make now to help solidify what we're trying to build as far as our brand, business, social status, etc. So that's what Mercury's doing here. You just gotta be careful how hard you think on this shit. You could think hard as fuck on things dealing with career and all of that right now. It's like, all right, you wearing yourself out mentally. You ain't even work on nothing yet. All right. Mercury's also going to be noticing certain things about the job place too, about your work environment too. You ain't realized before, something you probably thought you was cool if you could tolerate before. Mercury going to point it out, like, you sure you could tolerate that? Are you sure you could tolerate that? You know, so Mercury's good for that in the 10th house. You feel me? Now, the sun is in this bitch. All right, the sun is in the 10th house. So shit, for one, your social status is on the scene. Your reputation is for some, you're gonna feel eyes on you, more people watching you, probably more people watching you at the workplace, more people curious. Mercury been in this house, so people are probably real curious about the things you got going on in career. You're trying to stabilize, you know, and whatnot. You know, more people acting like they motherfucking care. They all up nosy in your shit. Motherfuckers be nosy, don't care about shit. Or just be nosy. All right. And yeah, when Mercury comes in here, when the sun comes in here, it just brings that light to your social status. So understand things dealing with new business, new brands, new things about your brand or business, a new song you got to drop as an artist, a new creative project. This is a beautiful sun transit in the 10th house is one of my go-to transits for dropping some new shit to attract business or bring attention to your business. Shit, the sun is transiting an earth house, is your social status. You need to throw anything that you selling in the air. If you selling anything, you need to be posting about that shit every day. So posting and talking about that shit every day. With the sun transiting your 10th house, gonna be a lot of things. Now, this is the transit where you'll realize how other people see you. This transit, you'll realize that. You probably already started realizing it already, Leo rising with Mercury in this house. But this is the transit, Mercury, sun transit in the 10th house. This is when you're going to get that piece of information from somebody at work and understand your boss look at you like that. Your coworkers look at you like that. The people in this environment be perceiving you like that. These people perceive you as positive. These people perceive you as negative. Anticipate all of that. Anticipate that. Is the North Node with Uranus means anything? That means in your previous lifetime, you were experienced dealing with transformation. You had the ability to inflict transformation. You brought a lot of wisdom dealing with transformation in this lifetime because your previous life, it shows that you knew how to embrace it, learn from it, transmute it. So Uranus is right there. So every time a lot of the times in this lifetime, when you deal with Uranus energy, a transformative situation, you feel that South Node energy, like, oh, we've been here before. Anything conjunct the South Node. Oh shit, excuse me. I don't know why I thought that was the South Node. It's the North Node. So it's the opposite. So anytime you deal with Uranus energy, that shit feel scary as shit. When you deal with Uranus energy, that shit feel nervous as hell. So when you deal with changes in your life, pressure to be more individual, to gain power in your life, certain power and control issues, or necessarily when things are transforming in the house that you have that North Node with Uranus, and that could feel real scary. It could feel like every transformation you deal with is gonna take way more of a toll than it really is at times. So it's embracing dealing with transformation, embracing dealing with change. And if you got the North Node by the Uranus, a big theme in this lifetime is being an individual, making sure you're not just going with the crowd all the time, embracing being the one that's opposite, embracing being the one that has their own free mind, doing things in their own way. There's going to be a lot of times, especially in the house you have it in, there's going to be a lot of times you feel an influence to do something a whole new way. And it's going to feel scary as fuck to do that. So let's say you got Uranus in the earth house. that energy in the Earth house, you may have an influence to do something. I don't have North Node in my natal in my 10th, but North Node at birth is 7. But right now I have them both at in the 10th house. Oh, so the Uranus transiting is hitting that. I have the North Node in my natal in my 10th. My North Node is at birth is 7. You mean in the 7th house, I believe, but right now I have them both in the 10th house. Okay, so yeah, that's how that would play out if Uranus is about a North Node. This lifetime has a strong influence for you to embrace individuality. Anything that's conjunct y'all got energies conjunct y'all North Node, understand this is something that has more of an emphasis for you to experience this lifetime. Anything conjunct your South Node, these are things you done. You probably could do these things in your sleep, or you could deal with these energies in your sleep. All right. So when we look at the sun. The sun in the 10th house, man. Great time to express new things, dealing with brand business. Anticipate business opportunities, anticipate a new sense of direction and guidance when it comes to what you could be doing in the 10th house, or more information, more awareness when it comes to how to blow your 10th house up, how to bring more exposure, more light, more attention here, right? It may be something you start gaining attention for right now with the sun transit in 10th house, and you start realizing, I'm like, damn, I'm getting attention for that. I do that shit in my sleep. Them type of energies there as well. Okay. Now, so you got that going on with the sun in the 10th house, but the sun got a pretty neutral relationship here. So, and you already got Taurus in this house, Leo rising. So it's like you already have a strong value system behind things dealing with your social status and how you're seen. You actually care about that shit a whole lot in the 10th house. You feel me? And that's why when you pop out clean a lot of the time. Leo rises. You feel me? You got to make sure your hair did, your nails did. You got Taurus in the second house. You're fit Gucci. You feel me? You're all white ups. They start getting a little bit dingier. You're like, I gotta buy a whole new pair. Fuck that shit. Buy a whole new pair. Can't do one scuff. All right. And I just that's what I'm talking about, fashion skunk. That's what I'm talking about, man. You feel me? But it's great to keep variety, man. Everybody delivers things in different ways. There's certain things I may say that don't hit like that, but somebody else may say that shit, you grab a full understanding of it or whatnot. So it's good to keep your base as flexible as possible, But that's what's going on, sun in the 10th house. And understand your Pisces house is very active right now, Leo rising. So with everything going on in your Pisces house is a lot of influences in the motherfucking second house to so a lot of I said second house. There's a lot of influences in your 8th house that all them Pisces energies in the 8th house are helping you to look at transformation and certain crisis in your life in a higher light. All right. Pisces is trying to remember, Pisces is on the horizon, right? Pisces on the horizon is on the surface, is swimming into the sunlight, don't know where it's going, right? It's just swimming for the experience. It's beautiful. The sun is the motherfucking sunset look beautiful. I'm just a fish on the surface. La 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 la. I'm not worrying about the sharks, nothing. I'm just high on the experience. Scorpio's deep down in the water, right? Scorpio's all the way deep down. You don't know the creatures that's in that deep in the water. You don't want to go that deep in the water unless you were equipped to go that deep. You got a submarine, you got the right shit, right breathing tools and everything. You feel me? So when you got Pisces in the 8th house, you're naturally in a state of this. Why this could be real good counseling energy when it comes to your water houses, especially this one. Because Pisces in the 8th house, Pisces helps Scorpios to not be so heavy on certain situations they could be lighter on. So it could be a Scorpio going through something, taking it way harder than it is. The right Pisces come around, gonna help the Scorpio to be like, damn, you're right. This isn't. It's just you're right. It's just a lesson. You're right. It's just something I'm experiencing right now. Like you're right. There is potential for things to be better. Pisces start knowing how to optimistically lift that up, not make the Scorpio deal with such heavy energy. So the fact that you got Venus, Jupiter, well, Venus is intense in the 8th house, but Jupiter and Neptune transit in this house is lifting that up. Is lifting all insecurities, transformations of the emotions, unexpected transformations you went through, traumas, wounds. Is lifting all of that up in an optimistic space. Now you got to be careful with Venus in this 8th house. Motherfuckers might be playing on your temptations, lusting on you. Be careful on what you do in the name of love or a pleasure. It could be very transformative right now. And then Mars is coming in the house. So best believe this is a great time to lock in with concentration and focus. You got Mars transit in the 8th house. There's a whole lot of focus to access. There's a whole lot of focus to access because Mars get dialed in this house. It gets dialed in. You know, nobody could even see it working on its passions. That's how focused it is. So when Mars get in the 8th house, we shouldn't even be able to know where you at. You shouldn't be able to know, you know, where is it that you go to work on this, that, and the third, how much time you working on this, that, and the third. We should be able to just see the sun in the 10th house out of nowhere. Like, damn, we just see your results. We just see this, that, and the third. We just see what you're expressing the brand. But that Mars in the 8th house, but these next month and a half, you feel me? Even past Taurus season, Leo risings, stay in your bag with Mars in that house, man. I love that transit, Mars in the 8th house. It acts as a whole nother level of focus, and it's here to help you shed a lot of skin when it comes to things that you need to transform, traumas, wounds. Mars helps you to look at these things as things that it reminds you persevered through this. You know, Mars reminds you persevered through something that's in your 8th house, something that impacted the emotions heavy. So now with Neptune and Jupiter in there, they're just bringing the lesson, making it more optimistic, lightening things up. This is why you probably right now, Leo rising, you're starting to look at maybe a toxic situation with an ex, a situation with your ex, a fallout with a family member, a fallout or transformation with somebody or something that you really cared about, was connected to. And this right now, all these energies transiting your Pisces house, these last couple weeks, probably for the past month, you probably already been heavy on the getting the lesson from that experiencing, you know, understanding why you experienced that, looking at that energy in a higher light. Night, Chachi, you know, that type of energy. So allow yourself to bring those energies into a higher light, you know, especially with Venus and Jupiter in this house. There may be some new business opportunities, definitely this next 30 days. The 8th house deal with shared values. Venus is going to bring some support. Venus in the 8th house could deal with some support, some money opportunities. It's just intense because she's a little less discerning when it comes to things. She's less discerning and disciplined when it comes to things that she like or love. So you got to make sure you have control over that, and you know how to control yourself when other people try to play on your temptations or whatnot, you know? So yeah, that's what's going on right there, Leo risings. Taurus in the 10th house. Taurus in the 10th house. I mean 11th house. So this is my Gemini risings. No, Cancer risings. Cancer risings. So yes, I'm in therapy for my trauma. Great, perfect. So we all need therapy. I need some motherfucking therapy. I know that shit. Damn, well, I need to make sure I do that this year for real. My body's not right now. But with them energies transiting in the 8th house, though, yeah, you gotta be able to see the any situations you manifest with people trying to support what you got going on in the 10th house within career or resources from somebody else that can help support career right now. Some shit can come out that 8th house right now. Some shit can come out that 8th house right now, Leo risings. And you can't see it right now, probably. You probably can't see it right now. You probably don't have a sense of it. Because that person's hidden. You know, that person is hidden. Or maybe the more the sun transits through your 10th house, it is going to make things jump out the 8th house. So it's a lot going on with that 8th house, though. It's just, y'all got to understand right now, having Jupiter and Venus, these are two energies that deal with like expansion, new breath of fresh air, support. So both of them support, both of them real optimistic. So we got both of these energies in one house right now. That Pisces house can bring a lot of support. And like I was saying earlier, it's connecting to the house that we got Taurus in. So just by us making sure we're in the positive aligned way of dealing with the sun transiting our Taurus house, that's what helps the Pisces energies to complement what you're doing and what you're being influenced to do in the 10th house. Right? Remember, the sun is about where we want to be paying attention to currently. So if the sun is transiting a certain house, any other planet that's positively hitting that, you're helping yourself to have them planets create scenarios for you, opportunities for you. So this, you guys can do this with any alignment. So right now, for all my sun, moon, for my sun, moon, earth signs, let's look at the sun, moon, earth signs, which are the trine signs, and sun, moon of the sextile signs. So sun, moon, Capricorns, sun, moon rising Capricorns. Let's just focus on sun, moon right now, because it really could be any planet. But let's say you sun, moon, earth sign, or you a sun, moon of the sextile signs, which is Pisces and Cancer, right? You just by you focusing on what that sun transiting your 10th house is trying to do right now, Leo rising, you feel me? By default, with Leo rising, Taurus in the 10th house, just by you focusing on paying attention to your 10th house as the sun is transiting here, you might have planets that's hitting that sun in the 10th house. Like I said, you might have planets in Capricorn or Virgo, might have planets in Scorpio or Pisces. And those energies are picking up on the positive action of what the sun is doing in your 10th house. So now you give these energies more of a leeway to come in and help complement, help make some magic. So when I'm tweeting and I write shit like, hey, man, sun moving into Taurus, it's a fruitful time for the earth signs. Does that mean it can't be a fruitful as time for the opposite sign? Shit, Scorpios can have a very transformative situation in their life. A very transformative situation if you know how to work with opposite energy. But just by default, y'all are in position to have these energies hit you with positive alignment or create opportunity just by default. Why you think sometimes people walk into shit that they did not work for? Why you think sometimes you got offered certain shit, handed certain shit? You ain't really deserve that shit. You ain't really work for it or something. You never know. It's your lucky day, your lucky alignment. You was in a certain space. It happened like that. You feel me? You getting a promotion at work, you know damn well you don't deserve. You know, there's 6 other niggas in there at this job that deserve that promotion, but your ass got the shit. And on top of that, the niggas that deserve it don't even care. They're not even looking at it like you don't deserve it. So the shit leaving you confused on the way home. Guess it was a transit. All right. So that's what's going on with that energy. IG, this is about to end right now, so I'm just gonna finish this up on YouTube. But that's what's going on in that 10th house Leo risings. Now Taurus in the 11th house Cancer risings. Taurus in the 11th house is gonna attract a lot of new experiences. Overall, Taurus in the 11th house is gonna have a lot of experiences where you're gonna be in positions to build stability or connect things that you value with others in the outside realm. You may be able to develop a lot of organizations, groupings, community based off the things you value, or easily find yourself connecting to that tribe or that community with things that you value. When it comes to pushing your value out into the collective with Taurus in the 11th house, you'll manifest a lot of support quick here. So you value your ability to do hair, do makeup. The more you post about that shit, the more you push it out into the 11th house. If you have Taurus in the 11th house, by default, you're gonna open up some portals there. You're going to open up some portals to be valued by others in the 11th house. So, yeah, Taurus, even though it's a square, Cancer risings, they get busy with this energy. So, that's something to keep in mind by default, you know. And we got Uranus here. So, with Uranus transiting the 11th house, you have went through a lot of transformations when it comes to the people you associate yourself with. When it comes to the people you associate yourself with, certain groups or communities you might be a part of. Certain groups or communities you may be a part of. You have the ability to shift a lot of this, you know. Now, another thing about Taurus in this house, Uranus transit in this house, there may be a lot of things you evolved from a group perspective. So yeah, change or transform, but let's say you may have been a part of a certain community or whatnot. Let's say you was there was a certain support group you was a part of or something. You feel me? With this alignment, now that you got all these energies transiting your 11th house, you may feel like you evolved these past couple of years. You evolved from these groups, these communities, but Uranus is strong in the 11th house because it's home here, Cancer rising. So you need to understand it's powerful having Uranus transit here the past couple of years because you've been able to shift your relationships in all different types of ways. If you haven't noticed, if you look at these past couple of years, you've been manifesting a lot of situations influencing you to have way more discernment and be way more disciplined with who you associate yourself with, what groups you allow yourself to be in. Uranus has been changing a whole lot with relationships from the point of you not having individual things in common with other people. All right. And a lot of your transformations and relationships or the people you associate yourself with or friends or whatnot or colleagues, you may not have even been realizing a lot of these things because Uranus probably has been bringing you closer and bringing and creating new opportunities for you to connect with people who's already on your type time, or it's trying to keep you isolated away from people who distract you building your soul tribe, you building a community that really resonates with you. All right. So that's what Uranus is doing here in that 11th house. Remember, Uranus is home here. So it likes to bring a lot of transformation to how you can gain stability dealing with others out in the world. It wants you to take your individuality and throw it out in the world so you can connect with others, be influential to others, create opportunities, connecting with people on your type time. That's what Uranus is influencing in that 11th house. All right. And Mercury's been in here for the past couple of weeks. So there's been a lot of new ideas about the people you associate yourself with, your colleagues, your coworkers, that group environment you're in. All right. A lot of new ideas about how to connect something that you're individually invested in into the 11th house. Probably new ideas about how to use social media technology to fuel certain things you want to do with Mercury transit in this house. But definitely new ideas and perspectives about things within your relationships of all sorts, and how to build on your relationships with all sorts. And since it's Taurus energy, right? Mercury and Taurus energy here, this is why a lot of these situations may be dealing with you analyzing how undervalued or appreciated you are in a certain group, business partnership, company, in some collective environment. Mercury has been analyzing these things. Now, moving on from that, the sun is entering this house, Cancer rising. So with the sun coming into your 11th house, there's going to be a highlight on your friendships. You're going to be more compelled to take action towards things dealing with colleagues, co-workers, friendships, business partnerships, and groupings. So you got to be careful how you express yourself, because we already got Uranus transforming a lot here. Mercury has already been developing a rapport about certain details with certain individuals. So it may be wiser ways to deal with people in this house instead of just expressing certain things. Certain things may need to just be understood about certain individuals, and then you use your sun energy to take certain action to dismiss yourself from a situation, or to just properly conduct yourself in a situation where you don't leave any open loose endings for anything else to transform and take place. So that's something important to understand about the sun in this house. The sun will develop once in some type of shape or form or another. The sun will develop new awareness about any groups or relationships you're in. All right. The sun is going to open your eyes in the 11th house to new things, new ways to connect what you got going on to others. You may have a brand that you're trying to build or whatnot, and then the sun transit in this 11th house. One of your close friends is heavily encouraging you to start using TikTok or something. You start using TikTok, you're like, oh shit, I should have been using this shit to help my brand sell more products, this, that, and the third. It's like the sun in the 11th house going to open up new opportunities and new awareness, new direction, guidance, and information to help support how you connect to the 11th house, how you navigate your relationships, and how you make yourself more established in the 11th house, right? How you build a brand, a presence of some form of knowledge or wisdom, awareness, a service, something that you have to connect to a public, and how you could create more of a platform, put yourself more in a position, right, to connect to that. Just because you have all these energies transit here, you may manifest that from a stranger. You may manifest this from somebody, a colleague. You may manifest a colleague, coworker, a friend connecting you to another part of your environment for you to do just that, to have your individuality be seen and connected to others, or what you're into, your brand of business connected to others. So this is actually a great time to actually be a little bit more social, or be more open to being more social and connecting to people you never connected to before, environments you've never been in before, especially if you have like somebody as a friend, somebody you already know, inviting you to another environment. You may not know nobody in that environment, but as long as you at least got that person you work with, your friend, your girlfriend, the homie, or whatnot, that is the the plug or the connection for you dealing with an unfamiliar environment or people you don't know. That's great. That's great. We can have opportunities manifest out of that too. It may be something that you learn here or see at that environment, dealing with people that don't know you so well. And that's the thing. You got the sun and Mercury here, so these people don't really know you like that. So that makes energies more intriguing when you have the sun transit in the 11th house. Once again, the sun transit in the house is going to bring light to a certain house. So you just being in the 11th house, you're on the spotlight. You have more attention by default because you got the sun in the 11th house right now. So obviously everybody going to be looking at the person we don't know. It's like, who that? Who brought that person here? But you don't know what opportunities that open up just by, you embracing putting yourself in that 11th house. You embracing utilizing that different form of social media, right? To build a brand or, build your, to relate the world that you know how to do hair, relate to the world you know how to do makeup, that you got a fashion brand, you got a clothing brand, you value this, that, and the third. New awareness and new ideas to connect that to others. And it may even come out to a point, listen, y'all, like this type of transit is the type of transit that you can't even try to project where your help gonna come from if you're doing something. So let's say you're expressing something to the 11th house, right? You got the sun in the 11th house. Not only are you realizing things about your relationships, who you socialize with, people in your environment, your colleagues, not only are you realizing all of these things, but at the same time, you may just attract somebody that don't know you from a hole in the wall that wants to support these things right now. So the people you don't know are more of the emphasis in your life during this transit. Cancer rising. People that you don't know, people you built a rapport with over social media, maybe they value you based off of what you a service or something you brand or business or something you're stabilizing. And they can bring some opportunity, guidance, or direction. So it's a lot going on right now in that house, Cancer. And we got all the Pisces energies in your 8th house. All the Pisces energies in your 8th house. So Neptune, Jupiter, Venus transit in that 8th house. Mars just entering that 8th house. I mean, 9th house, excuse me, 9th house. There's a lot of new wisdom that's being cultivated right now. Jupiter's home, baby. Jupiter's transiting its home. So there's a lot of new realizations. It's almost like it could feel a little spiritual awakening-ish right now for you, Cancer risings, Jupiter transit in the 9th house. A lot of new realizations about shit that your certain experiences, relationships you are a part of, certain experiences you went through with Pisces in the 9th house, aka dealing with a collective, a relationship, with love, with a pleasure, with an overindulged habit that you have. You're gaining all type of awareness about that shit. The time you was too open with somebody with Pisces in the 9th house, the time you wasn't as discerning with how you dealt with your emotions, connecting them to a certain person, you too trustworthy, you blah, 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 blah. Because it's gay. Those all type of things that happen with Pisces in the 9th house. These are the things you're gaining you're making new realizations about. You're developing new ethics and morals in your life about. And these things just only support how you conduct yourself with people in the 11th house. It's only going to support that. You feel me? Now, so once again, I'm influencing you guys to be active in the 11th house. I'm influencing y'all to embrace social media. Embrace if you are a content creator or if you utilize the internet, social media for any type of branding or business, this is a great time for sales, great time for do more live streams or do more things to engage with your audience, with people that pay attention to you or possibly connect with you, and embrace any situations being in an environment or community around people who are into the shit you're doing right now. But your ability to interact amongst like-minded individuals or push your shit out into the 11th house, so many opportunities that you can't even see right now. All right, but that's the emphasis there with the sun transit in that 11th house, Cancer rising. Yeah, that's the emphasis there. Now, last but not least, we got my Gemini risings. Gemini risings. Okay, so we got Taurus in the 12th house, right? We got Taurus in the 12th house, Pisces in the 10th house. Ooh. So what happens here, Gemini rising? You know, the 12th house is lit up. So the house dealing with your subconscious, your imagination, creative aspirations and endeavors, your belief system, you know, everything with what you believe in fall into belief system. So not just spirituality, you believe in whatever you believe in fall into that in the 12th house. We're dealing with the collective. We're dealing with, you know, we're dealing with shadow energies, right? Once again, all the subconscious houses deal with shadow energies. What's your shadow? Your subconscious. You feel me? The things people can't see from you. All right. That's why when we say shadow work, that's us acknowledging the things people don't see from us and us dealing with that shit, right? So this house is lit up. Now you naturally got Taurus in this house, Gemini rising. So a lot of the times you could be real practical with the way you try to perceive dealing with your imagination and your dreams and aspirations. You could look at these things from a real practical point of view, a real earthy, like, I need the resources. How much resources and time would that take point of view at times, instead of just jumping into the experience or whatnot, but is a positive in you utilizing that energy to structure your dreams or the pursuit to the dreams or imagination. It's a con when you're looking at that energy as, now this is a sextile too. Taurus is a sextile in the 12th house. So this is an energy where it could be used as a pro, a con. I don't even know which one I just described first. What I just described, I said, if say it all over again. The cons is going to be you over practicalizing this house. You trying to make sure you have all the resources. Things got to be perfect, and you taking OD time and being super duper patient and steady when it comes to your dreams and imaginations, instead of sometimes learning how to take a leap of faith. You know, just jumping into your dreams and imagination, learning through the experience, learning through the flow. Sometimes that's needed. Sometimes we can't be too planned, too organized. There's certain things that we ain't gonna understand just planning. There's certain things we're gonna have to learn through the experience, and that's what happens with Earth in the 12th house period. But shit, it brings a lot of creativity here, especially when it deals with things with these are the Geminis in this house. These are people that Gemini risings are real vivid with colors. Real vivid with colors, and if they dive into anything dealing with fashion, designing, and whatnot, you know, they're gonna like dealing with a lot of colors. If they deal with anything with cosmetics, hair, this, that, and the third, they're gonna be real creative with that shit. Probably do mad other new creative styles with that Gemini rising. You know, where's Pisces in the 10th house? Yeah, they got a thing for fashion. They got Pisces in the 10th house as well. So, you know, when it comes into Uranus transiting here the past 2 years, the past couple of years, what have you been experiencing with that, Gemini? What you've been experiencing is a bunch of transformation when it comes into your journey pursuing your dreams and imaginations. There's been a lot of ups and downs. There's been a lot of times you had to look in the mirror and remind yourself you're not going to allow a fear or insecurity or incapability to stop you from pursuing this 12th house dream or imagination. So Uranus brings that here. Uranus says, yeah, I know I'm shifting things around, changing shit around to help you be more individually invested into your dreams and imagination. But at the same time, you know, you got to use some of these things that are negative as something to fuel or motivate the 12th house, how you pursue these things. So, you know, 12th house, Uranus brings the power and control issues where it's at. So it may have been situations you had to learn how to fight for your dreams or imagination the past 2 years. I've got Uranus in the 12th house in my natal, so I know some of the potential what you've been experiencing the past 2 years, just beyond what I know about the placement. I know I lived this placement. So you are these past 2 years, you may have went through transformation with your relationships and how you associate yourself with others, even family members, just simply based off your belief system, your new practices, spiritual practices, things that you want to invest into, certain creative aspirations you have in some type of shape or form. All of this may have started causing some transformation the past couple of years. You start expressing to your family you really believe in this, that, and the third, and now and certain friendships or relationships, you're seeing your relationships transform based off that shit. You know, having Uranus shift your belief system, or this is also another transit these past couple of years. Uranus transit at 12th house got you feeling a little spiritual awakeness here as well, because it's Uranus is transit in this house, constantly pushing you to have your own individual belief system. So you're doing a lot of questioning of things that were taught to you. You're asking why a whole lot, you're trying to get to the source of building a belief system off of individual experiences. I think I said this for the 9th house too. So Uranus transit in the 9th house, which is Virgo rising. So Virgo risings and Gemini risings could be experiencing, both Mercury risings could both be experiencing the same thing when it comes into their belief system going through a shift, and their life, the people in their life, relationships in their life shifting based off your belief system, based off the things you're expressing, based off the things you're jumping into experiences with, based off the soul tribe and people you're surrounding yourself with, based off the shifts you're making, spiritual shifts you're making in your life. These things are they're changing a lot of other areas in your life. And this is something to be embraced right now, Gemini. And we know how invested you are personally in your relationships. You're very personally related. You put a lot of thought into things dealing with relationships in your personal life. When you're dealing with people in your personal life, you put a lot of thought into how you deal with these situations with certain people. And having Uranus transit the 12th house, right now, it's putting you in a space where, you're gaining a clear picture of where your support is at when it comes to your true aspirations or whatnot. You're understanding who's not on your type time and who has a disconnect from the things that you aspire. It's also to a point when it comes into your belief system and your aspirations and your dreams these past couple of years, Uranus transit in this house, once again, you've been more unapologetic about how your relationships transform, because you're anticipating it at this point. You're realizing the more you dive into this sense of spirituality, understanding your subconscious some more, diving into more shadow work, you're realizing you can't even be acclimated into things that's going on with people that know you as much, because you're putting a lot of attention towards those things, a lot of transformation taking place in that area. So that's a lot of what's going on with Uranus transiting that house. Fighting for your belief system, fighting for your dreams, being in power, manifesting power and control situations for your dreams and aspirations, things that you really are creatively invested in. Now, when we get into the sun, Mercury been in here past couple of weeks. Mercury been in here past couple of weeks. Mercury's distorted here as well. Mercury's a little distorted here as well. So it's like with that alignment, Mercury keeps the mind. This is why you may have been gravitating towards more isolated energies these past couple of weeks, because the mind has been on shadow work. Your insecurities, things that you keep pinned up, things dealing with your aspirations and your creative pursuits, the ups and downs you may have dealing with your relationships and how they subconsciously affected you. Yeah, Mercury's thinking about all of that shit right now, transiting the 12th house. Mercury thinking about all that shit. You dissecting all of that right now, so that's why it may manifest into you being in a more isolated, secluded place. Okay. You may feel real frustrated dealing with people that you may have to overly explain things to right now. People you have to overly explain things to right now, that may be very frustrating at the moment. So you really just want to be around people that feel you, that's understanding with you, people that connect to the things you spiritually into, your belief system. Mercury starting to, but that's another thing about Mercury in the 12th house. The disconnect is happening, but you're also being more understanding of why the disconnect is taking place. So it's not like an animosity type energy. You understand you have certain dreams and aspirations, and that your subconscious and your belief system is in a certain space. So you're not holding that against your parents, holding that against your partner or your friends. You understanding that. Uranus is pushing you to embrace the changes that come with you investing into your the things you believe in. So now that the sun is coming here, Mercury done develop a whole bunch of new ideas about all these relationships, the people you care about, insecurities, creative aspirations, your belief system. Mercury in this house also got you really thinking about a whole bunch of shit going on with your what's the word? with your with previous experiences connecting to others. Mercury's dissecting a whole bunch of that. So a lot of shadow work here. But Mercury got a whole lot to do with Potion the Water. Fuck with that name. Potion the Water was good. Sun in the 10th Taurus transit. Oh, we just finished that up about 20 minutes ago. So you just need to back up a little bit. Pause. You just need to rewind a little bit. But when we look at the Mercury in the 12th house, yeah, your mind has been on all of that shit. Also, new ways of working and structuring what you believe in. So this could be from a business perspective, or how do I new ideas from creative things that I'm experienced with, or creative ideas. All right, there's be new ideas towards that, but it could also be new ideas towards healing, y'all. New ideas towards pouring into self, taking care of your subconscious with Mercury transit in the 12th house. Mercury is also pointing out you not taking care of the subconscious. It's pointing them things out as well. So you got to understand that with motherfucking thing. You got to understand that with what's the name transit in your 12th house. Mercury transit in your 12th house. If you feel like you need to be isolated to take care of shadow work, to pour into self, to build more of a relationship with self in the subconscious. And this could be everybody that has Taurus, this could be all the air risings right now. This could be all the air risings. Okay? So, excuse me, not the air risings. Yeah, Gemini rising. I'm bugging. Yeah, all the air risings. So, that's very important there. Now, the sun is coming down. The sun is coming into the house. SA Virgo in the 12th house, nothing else in the house. What does that mean? That means that this is not as much as an active ass house for you in this lifetime. Sometimes other energies influence you to deal with that house. It may show that in the previous lifetime, you may have took care of business in this house. You may have experienced a lot of things in this house to the point that it wasn't such a strong emphasis for you to experience, to super dive into this house dealing with other energies in your life. Does that mean the emphasis of dreams, your imagination, the subconscious spirituality, the belief system is not of an important emphasis in lifetime? No, it doesn't mean it's not an important emphasis. It just means from your specific personal spiritual travels, it's not that much of an emphasis for you in this lifetime. So just because you don't have no planets in the 4th house don't mean family ain't important. Like, don't mean it's you don't got no planets in the 4th house. Yeah, don't give a fuck about your mom and dad. Don't fuck all them. Yeah, they're not an emphasis in the lifetime. Just look at them houses you got planets in. It doesn't mean that. It's just showing you spiritually. It's not a strong ass emphasis from this is part of what you're here to experience. Now look, the houses you got planets in, you signed contracts for these planets to be in those houses. AKA, these are houses you needed to be fulfilled in. These are houses you needed to learn more. You needed to experience. So you put the sun in the 1st house, keep you active there. You really need to experience a lot with relationships. Let's throw a stellium in the 7th house. You feel me? We need to bring understanding to the home environment, but from a spiritual perspective, understanding, the home environment, this and that, and bring overstanding of the subconscious. Let's throw Jupiter and Neptune in the 4th house, like in the 4th house. All right. We need to keep them active with building stability. You feel me? Let's set up the Earth houses like this. Let's throw these planets in the Earth houses. So that helps you to determine what was in your contract. That helps you determine what was in your contract. You feel me? The houses your planets is in. Now, where's my squares and oppositions? Okay, so these are all the things that I may have dealt with friction in the previous lifetime. Okay, all right. Do I have any debilitations? Okay, I got the sun in Libra. Okay, I need to work on that this lifetime. I got Mercury in the 9th house, debilitation. Okay, there's going to be an emphasis there. Okay, where my powers at? Where my gifts? So this is how you break down your past life. This is how you break down your past life. You just simply look at where the energies are at in your chart. That'll tell you a whole lot. And that's not even including the South. No, we're just talking about the planet, the houses you have planets in, the alignments you're dealing with. That'll let you know a lot of what you gained coming into this lifetime. Now, So the sun is coming into the 12th house, guys, and it's shining a whole light on things dealing with all them themes we just spoke about in the 12th house. But what it does, it makes you more action-oriented towards taking steps to healing the 12th house, to dealing, conquering insecurities in the 12th house, whether it's a new regimen or routine or a certain, something that you're about to keep in place during Taurus season to help deal with, working on something you may have been insecure or felt incapable with before. Now you got a new attitude towards these things. Sun in the 12th house. Mercury has already been picking up a lot of ideas, and it's been looking at a lot of things you buried in the 12th house, and it's raising them back up to the surface. So it's something you were creatively invested in, a business you've been wanting to do, a certain aspiration you had. Mercury came in the 12th house, and it started raising some of these things up into the surface to be like, hey, I hope you ain't forget about this. The sun is going to do that times two. So the sun is going to wake you up every day, make you look in the mirror and look at you like, so we just going to go another day, we just going to go another day not experiencing our dreams, huh? So we just going to go another whole week, another sun transit, not putting no light into our aspirations or none of that, right? None of that, right? Okay. So Mercury been in this house, understanding your insecurities and where you need shadow work at, where you need subconscious development at, and how to do it, but you're not going to use me, not going to take action on healing neither. Okay, all right. So don't have the sun in the 12th house looking stupid, y'all. The sun it wants to get busy with these things. It wants to shine more light, be more action oriented with the things that's on the subconscious, right? It wants to keep a stable plan in place with things to help refine the dreams in your imagination. Once again, even with healing, things to take care of your subconscious. Let's say you just got out of a turbulent situation, turbulent relationship, and now Mercury been transiting this house, so it's starting to make you realize certain things about your relationship, certain things about your subconscious. Mercury transiting the house is like, damn, I realize I have this issue in my relationship. I need to heal that part of myself. Now intuition is calling you to deal with celibacy or I don't even want to be that extreme. Your intuition is telling you to meditate, jump into this yoga, start reading some more, clean up your diet. This is what Mercury's picking up in the 12th house to help heal the subconscious. These are all the things we can start connecting to start healing and start dealing with those traumas or insecurities that we picking up on, so we can have more clarity and open up more opportunities for our dreams, aspirations, imagination, creative projects, our next relationships, the next time we connect to others, that's a certain community or a person with potential to build, so the 12th house deal with the collective. So it's like Mercury wants to nip all these things in the bud so we can open up opportunities for you dealing with your creative aspirations or exchanging your energy with the collective. So that's why a lot of things dealing with relationship energies come out this house too, or a lot of things where relationships get buried in this house too. When we talk about insecurities, shortcomings and all that, we bury a lot of that shit in the 8th and the 12th house. So this is a time where a lot of that's coming up to the surface, and it's going to be a lot of new awareness, a lot of new optimistic ways of dealing with these energies, y'all. Okay, but I can't stress how this could be a real isolated, secluded time, because you're more so getting your subconscious together, okay, to get ready for that sun to come in the first house, and you have a new revitalized way of dealing with personal expression, or how you see things with yourself personally, how you conduct yourself personally. Right now, the sun is transiting the 12th house, so we want to do the subconscious work before we get into the sun in the first house, and you're doing more of the projection work, right? Because the first house is an expression house, and that's what we got going on there. That's what we got going on. Now, understand, the sun is, what does it do? It light up, so people are going to be able to see this house from the outside looking in. So when it comes to your dreams, when it comes to your creative endeavors, when it comes to your talents, when it comes to your wisdom, when it comes to something you're experienced with, when it comes to your belief system, when it comes to your form of spiritual practices and your overall, these are things people have been more curious about, intrigued about, picking your mind about. Mercury has already been in this house for a couple of weeks, so you already been manifesting conversation about these things, or probably getting critiqued about these things. But now that the sun is transiting here, you feel me? You can manifest some spotlight and attention for your experience, for your knowledge, for your wisdom, for something you experienced. You'll manifest, so you got to be able to feel it. You got to be able to feel, just like that scenario that I gave of what? Taurus in the 9th house, like people, I think it was Taurus in the 9th house when I'm talking about, you know, you being at a party or something, and then somebody your friend that invited you to your party asking you like, yo, tell them about that astrology. Yeah, my friend know all about astrology, yo. And somebody be like, yeah, I'm a Taurus moon. Tell me what that is. And now you start teaching. Now that open up opportunity. It's the same thing. It can play out the same way with the sun in the 9th house, opportunity wise. You manifest a position to have your wisdom, your experience be seen, be heard some more, right? And then getting to a point where you know, you actually manifest something from that, or you see how to keep that, to build momentum off of that circumstance, right? But the 12th house is dealing with the collective, so you can't underestimate who is going to be so intrigued or who's going to be so appreciative of your knowledge, wisdom, experience, or your entertainment, or what you're doing with creatively, right? Whatever you got coming out that 12th house that you're trying to, you know, when it comes to your dreams, imaginations, aspirations, creative endeavors, right? Creative pursuits, your experience, your wisdom. These are all the things right now that can manifest a lot of opportunities. So let's say you're already in a space where you teach about something already. You are artists already. There's something you deal with. There's something you're building on a creative level already. These are things that the more they're seen around this time, you don't even know what opportunities you're able to create. The more you use that sun transit in this house to push that out, shine more light on these things. All right. And then your 10th house is very active. Gemini rising. The 10th house is very active. So we got Pisces in the 10th house. So when it comes to your social status, you know, when it comes to things that you've experienced in career, trying to gain stability in your life, you're making a lot of new realizations right now about mistakes you may have made trying to gain stability and security. You're realizing the knowledge and wisdom some people already perceive you to have. You could carry a lot of teacher-like energy with Gemini being your rising sign, because you're going to have a Jupiter-ruled 10th house. So you could be perceived as a teacher, somebody that's really wise or has some form of experience with something. And you know what we got? We got Venus up in there, Neptune, Jupiter up in there. So your experience is kicking in as to how to stabilize yourself in career, or how to expand your social status, how to utilize your social status, right? You know, people see you as a trainer. Okay, I'm finna brand this shit. You know, people see me as an athlete. I'm finna be a trainer. I'm finna brand this, or I'm finna start teaching basketball on this, whatever. You understand how to utilize your social status from a higher perspective, from a wiser perspective. And then you got Venus and Mars in here. So not only does Venus bring support and some love to this house, it helps you to understand how to pour into this house, dealing with career, social status, helping you understand, manifesting support and love for the things that you got going on career. This could be a time you get promotion. This is a time you can manifest opportunities with career stability just because Venus is transiting here. Just as one of them transits. Then you got Mars in here. So Mars is just turning up your vitality in this house. Mars love to be in the 10th house. Mars is exalted here. So it feel invincible when it comes into what it could build in career based off its focus and determination. It feel like anything can be manifested and accomplished in this 10th house. Anything. So when we get into all these energies resonating with your 12th house, man, what a time to align your imagination and your creative pursuits with practical forms of branding and structuring and establishing your presence to others through social media, or revitalizing things with your brand, how you express yourself, or how you demonstrate things in your work field. Great time for all of those energies right now, Gemini rising. All right, family. So y'all already know the vibes, man. We just went in for 4.5 hours, but I guess I don't know how the fuck I just did that, but you know, I guess the energies is that strong that they had to be broken down. And I just felt I was really gonna stop into something else. I just felt a lot of y'all energies like, bro, don't do us like that. We was already watching for 2.5 hours. You gonna just end like that? So I had to make this a 4.5 hour live. I really feel bad because I don't think I'm about to just go through the timestamps right now. So I know I'm anticipating seeing them comments. I'm anticipating seeing those, Boro. Come on with the timestamps, please. So I'm gonna have to start getting things together with moderators. I just haven't assigned wrenches and shit because I just wanted to be more consistent with going live on YouTube. So I have a consistent schedule for people that want to be moderators or want to be moderators, help me with timestamps and all that shit. But yeah, I'm gonna end up doing that sometime soon. Where the fuck my pipe? Where my Taurus at? My Taurus in the 4th house. So yeah, I gotta find ways to get more emotionally stable first before I start working on some of that shit. All right, y'all. But I do got Pisces chance in the 2nd house. So yeah, I'm going through a lot of new realizations, understanding about things, dealing with what I value, career and stability. So I'm gonna get it together, y'all. But I appreciate y'all rocking with me. I hope the live really resonated. I hope all these gems resonated with y'all. All right. Happy Taurus season, family. Until next time. Peace. Make sure y'all tap into my Patreon, or I see some new people just joined the Patreon on my email. I wanted it to be the beginning of the week, but I'm still putting slides together, working on this presentation for a fundamental synastry class. So that'll be taking place on my Patreon, and I may just put it in my site to be purchased after the class is conducted. All right. But other than that, guys, peace, and we're going to get into what we get into tomorrow. All right.